It's time to get this party started. We got the College Warzone playoffs here and now. My name is Seymour. With me is Tiff, and it's going to be a fantastic day, Tiff.
A fantastic day indeed. 7 qualifiers have led us to this moment, and I'm just kind of excited to see which school is going to come out on top.
As am I. So let's, start things off pretty simple. Let's take a look at the format that we're going to be having today, Tiff, because we've been running kill races for the past couple weeks. Why don't we catch people up to date with what we're looking at?
Of course, as always, each team is going to be comprised of 3 players and 1 substitute. Those teams will be from the same universities, and today it's going to be a little different, right? It says 5 highest point games on this slide, but this is a joke. It's like we're going to be doing 6 highest point games because it is the playoffs in a 5-hour window. So you got to lock it in and keep it going for 5 hours. The mental has to stay on point. As far as scoring, each elimination is going to be worth 1 point, and that's going to be coupled with a multiplier per game, right? So you get a first place, you're getting a 2x multiplier. That's going to take into effect all of your eliminations, and that's going to be scaled accordingly based upon how you finish. But like we've seen in the past, most of these teams are going to be gunning for at least 6 games just to lock their scores in, right? But then they're going to go through and replace them with high elimination wins.
Yes, they are. And, just to look even forward into this one, this is where we kind of grind into the big bucks now. So we take a look at the prizing. Playoffs is where teams are looking to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park with what they're going to be walking away with today. If you come away with first place today, $3,000. Second place, $1,800. Third place, $1,500. $900 for fourth, $600 for fifth. So you want to get those high placings. You want to get those high multiplier games like you were alluding to, Tiff. And you can see on to the left, the schedule. We are here, October 1st. It's playoff time. I'm so excited, Tiff, to get things ready for today. I'm so excited to see, what teams we're going to be looking at today as well, because it's been a long, grueling qualifier for a lot of these squads, a lot of these trios. And now to, get to this position, I'm sure that everybody is, ready to get things started as quick as possible.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of talk on the timeline and just going for this, right? But there's one thing that we forgot to mention. The player who drops the most eliminations in any game throughout the playoffs is going to get $100 as well. So not bad. Buy yourself some dinner. I don't know, go find some food, maybe a new pair of shoes. Because, you got to look good, right? I always am like, what are you going to do with your prize money? Because I'm always like, what are you doing, right? You're getting shoes, you're going to reinvest it in equipment. But I mean, it's a lot of money on the line for college students and some schools in particular, which we'll be talking about later. I'm looking at FGCU, recently, given the weather that just happened in Florida and a lot of things, I want to give a special shout out to them. Right now, first and foremost, I'm excited to see you guys play because that school is actually located in Fort Myers. But Seymour, let's look at the qualifier seeding because we were talking about some of the points and how this format is going to accumulate. Some teams are coming in with starting points.
Yeah, they are, and some teams are, starting off strong with this high seeding. We get to look at the first 5 inside of the seeding. We got CSU Alpha, Florida Gulf Coast University. Also, I do want to double down with that and give a big shout out. I hope the guys are doing all right over there because I know it has been terrible what's been happening over the past little while. But we move forward. We see Virginia Commonwealth University also up in 3rd place now. Northwood gets knocked down to 4th. Western University, after a big win in qualifier 7, they get bumped up to 5th place. So a lot of teams here in the top 5 that we got to keep our eyes on.
100%. And looking at Northwood, we are replacing Thugger. Dak's going to be stepping in for that roster today. And this is one of the teams that we noted could have been actually at maybe 1 or 2nd place for their seeding, but did not play in qualifier number 7. So relegated down to that 4th place. But the difference between those, 40 points is going to be ahead just for that Colorado State University team. Coming in strong.
And, compared to the start of College Warzone to the end of the qualifiers for College Warzone, Northwood has had very different placings. So it's almost like a little bit of redemption for them, in comparison to Colorado State University Alpha, who is probably the most consistent team we've seen from start to finish, and now finding themselves in that first place spot going into playoffs. You have to keep your eyes on them to see if they can finally get into a winning position with a number 1 under their belt. They haven't yet found a first place, so walking away with one here, it's where it all matters. Let's take a look at our back half, though, of our seeding leaderboard and get to see the rest of them, because 6 to 10, we're looking at Queen's University, Colorado State University, Bravo, Kennesaw State University, Illini Cod, and Fisher College Bravo.
Yeah, and I love that Queen's University is kind of sitting there in sixth place, right? Because they started to pick up a lot of success when that format changed. If you're just joining us here and maybe College Warzone playoffs are the first broadcast you're witnessing, qualifiers 1 and 2 were based on the customs format and have ever since, as we went forward, been kind of that kill race format. And Queen's University, Sue, Jen, and co. have really found a lot of success in that timed kill race format, as well as Kennesaw State University. You know, they just got their auto qualification in qualifier number 7, if I'm not mistaken, and I was rooting for them in qualifier 6 that you and I had the privilege of broadcasting together, and Beloved and co. finally just getting in via that auto qual.
It's crazy to see teams like Queens, Kennesaw, and Illini Cod all in the back half of the top 5, because whenever we would watch them on stream, you and I, we would see them get high kill games, just missing out on the high multipliers to get them the top placings inside of those qualifiers. And same to say with Fisher College Bravo. I mean, you look at the players on that team. You got Rex and Phantoms, the dynamic duo from Challengers, you know, stepping into the school in 10th place for the seedings leaderboard. Very surprising to see. So a lot of teams now in the back half are looking to turn things around and see if they can find some upsets going through this. But, you know, moving into the rest of the live leaderboards, you said a couple of these teams, you know, off placings, they get points going into today too. And here we get to take a look at those points. And I mean, you said it yourself, CSU Rams A, they get the 40 points. They're going to be that number 1 team starting off in that first place spot. They have the distinct advantage today.
And yeah, that advantage is going to be so critical. If you look at any other kind of style format that is going to have those advanced starting points, you just have that upper leg. It's like, all right, maybe if we can't pull in 6 good games here in this 5-hour window, we can rely that we've got a bank of already 40 points. And you look kind of at the average placement points per game, it was 34.61. So that was the average matchup kind of leading up to this. So you're already starting above average. And looking at Fisher Falcons B kind of down in 10th place, they won qualifiers 3 and 6. And they're only starting with 12 points. So they kind of have to work their way up, but they are no stranger to coming out on top of the leaderboard.
Oh, no, they are not. And it's about time that we start moving into our special segment for Goats and Glories and bring in our welcomed guest, Chief Cox. I want to bring him into the desk, you know, pick his brain on a few things because, you know, it's great hearing all the stories coming through from Goats and Glory. So welcome, Chief Cox, to the broadcast. And, you know, let's start off pretty simple, you know, just a simple introduction. And, you know, what do you do at Goats and Glory?
Hello, everyone. My name is Chief Michael Cox. I was born and raised in Annapolis, Maryland. I've been in the Navy for about 18 years. Before becoming part of the Navy's esports team, I was an electronics technician on submarines. Spent a good majority of my time in Hawaii. Now I play video games for the Navy. The games I play are Valorant, Call of Duty, League of Legends, World of Warcraft, and a little bit of Warzone. Not too much. More casual on that one.
Well, now we get to see a little bit of Warzone today, too, for the playoffs. So, you know, you get to bring up that knowledge today for the game that we're going to be looking at. But, you know, you said it yourself, you know, the transition into gaming, it's something that you didn't start off in for the Navy. How did you find yourself, you know, moving over into Goats and Glory?
I was stationed on the USS Charlotte out in Hawaii. They released a message asking for people to try out for Counter-Strike. I initially was not going to apply. My wife had a baby boy, around the time that the applications were due. And then, you know, I thought about it and I was like, you know what, I'll put an application in. This will be life-changing if I get accepted. So I did, tried out, and here I am now.
Well, congratulations, and it's an exciting step, definitely, forward. I'm going to toss you over to Tiff, though. I'm sure she has plenty of questions to ask you.
I'm just curious, what do people say when you tell them that you play for, you know, the Navy's esports team, considering you started kind of in that submarine? It's totally a different lifestyle at this point.
To be honest, it's pretty mixed. Some people are really jealous that I get to play video games for the Navy.
I could see that.
But a lot of my friends and a lot of people I meet think it's amazing. You know, you know, 10, 15 years ago, video games weren't as prevalent as they are now. in terms of having like a professional or a semi-professional scene. It's, a lot more people are, I guess, embracing it.
Yeah, and I love that too. I think it's something that's really cool because even college esports was not around when I graduated, and that was just a few years ago. So to see it now that there's an entire league dedicated to it, you've got the Navy that competes in esports events all the time. And you mentioned that you play several games. If you had to pick one right now, what is your favorite?
Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is my favorite.
Classic.
Let's go.
I think I've probably put about 16,000 hours in between all the different Counter-Strikes.
I mean, there's a lot of time to put in some hours for Counter-Strike. That's a good choice. I like that. That's probably how I started off in esports too, with Counter-Strike way back when. But it's awesome to see the transition. How you got there. What entails. And I'm wondering, when you are part of the teams, what is your role inside of these teams?
I get a lot of flack for it, but I like to lurk. People say that, or some people are under the impression that you shouldn't be lurking, but you gotta watch your flank.
Always.
Oh yeah.
In Counter-Strike, if you don't watch your flank, you're gonna get flanked. So I like to lurk. I like to gather info on other parts of the map that my team is not at, and put out calls and see if they'll rotate.
Precisely. Well, is there anything from the Navy that you've learned that actually helps when you are gaming?
Teamwork. The Navy instills a lot of teamwork in you, right? Because being on a submarine, once we go underwater, there's really no one there except for the people next to you. So if you can't, work together, have some teamwork, rely on other people and actually trust them, then you're gonna fail, right?
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I know, we've had plenty of people in the booth for interviews, and every single time I feel like we hear them say teamwork is the biggest thing that you can bring into this. And it is a fact, too, like when you're looking at esports teams, outside of, the Navy, teamwork is huge. It just kind of makes or breaks a lot of teams. So I'm glad to hear that, it's just such a constant coming through all these players from Goats and Glories. It's definitely something to watch out for if you are matching up against these teams for sure. But I'm going to, move this forward into a little bit of predictions for today. Chief Cox, is there any team, that you're looking at today to, maybe walk out on top of the playoffs?
I'm rooting for Virginia Commonwealth. Being from Maryland, that's the closest college to Maryland. That's all on the list, so I'm rooting for them.
Well, they have had quite the turnaround so far and even found themselves into the top 5. So definitely a good team to root for. Tiff, how about you?
Me? I mean, look, I'm going to go Kennesaw State University. They're a little closer to where I'm located, although I do love the VCU pick there from you, Chief Cox. They have they've grown. You mentioned the teamwork. I feel like that trio over there throughout the qualifiers has just kind of gotten better each and every qualifier. And to finally see them up on those leaderboards throughout the advanced starting points, I feel like today is going to be a good choice for them. But yeah, I'm going to go with KSU.
I love that. I'm going to go a little bit different. Aside from the top 10 teams, there's a couple notable teams that made it into today's playoffs that aren't listed inside of there. Some being Redbirds COD, you got Fisher College Alpha, and Texas State. And I want to root for an underdog today. So I'm going to, pick Redbirds COD today to, make a huge upset, a dark horse going into this. We got to see, Crawler back in qualifier number 6 and what he brings to this team. So I got to keep my eyes out for Redbirds COD myself to, make that upset and come out on top in today's playoffs. But I want to thank you, Chief Cox, for coming on today. Before we let you go, is there any special shout-outs you'd like to make?
No, I mean, sorry. No, I don't think so. Go Navy. Have a fine Navy day.
Have a fine Navy day, and that's a perfect place to bring us into a thank you to the America's Navy for helping put this on as well, because this wouldn't be possible without them. So if you're looking for opportunities, there are plenty of opportunities available in today's Navy. They are boundless as the sea itself, and you can learn more at Navy.com. And don't forget to check out the socials as well. America's Navy on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And why don't you go and support Goats and Glory as well and check them out on Twitch whenever they're playing. Show some support to Chief Cox and the Crow. But that's going to be all for the interview. Chief Cox, thank you for coming on. Folks, we're going to head to a quick little break, and when we come back, we're going to have our game number 1 here in the college Warzone playoffs.
Thank you for having us. For me.
Welcome back to College Warzone. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me, Tiff. And, Tiff, going into the playoffs today, what are you expecting anything crazy? I mean, qualifiers have been pretty straightforward, but, this is where people really need to kind of lay it all on the line.
All on the line they need to do for sure. Like, they need to come out strong, stay locked and engaged, and just make sure that they stay consistent. And then at a certain point, once you've already logged your 6 maps, it's like, I know for a fact that if I'm not where I need to be halfway through the game, that maybe it's best to just chalk it up at that point and like do a GG go next. Let's just get out of this lobby, start going, because you do have an extended period of time. You have that extra hour as normal, and then you have to log an extra game throughout that. But we did have some mid-season changes as well. I know you and I were chatting pre-broadcast about some of those that may come into effect. One of my favorite things is going to be that loadout cost reduction. Now, I love that they kind of brought that in, but hey, now is the time. Let's jump into some gameplay, right? This is what you guys came here for, the timed kill race action, jumping on board with Western Esports.
Yeah, we start off with the victors from the qualifier number 7, first place team, Western University, already on screen with 7 kills from Richie. So, you don't want to slow down after that qualifier number 7. It seems like they're going to be right back onto pace. But I like that you're talking about, the additions from the mid-season update. They add the loadout changes. For everybody that, might not have been paying attention to those mid-season updates, what changed in them, because I was taking a look at it. I think it's interesting, and I'm sure people at home would think it's interesting as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be the price is going to change associated with the circle that you're on. For circle number 1, it's still going to be $10,000 as always. As circle 2 approaches, $9,500, and it's going to decrease by $500 each circle, which is great for if you're trying to go on that late game regain, because you need to get as many elimination points as possible, and sometimes that ground loot just isn't going to cut it, which in particular, a lot of changes with the ground loot has happened. But you can see on board with Richie here, still electing to utilize that Arma. Even though it did get a slight nerf, it's still pretty powerful.
Yeah, in turn, it should lead to some pretty more competitive end games at the end of it. Teams who might just be kind of grasping at straws will actually have a fighting chance to win out at the end. So let's see if teams, use that to get an upper hand towards some of these end games where right now, Western has had such a strong start to this game that it should be smooth sailing for placement right now. I'm sure Richie doesn't want to slow down with these 8 kills. There's still 65 players in this lobby, so plenty of points that they can rack up. And if I know, Western, after seeing their points back in qualifier number 7, I know that this isn't a team that's not going to slow down.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up. 438 points towards the end of qualifier number 7 to bring them up. So, they are no stranger to the format. We always talk about this on the timed kill race. You need to make sure that not only are you dropping in a hot POI, but you are also keeping consistency throughout that mid game and making sure that you're at your peak performance as a trio by keeping everyone alive with their weapons that they feel comfortable with using. And I think that's in particular, you've got the UGM and the Arma. That is something that has been a meta loadout per se. I hate using meta because sometimes it's always like effervescent. Like, it's like you can use whatever weapon feels best to you as a player. But for so long now, it's been the UGM and the Arma. And I'm guilty. I use it all the time, Seymour.
Oh, me too. Me too. Every single time I drop in, UGM, Arma. I was surprised, after the mid-season update, you look at the nerf and buff list. I'm surprised it's still, being used, but, here we are. UGM, Arma, you can never get enough of these two.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily, I would defer to people that are like the strategic legends of our Warzone history, like J-God or someone that would go into inaccurate, like the exact detail of what those nerfs and buffs accumulate with. But, sometimes it just allocates down to the fact that maybe a specific maximum damage range was nerfed 2 feet. That's not really going to make or break your playstyle. No. You're still going to elect to utilize that. And as we see Richie here, they've been grabbing UAVs, utilizing bounties. This is the most tried and true way to go ahead and find, hey, where is my next team that I need to go ahead and grasp onto?
Well, it looks like they're just down the ridge here. They get eyes on right away, so nice shots coming through from Richie. The tracking not all there, but they do find it down onto the first one. It should be numbers now for the rest of it. You can already see his teammates flying on through, so Richie's going to provide a little bit of cover fire while the rest of them try to surround this building. The Nova Gas should split the two in total. No action in the feed just yet, as Richie is going to trust them with this. But there you go, the first knock, full down, and It is going to be a team wipe on the inside of the building after they find the next, and they will get it down. So that should be a cleanup and a pickup back for Zuzi, who fell.
Yeah, and I love the way they play this, right? You always have to have that one player that's giving call-outs, letting you know, hey, you're getting third-partied or lack thereof, and just keeping just an eye out for the team. Richie played that role very well. You got your 2 fraggers, and that's something typical that I've seen within the competitive Warzone scene, right? You have that one dedicated player, you have your fraggers that you know you can rely on, and oh, hey, the call-out comes through. Richie's got a player coming for this buy station. I'm going to go ahead and grab that UAV, but also didn't get a full down, and I think I see his teammates actually going to hit the redeploy balloon and go up top with them, so now they can enact on this, have the UAV up, have the location. You can see the player down below, but look at that, no ammo, and the Arma is not going to hit hard at that kind of range.
It's like decisions. Do you jump down there with the armor, or do you just wait? I mean, Richie's just been a manual UAV for the team up top, and, you know, big shout out to them for actually being able to witness that third party coming into fruition. So now Richie's going to jump down, spots the player on the redeploy, taking a little bit of a wide angle here, but not going to get there in time to actually contest him. Low ammo in the UGM, and it's all used without hitting a single bullet on that player. Now, take a look at the minimap, Tiff, because right now, Western Esports, they are very split. You can see the trust is there to, you know, keep separate angles, but eventually, you know, going into this fight with it being so even in a 3-on-3, or now a 3v2 because they did find a knock, they need to make sure that they're not separated and isolating each other.
Yeah, another UAV going out, so the information will be there, but when you don't have ammo, or lack thereof, you do find a little bit. But the UGM, 100 rounds in a mag, you're just going to go through it so fast that you need to keep sure, like, hey, you're buying UAVs consistently, but maybe make sure one of your teammates has that munitions box that's going to be there just in case, unless you just keep relying on the enemies that you're finding after you eliminate a team to go ahead and resupply on the ammo from them. You know, that's the best way to get ammo, in my opinion.
Did you come, Papa?
Oh, it is. And they did pop the UAV, and nobody was found on the minimap. So whoever that team was, they are long gone. As soon as they lose that one player, I'm sure they want to make sure that they can stay alive together, see if they can play for the late game, play for the redeploy or the rebuy of their teammate. And I'm sure we're not finished in seeing the likes of that team in the next little bit of this game. But now 51 players in the lobby. You get another UAV from the team. Now we spot some red dots on the minimap. It's time to go chasing.
Oh, look at them going in, just going to land in on the roof. Peak power position right here, finds a nice down, because you basically are team shooting at this point, which makes this enemy team have no chance against the Western Esports roster here. Now you just got to make sure that you're thirsting, because you don't know if the enemies that you're approaching have picked up self-res along the way, which can really put a thorn in your side if you're not sure. But hey, going in for that full thirst, I like that. Still 8 eliminations for Richie themselves, but hey, Wheels is going to fall in the meantime, does still have the gulag available to them, but it's going to be a 2v2. You hear that, we need to stick together, but Zuzi going to go down as well, and Richie was a little far away to be able to make sure they could get the trade effectively, but Richie, team wipe, 9 eliminations. Now we do have to get the regain. I think Zuzi did potentially have a self-res.
Yeah, so he was able to pick himself up and
or a redeploy.
Or a redeploy, I think, because you see the parachute came through. So it looks like Wheels won his 1v1 in the gulag as well, and that's going to bring Western back to full strength. But you look at, you know, what they have left now. Zuzi still has his gulag, so does Richie, but now Wheels has to be extra careful in this situation. And one thing, though, that happened in the mid-season update, that those gulag tokens and the redeploy tokens actually have a higher multiplier chance of showing up with certain crates. So, you know, still a chance for them to, you know, have a little bit of backup, but they're going to have to loot a little bit more just to make sure they can find those.
Yeah, I think the redeploy tokens are going to be like mission critical, because the gulag is eventually going to close as in standard public lobbies. But you can see that right there with Zuzi having a redeploy token, he was able to respawn in first, right? You don't go to the gulag first, that redeploy hits first. So even though if he finds another one, that could still kick in ahead of them. But I would throw the token to Wheels if you do find it, because you have to be strategic about the utilization of those as well. But UAV going up, Zuzi's hunted, they have a bounty out on an enemy team, so lots of areas for information and to lure people to them as well.
Well, here we go, takes to the skies with the UAV. Looks like an actual UAV is Richie himself with that mini-map. Another set of red dots are going to be spotted. Nice shots there from Richie. Gets the crack in the armor. No down just yet. Wheels is going to be dropped heavily low, but here comes the backup from his team, just providing a little cover fire through Richie. The window is going to be a pop out there, and Richie's going to be down for the count. Wheels has to come to his aid. He's going to hop right in there, right into the belly of the beast. See if he can take it head on first. But unfortunately, Richie goes down. Well, Wheels is taking those gunfights. He will at least get a trade onto his fallen comrade. Richie's in the gulag. But now I got to take a look at those lives down in the bottom corner. Zuzi goes down as well. It's going to be only Wheels in that situation. You need to win this here if you're Richie.
Yeah, you need to rein this in. Deke gets tagged up, but unfortunately not going to come back. And now, Wheels, this is mission critical. Zuzi needs to win theirs as well. But if you're Wheels, you have to disengage from this fight. You have eliminations. Richie has 9. This is a moment where you're like, hey, we need to keep this moving, get back to the full strength of our team. And you kind of just want to see, is Zuzi going to make this out? I only have $400. I need $2,600 more, and I'm inside Capital, and there's buildings all over the place. People could be in any doorway, any window, any rooftop. It's just not a safe area to not be at your full strength.
No, and it seems like he wants a little bit more loot, so he's going to go shopping a bit through these buildings at Capital. Zuzi won the gulag, so he'll come back. Like you said, you still need to find some more cash to bring back your teammate. Though I mean, Wheels is playing this pretty confident, so I'm not sure if there's an advantage to the team watching them, or if Wheels actually took care of a couple of players to alleviate some of that pressure. I mean, they're kind of moseying their way through Capital without a worry in the world, and suddenly you do see Wheels a little bit high alert, so maybe the action isn't too far away, as you got to be careful now if you're Western Esports, because there's no second chances.
No second chances here for them, and now they do have the $5,000 available to go ahead and get the buyback on Richie just outside. That's going to come through. Now Richie obviously is going to want to go back and land on his items, but is that team still there? And they're sitting with north of 20 eliminations as a team, finally making their way into the multipliers, but we're not in that end game yet where you're getting that 1.85x or that 2 for a win. And that's kind of where you need to start leaning towards. You're like, I've already picked up a hefty amount of eliminations. I need to make sure that I'm going the distance with the equipment and gear that I need to find success. And you can see the ring is starting to pull towards the north side of the Capital area. And oh, Richie runs into a player, only has a pistol in their hand. You're going to have to rely on your teammates. You do find some kind of ground loot, but what is this weapon? We have the RA225. No, you're right. Wheels full dead. This is going to be dicey.
Somebody's home, and they're not friendly neighbors.
Oh.
Now with the players down, Cluster Strike's going to keep them inside. It seems like the team against them wants to deal with these close quarter situations, but still got to be careful. You got a little bit back up here for Zuzi. It's Richie with the SMG, just not able to get the first shots off. It's not good enough to stay alive. Zuzi's looking for the trade, and it looks like he's going to find yet another knock here, but now it's solo dolo for the fellow Western player as Richie's trying to finesse his life as long as he can. Goes for the buy. There's a little bit of trouble ensued, and that's going to be it for Western Esports in that game. A 13th place finish. They tried their best to stay alive in Capital, but it just seems like the action just kept on coming. The pressure was there, and eventually it was too much to handle.
Yeah, but I mean, still coming out with some great eliminations. Let's jump on over to Sue from Queens Esports. You know, they found a lot of success with the timed kill race, as we had kind of talked in the pre-show. 15 eliminations for Sue, but all solo, and they come up to a player, gonna get the down, able to get the finish, but now you're like, hey, I need to go ahead and get some plates back up, because that next teammate is going to come in and try to defend now that your position is given away, and you're gonna go peek, look for some information. This is the Ram 7, Seymour.
I was gonna say, I haven't seen the Ram 7 in forever. It's been years since I've seen this gun, but Sue, you know, he's feeling it right now. He's going to get the buyback onto one. You know, only $700 away from getting a buyback onto the second one, so doable to get your team back to full strength. And I like that you brought up about, you know, the success that this team has found inside of timed kill races, because Queens University was one of those teams who, in custom lobbies, they didn't have the best showing, but when things swapped over to kill races, this was a team that flourished, and they started finding themselves in the top 5 situations, and it was this guy on screen right here, Sue, that was making it happen.
Sometimes you just have to have that one player. Like, yes, everyone's going to find success. And if you're no stranger to competitive Call of Duty, the timed kill race format is taking place in public lobbies. That means you are coming across just anyone. And we've seen players from different schools kind of enter the same lobby and fight each other. And it's kind of fun, right? But you have to know that maybe one player excels in that format a little better. Sure, your gunning and your talent is going to stay the same, whether it's customs or it's in public lobbies. That doesn't really matter. But some people have the ability to navigate Caldera more effectively and quickly to find hot POI to hot POI, whether you're tracking the loadout marker right? You see the red smoke coming up from the loadout, whether you see a mobile buy. Any of these moments are going to signify that there is an enemy team nearby. And Sue, 16 eliminations, now has Jen and Narcissist back up and ready to go. They are in the end game looking for a 2x multiplier, but I'm starting to think that Sue, this may be like a ground weapon that they picked up from an enemy player, because he's leveling it up left and right, gonna get tagged up, forced to kind of back down and reshield up. Plenty of shields available to them.
Right now, Queen's University are treading dangerous waters in their positioning. I mean, you're inside a building, but you're still outside of the circle for next. So eventually you're going to have to leave this building. And when you do, I can imagine that, you know, with 6 teams still alive, including Queen's Esports, there's going to be a lot of eyes on this trio as soon as they leave. But they want to gatekeep on the outside. You can see in the kill feed, it's lighting up for a few kills. Narcissist is going to find a knock onto one, a knock onto a second as well. So, you know, things not looking too bad for Queen's Esports in this situation, as now Sue, he needs to keep his eyes out for this team that was putting some pressure on him, because if they can gatekeep another one, it's just going to add to the kills for Queen's Esports. A full team wipe comes through from Narcissist, so he is working from that roof. And there's nobody around the back. I mean, maybe a gas mask was allowing the team who was behind them to get around that situation, but no matter it, eventually you're going to have to see Sue get to the roof, and he does.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a buy station back there. So I think it was really smart, because if any other team in this lobby had decided to make a last-minute play with a gas mask or a PDS to try and go out there and purchase back their teammates, would have been some easy pickings for Sue and co. But now just staying in these buildings here on the outskirts of mines is going to be the best way forward. But you just want to make sure that no one's lurking within, because this could be maybe a rat or something just kind of up in the rafters above them. But Sue and co clearing it out, trying to find where their next victims are going to be. 5 teams remaining, and they want to have some massive early on games, so you're not finding yourself hours deep in a timed kill race having to replace so many games. If you started off strong, that's the best way forward.
Hey, you don't want to be in crunch time at the end. It's too much to handle sometimes in these timed kill races. So definitely a strong start here. I mean, you saw Narcissist was putting up kills too. I can only imagine what work Jen's been putting in. 5 teams, 4 excluding Queens. You're going to take up shop in the next warehouse. Nobody's going to be in here, so this is free for them to just set up in, and this is great positioning. Just look at the circle. People are going to have to start walking towards this building, and as soon as they do, I can imagine that Queens are going to have eyes on.
I love that you brought that up, that this building was free. How is this building free?
Right?
I don't care if it's customs. I don't care if it's pubs. This building should not have been free. The moment the circle started to pull this area, you should have made your rotation in. But good for Sue and Queen's Esports to take advantage of that, because they look to be locked and loaded, ready to find their first victory of the day here in the College Warzone playoffs. And what better way? Now you see a lot of loot over there as well. And if Jen and Narcissist getting tagged up.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be shield crack. Jen's gonna find it down.
Yeah, Jen's got some nice shots there, so down into the smoke it looked like. And a full elimination too coming through from the team. That's a team wipe again for Queen Esports. Sue is he is just lasered on to the outskirts right now. Another team goes down, it's going to be a 3v1, so a rat for Queen's Esports to pick up, and as soon as they do, that 2 times multiplier, I mean, they are going to be in such a good position for the start of this kill race.
I mean, it couldn't be better. They already had 20 advanced starting points, so to couple it with a W, this is going to shoot them up the leaderboard just here at the very beginning with a W in game number 1 of the day. And you're right, 3v1. I think they found the player already knocked, and there goes the full elimination. There it is. W on the board for Queen's Esports. First win of the broadcast for College Warzone playoffs, and I expect many more to be coming out through these times.
And look at that, Sue. You know, he just lays back in his chair. Easy as ever. It's business, you know, for Queens going into the playoffs. They are not worried one bit. And, I mean, you compare that to what we saw from Western University's start. I mean, those are completely different parallels. And that is definitely going to shoot them up the board, like you were saying. But let's take a look at their first-place team, CSU Rams Alpha, as they're going to be in another high-kill game here. We got Staka on 11 eliminations, so double digits again for the player that we're going to be watching.
Yeah, and this team actually came in with 40 advanced starting points. So pretty much an entire average game to already have under your belt. This is the way you want to go. And with high eliminations, grabbing those UAVs, we saw where the end ring is going to be pulling. It's going to include factory and some empty areas. So you need to make sure that when you're going in, do you have someone that's playing a long-range weapon that can cover if you're hiding behind a rock? Because you're not sure which area it's going to pull just yet. But hitting the redeploy balloon, Staka getting prepped and ready. You can see on their map, they're chasing that buy station. Players are just kind of ballooning all around them. Staka gonna jump down with that XM4, looking beautiful. Finds a nice knock, looking to make a second, but gets tagged up. Has the durable gas mask though, so kitted out completely.
Yeah, he kitted out completely, and he's using the geyser to a little bit of natural cover. You look at his teammates, going to be front, up close and personal. Precision airstrike's going to be dropped to hopefully scatter the team that they're looking at, but considering they got the first initial knock, I can assume that the confidence here for the team is going to be through the roof as the UAV is going to be called in from Optimal Flames. A couple more red dots are going to pop up. They peek over the ridge, and now, hello, goodbye. Another double kill for them to pick up. Yet another team wipe for CSU Rams, and they're not too far away from another team. So right now, our #1 team is looking to contain that #1 position.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we should bring up. You know, in our Goats and Glory interview earlier today, Chief Cox and all of the other members that we have met have always harped on teamwork. When you talk about the play that you just witnessed, the enemies were kind of split already. So CSU Rams, they went ahead and split and then kind of just eliminated everyone in their pathway. And now Staka already with another member looking to go ahead and throw a Semtex through the window. So he's not going to connect though, but where'd the player go? Got to get some eyes on them. Looks like, you know, it's Snowy's going to find a down, and that's going to be a full for them. So that might have been the player in the area as well, but they are just in full on mode right now. Going to grab another UAV, hit the redeploy balloon, find the nearest red dots. This is how it's done.
Oh, exactly. We assume that this UAV is going to be called in very soon. They still have eyes on the next. It's time to go hunting. Oh, player dropping in. Nice shots there from Stock. I mean, brilliant shots there from Stock. Oh, my. He showed up to play today.
Look, I know we talk about the UGM and all of that, but this XM4 is looking spicy here today. This was one of my favorite weapons when it had its time as kind of the most viable weapon. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm just like, yo, let's see how it goes at a distance. A little bit of recoil, but still not bad. Able to crack a couple shields, but not fully broken. So there we go. One player fully broken, but the call is going to come out. You do know those players are there. But we got to look to the map. Where are the teammates? Do they have a line of sight on those enemy teams?
Yeah, right now they're kind of funneling them on into their players, their teammates' line of sight. I like the, you know, shots there from Staka. It burns the resources of the team before they can enter the point of interest, so not going to be at full strength when they do take this gunfight. And you look at the minimap, you look that Snowy has the high ground, teammate has the roof control, and Staka's looking to spearhead this attack right through the middle of this warehouse. They have him surrounded, and it's only a matter of time before they get these kills. Looks like they want to take the battle around the corner. Loadout's being picked up, but not for long. Here comes CSU Staka. Another one's going to be there, and a full down onto the rest. 15 kills for the main captain of the team.
I'm not gonna lie, that player had no idea that Staka was going to just be right there, and it looked like he was like, just let me jump anywhere. I just want to get out of the line of fire, but Staka was like, easy pickings right there. 15 eliminations. You hear the comms flying. This team is working so well together. They already have a line of sight on the next team. 7 teams left in the lobby, and they're looking to clean it up.
Yeah, even more assist and elimination there. Looks like Snowy's being hunted, so action's not done yet. Only a 1 ping on the threat level, so still have some time to move. You can see there's a buggy just on the outside of this point of interest, so still more players flooding into this area. 6 teams, 5 excluding CSUA. Ooh. And I'm listening to the comms here. It seems like they know exactly where they need to look. Snowy's going to battle out on that contract, and he's actually going to take the win. So it doesn't matter if you're hunting Snowy. You don't want to hunt Snowy. He's going to be ready for the fight, and this guy has been on a tear for CSU.
I know we were talking about Queen's University starting off really strong, but CSU Rams are just kind of doubling down and say, hey, we can have some fire shots as well. Let's get a nice little dual screen here. We've got Staka Rams on the right and Schmalz from Fisher Falcons A on the left, and they seem to both be doing work. We have Schmalz electing to use that STG.
Schmalz is one of my favorite players that I've seen in College Warzone so far, too. I'm not sure if, people might not remember back in qualifier number 6, but this guy was in a 1v3. He jumped off the top of airport into a plane and escaped the whole action. It was crazy. This guy is a blast to watch, and I'm glad to see him back here in the playoffs. This is one of the teams that I noted that is a little bit of a quieter team, Tiff, but somebody you have to keep your eyes on from the outside of that top 10.
Keep your eyes on them for sure. Staka, 17 eliminations to the name. We see Schmalz is in double digits as well. Both of these teams, 3 squads remaining, looking to kind of put it together, make sure that this is a moment. They each want to start off their day with some W's. Queen's University already found one under their belt. They're looking for that 2x multiplier, and Staka finds some early damage in, gonna throw that precision airstrike and regain. Move a little bit further, but Schmalz still up on the rooftop. Precision airstrike incoming for him. Gonna have to take cover.
He gets evicted from the roof. Now time to take up shop on the inside. Gotta watch out for the windows, though, because I know those precision airstrikes, they can be a little bit dicey. And you are still looking at that outside, but Schmalz now is going to cut the corners, trying to get a little bit aggressive. Opens the door, peekaboo, and shots are going to break the armor. Now looking to hunt down the rest. Full down with the throwing knife. Now stuck on the inside, but seems like he is in a safe territory. The rest of his team is down for the count, so now you need Schmalz to go big. He's got the gas max. He's going to go around the outside, take the duel, breaks the armor onto one, but now that you've given away your position, this is not going to be a good spot for Schmalz to be in.
Yeah, not able to get the down, which would have been really critical there. There's only 5 other people. Actually, technically 4 if you count the down teammate, but he's going to go in for the res. I think that's going to be mission critical as well. And now you look over at CSU Rams. They're kind of relegated to a duo as well.
Uh-oh, through the window, takes the gunfight. He's going to go down because his teammate get the trade. It doesn't look like he can, so Fisher, College Alpha, going to walk away with a 3rd place finish for one of their starting games. That's going to be a solid walk away for, the Falcons there, but definitely not what they wanted when they were in that situation. We're going to snap back over, though, to CSU Rams A. 2 teams left. It looks like it's going to be a 2v1. Staka and Snowy against a lonesome player in the trio. And Staka's got 20 kills. Are you kidding me?
This is our first 20 bomb of the College Warzone broadcast that we have seen live on broadcast. Not saying that someone else hasn't recreated this, but they're looking to find themselves in a 2x multiplier. And if they stick together, get a good line of sight, this should be easy pickings with a team shoot. You're kind of utilizing the rocks for some natural cover, or, just want to feel like a mountain goat for the time being. This is what Caldera is known for, the terrain, the topography of this map, and you are using it to your advantage, and that other player is probably trying to hide.
I mean, you call them mountain goats all you want. These guys are Rams, and they're ready to take these fights head on, Tiff. 20 kills for Staka is unbelievable to open up the night. I thought we were getting a show out of Western and Queens, but CSU Rams are just proving why they're the #1 team today. I don't know where this player is going to be. When they find him, I imagine it's either going to be, beside a rock somewhere on the cliffside or either in a bush. But when they do, I mean, what is this? 40 points for Staka alone off of a 2x multiplier. And Snowy was putting up some major kills for the team, so this is going to be a big takeaway for the already accumulated 40 points for that first seed takeaway.
Yeah, I feel as if Staka said maybe they already had a line of sight on that player. But, oh, there you go. I see him. Snowy.
Oh,
no,
he fell.
Snowy fell. This is what happens when you navigate the rocks, having to come back, getting some damage. Now Staka gonna go down and look as well, but hit the Claymore. Not what you want to have happened.
Oh, Snowy's gonna be there though for the trade, and that's all you need. What is that? 23, 43 kills for the team. Oh my word, that is an 86-point game for CSU to start off. A whole 126 points for that first place spot.
I mean, that's massive. You couple that with your advanced starting points of 40, you're already sitting at 126 points here in the College Warzone playoffs. And that's kind of how you want to go. They're setting the standard, right? They came in already in the lead and are looking to keep that momentum moving forward. But here's my pick of the day, Seymour. The first time we're getting to see them on the broadcast. KSU COD, welcome to the Warzone playoffs. Beloved on your screen. Looking to go ahead and get Phantom back in and maybe start that momentum. 14 eliminations for Beloved, Seymour.
And this is a team that hasn't had the, the brightest showcasing in the qualifiers. Yes, they qualify for playoffs, but they never were able to find themselves in that top 3 until qualifier number 7. And it was a struggle for the team because you got consistency out of a few players, but it never out of all 3 at once throughout the days. So if they could piece together what they were able to find in that qualifier number 7, maybe even, change things up to, even move to the next level, KSU can be a dark horse going into this playoff, as we've seen them put up crazy numbers inside of kills, but the placings are where they always fell a little bit short in those games by, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. So if they can, couple those high kill games with high placements, KSU, they will be a standout team today.
And that's what you need to have happen, because this is where the major money is on the line. $3,000 for first place alone. And you want to make sure that you're navigating this timed kill race to get yourself and your school in the lion's share of that prize money. And you can see Beloved and Co. are just kind of giving out some pointers. They know there's an enemy team looking to rotate into the zone. They're electing to play and kind of gatekeep, right? There's a risk that comes along with that strategy, Seymour. Anytime that you decide to gatekeep someone, there is always the possibility that you run that someone's just going to gatekeep you a little bit later, but you do need to find as many eliminations as possible. And when you're running a little bit low on cash and you don't really have any UAVs, because there's only 10 teams left. So we're kind of entering that end game portion, and the ring is still so large.
It's kind of that astronaut on the moon meme with the guns to the back of your head. Like, I'm the one being kept.
Yeah.
It's always been like that. It's been like that all game long. Whenever you drop into Warzone, you're being gate kept, because there's always going to be a team looking to third-party you, even if you're third-partying somebody else. That's what happens when we are playing games like this. But another elimination is going to be there. Looks like Beloved's got the backup for his team. A team wipe for KSU, so another solid set of kills there and minimal damage, too. I think only a plate was broken onto Phantom.
And I think that's something that teams need to kind of prioritize, right? Especially towards that end game. It's making sure that you're taking on minimal damage so you can save your resources. And as soon as I say that, Phantom going to go down. We're not sure how, because that happened off screen, but let's cut to a nice little moment where we can see 2 different schools. We got Kirch from Florida Gulf Coast University on your right. This is one of the teams that we highlighted towards the beginning, and Beloved from KSU COD on the left, both frying out in that end game area. 14 eliminations. 15 for Beloved, but Beloved relegated to the last man standing for the team.
Oh, no. Going big, though. Another one. That's 16 kills. Trying to stay alive with a sim shot. Messing enough, but a 2v1, and that is going to be the demise of KSU in that game. And then a picture, we get to see FGCU on the other end, finding a Warzone victory, too. So a win at the end of it for FGCU when we see KSU. Actually, whoa, Beloved's got a redeploy token, so it's not done just yet for them. So he's going to be back into the map. Still another chance for KSU to go through this. I called it a little bit too early, Tiff, but look at the numbers there for FGCU. 15, 15, 10.
I mean, massive for FGCU. They had wrote on Twitter, they're not doing it just for their school. They're doing it for their city today. It's not just the club, it's the city, and I love seeing them find a nice W here on stream. We saw O-Rose coming back from the gulag and unfortunately going to get kind of decimated there towards the end, but no worries. We're going to jump on over to CSU Rams B. The Parker Fries on your screen. And sometimes when I think of fries, I think of, fries. But in this sense, Parker Fries, he's a fryer inside of Warzone.
CSU has a wonderful story. Oh my God, Parker Fries. I'm going to get hungry.
Right?
It's like lunch just passed, and I had, a banana muffin. So it's like, I'm sitting here like, I want some fries now, Parker. Thank you. Thank you very much. But even still, I was saying, CSU, they have a wonderful story through College Warzone. Not only is CSU Rams Alpha, the most consistent team throughout College Warzone, but they also have a chance for 2 schools to get into the top 5. With CSU Rams B also being in top 10, I mean, that is a huge showing for the school to come into College Warzone and not only put 1, but 2 teams in the top 10 for College Warzone.
I mean, you might as well go out with a bang, right? This could very well be one of the last Warzone tournaments that will be placed on Caldera at this level. So go out on top. You've got not one, but 2 teams inside the top 10. I love that you brought that up, because if you're just joining us here and you are looking for a school or someone to root for, I just want to give a note. A lot of these players are content creators on the side as they navigate their COD careers, and you kind of pick up on it. You can see Parker Fries has those fries on the right, but also finding nice downs ahead of them, electing to use that XM4 as well. It's always Serpentine, Seymour. Always Serpentine.
Always. Always. It's always been. It always will be. Serpentine is just. Serpentine is that guy. It's just how it is. You just can never get around it, but it looks like Parker now looking for the full down. Baits out the enemy, and that's going to be another down here for CSU Rams. Can't get the thirst, though. The kill will get confirmed, but in doing so, Parker Fries goes down. And now his teammates need to go big. They find the team wipe. They're going to be able to bring back Parker to the action. Now the only question I have, Parker, if you're watching this, I need to know, what are your favorite fries? Where are they from? I need to know. You brand yourself after fries. I need to know what your favorite fries are.
Now, like, I would have thought it would have been like fries, as in like my gunny skills, but when you see the graphics of their stream with fries on them, this is a valid question. But hey, finding another team wipe to their name, maybe they're looking for the prize money to go on a massive fry binge. If I had to pick fries, you know, McDonald's, as always, has some really classically good but bad for you French fries.
Yeah, I'm more so like Five Guys fries.
Oh,
come on.
Well, you're getting an order of fries, and then it turns out to be the entire bag if you're going there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. You get
it's a bargain.
An unlimited supply of fries and Cajun. Oh my goodness. Let's push up to this house. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. But you know, right now the only thing we get to trade ourselves with is some really nice Warzone action. Until we move over to Northwood. So CSU Rams A, we'll see how they, fare out in the rest of it. Now we get to see how this team is. Northwood going down in this game. And it was a story that we talked about. This team has something to prove now. They were on the rise at the start of College Warzone. The champions from the 2021-2022 year of CCL. And you go into College Warzone being the #1 team in the first 2 qualifiers. And then towards the end of it, in Qualifier 7, you don't even show up. You lose that first seeding. You move down to 4th. You replace Thugger with Dak. There's almost a sense of redemption now for Northwood.
Right, at this point, you mentioned it. They have something to prove. They won Qualifier 1. They won Qualifier 2. And then we kick over to that time kill race format, and they kind of took a couple qualifiers to really find their footing. Then you mentioned they bring in Dak, and they kind of, I'm not going to say they bench Thugger, but Bink finding some successes. This team is looking to kind of get some high ground on them by hitting that redeploy balloon. But with Bink only having 1 weapon, that's going to be that Cooper carbine, unfortunately running out of ammo, you're relegated to just a pistol and a precision airstrike in the air. You're pretty much, I think, at like a high-level view, you're like running around like a little ant at this point.
It is on your tiptoes trying to, work around this precision airstrike. It's crazy out here inside of Storage Town, but Bink trying to find some ground loot, and there's nothing. It's completely tapped. This whole point of interest is empty, and Bink is definitely not going to be in a good position because of it. He's going to be dropped low, trying to stay alive, slides around the corner, but before that gets knocked, and Infinite now left alone, able to at least find a fully limb onto another one. So Infinite's not done yet. Infinite's one of those players who were the champions of the CCL in the last season. So this is not a player to overlook whatsoever. He is a strong solo. The only thing is, in Warzone, you don't get the same leeway as you do it in 4v4.
To be fair, they did run across several Akatsuki members in that public lobby, so it's only fair for my anime fans out there. If you're gonna run up against Pain and Kisame, like, what's gonna happen? Look, I always have to fit anime in a cast at some point in time in my life, and that just, really did it for me there. I know, Seymour, you and I have a story there. We were members of the Akatsuki for that college COD Warzone Open last year. Yeah, 1 year ago today was our time of well, not today. It was on Halloween, obviously, but you get the point.
I mean, if you're gonna go Kisame, you gotta. Your duo needs to be Itachi. you need to, like, if you're going to be Payne, you need to be Conan. Like, you got to get it right at least. Come on.
You got to get it right indeed. But Texas State Esports on your screen, that's going to be Draco and spectating Judy. But Draco coming back. Now they're at full strength. They've got the full trio, and Draco doesn't have to spectate anymore. There's a loadout available to them. 3 eliminations. They're still kind of in that mid-game, looking to find some success here and kick it off strong.
Another team that I labeled as a notable, out of the top 10 team to watch out for, because Tactic and Draco, last year they didn't, have as good a CCL season as they before they, focused their efforts into Halo, and they were the college Halo champions. So, I mean, a multi-FPS champion at that, because, you move back into CCL and they were putting up numbers. They were finding success. So this is a team that, they can do it all in some sense. Now looking to, go into Warzone and repeat that in yet another game. Showcase how good these players actually are across multiple titles, and going into the playoffs, you have to look at this team as somebody who can show up on a day and absolutely slay.
I love that you've mentioned the multi-titles, right? Because you're just asserting dominance on so many different levels at that point. And quite frankly, I don't have the skill to be able to compete in Warzone nor translate that to multiple titles. So if you're looking for people, if you're in chat and you're like, hey, I'm rooting for this goal, well, hey, maybe Texas State Esports should get your vote. And I say that Judy gonna fall, and looks like Draco's just trying to utilize that Gorenko that got a little bit of a nerf in that mid-season patch, but able to get a nice down from distance. Doesn't have too many bullets, so has to be a little conservative with the ammunition available, trying to dodge that cluster strike and kind of enclose the distance between him and that enemy team and really get in there to help out that last member of the team.
Yeah, Tactic was able to clean up that down that he found, so the kill was confirmed, but here comes the next. Nice shots there from Draco, the full armor break, and just falling into the arms of Tactic. Another one bites the dust against Texas State Esports, and it looks like they want to reap the rewards. The only thing is, here comes the third party. Tactic's going to go down. Draco all alone, shimmies into the showers, and this is scary. This is scary. This is not where you want to be. Out the window, going to have a little bit of a rude awakening from scrambled eggs, and 13th place for Texas State Esports in one of their first games.
Yeah, that's okay. You got plenty of hours and time left to kind of get your 6 immaculate games in. Let's cut on over to Fisher Falcons B. You've got Dylan, Rex, Freeway, Phantoms. This team as well, Seymour, was great to highlight, because I feel like throughout the timed kill races, as soon as we got into like qualifier 5, qualifier 6, qualifier 7, this team was finding a lot of success.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you expect, when you put Phantoms and Rex on the same exact team. I mean, these two players have been, it feels like they've been playing together in, Challengers, CCL, now College Warzone since the beginning of time. So when you put them together on a team, you expect to get good results. And the fact that they're sitting in 10th place, I know that these players, they're not going to be okay with that. They want more. So here they're looking to take more. As Freeway's going to start the action, he's going to find a knock as the first. Dylan Rex will go down from a stray shot. So has to be a little bit careful now the way that the Falcons approach the rest of this, as you're looking at Falcons to take up shot, but Freeway, he's still taking the gunfights. He's going to find another knock. Here comes the help now from Phantoms. They're going to get some good shots as the rest of them. A team wipe for the Falcons, and that brings Rex back to the action.
Yeah, reset coming back in, and I'm looking at the qualifier 7 results. Fisher College right here, your screen, your team on screen, 410 points, just 28 points shy of overtaking Western University. So very consistent and coming in strong. Phantoms on your screen, going to find another knock as well, but the trade coming in. Now they're going to have to get the reset onto Freeway. Oh, you hear it. The comms coming in. A buyback just in the distance now, trying to go ahead and get a knock there as well. The RA225, I hear it. It almost sounds like a burst version of it, which is kind of interesting. That may be a ground loot weapon?
Possibly. In a kill race, when you see that red smoke from a buyback, you're probably hoping to take this gunfight as fast as possible to just rack up even more kills. And here it is, floating on in. The down's going to be there from Phantoms. Nice overwatch here from the AR. And you can see his teammates closing the gap throughout this with their SMGs. They're going to get right into the action. Rex lines up too, gets the full knock onto the one that Phantoms found floating through the air, and that's only going to leave one last alive. Gets cleaned up, and right now, Falcons, they just keep on tallying up these kills. They keep on tallying up the points, and they're looking good.
Looking good. I do love this. The fact is they were able to find success. It's like, hey, go buy back again. They landed directly on the player that bought them back, even though, so the comms clearly didn't come through. Hey, there's a full team on us. Maybe you shouldn't land back here, but Fisher Falcons, they're like, hey, please land on us. We're looking to rack up some elimination shots coming in on Phantoms, having to shield up, but Freyway in the distance going to find a nice down as well, and they're just gatekeeping at this point, about to hit double eliminations for Phantoms. This is going to be a fantastic game for them. Doing a really good job.
Freeway was the only question mark to me on this team, but he is playing fantastic today. You know, just providing that extra support to Phantoms with this AR, just picking up the, the finishers on kills, even starting these gunfights with a couple kills, and Freeway's going to find another one. So you see Phantoms has 10 eliminations right now in this game. I can only imagine what Freeway has, because he was the only, question mark factor for this team that I had, and I'm seeing him put in the work right now. I can see why they want to run a player like Freeway with them.
Yeah, and now Rex going down so incredibly fast, but able to give kind of some information to the team. You see they're kind of split in that sense, trying to find some success. There is a loadout available to them. Can they navigate to the buy station? They have plenty of cash to get Rex back, and they can go ahead and get back on their loadout and start going. There's only 3 other teams in the vicinity, and the circle's kind of large. So with Rex coming in from the sky, should be able to give them that information and say, hey, I know exactly where a team is going to be. Let's go ahead and do that. They want to get that $3,000 for first place here in the College Warzone playoffs. But hey, if you're watching at home, Seymour, we have some really cool things. So not only do the players get some W's and some kind of incentives for being here, but we will have some giveaways throughout the day, and we will be doing them at each break. So keep an eye out for those.
For sure. We'll let you know when we do get to those intermissions what to watch out for. And for now, watch out for Fisher Falcons, because they are on a tear. Rex is going to go down again, but it looks like he's got that self-res, so will bring himself back. No, Freeway's going to pick him up. So both teammates on top of each other there, holding hands on the inside of the building, just making sure they're safe and sound. The contract's going to be there to hunt down Rex, so making sure that they keep their teammate as comfortable as possible. As Phantoms is going to spot another around the rock. He's going to drop down. Re-up on the shields. Peeks back in for the wide swing. No, nobody's home. Trying to hunt down this last player. I have no idea. It must be Harry Houdini he's going up against, because he's long gone.
Ooh, little distance shots controlling the flow of the outgoing, but you hear that Freeway said, I just got sniped, calling out some information there. Rex still being hunted, now a level 3 threat, so there's people in the vicinity, and I don't like the split nature of this team. Rex getting tagged up. Phantoms, you're going to have to provide some assistance here.
Yeah, Phantom's just going for the high ground control. Makes his placing known, so now just in a sticky situation. He doesn't know where they're going to peek up. Finally, going to be taken down in the gunfight, and that's a 4th place finish for Fisher Falcons. Not too shabby for themselves, but, the contract at the end of it, with it going from 0 to 100 so fast, I'm sure that was a little bit surprising for the Falcons to, find themselves in that position so quickly. And like you did say in the comms, when Freeway goes down, he says, I got sniped from behind. So whoever was running that contract, obviously it's if they were ready to take that fight.
Ready to take that fight. They were approaching, and now they were kind of trying to navigate that upper high ground. You always want ultimate high ground. You want to look for those power positions, the god tier spots that can provide. When you're on the lower ground and someone has a superior height advantage, that's just kind of what happens.
It's kind of what happens for sure. And, what a start we get to the playoffs today. Plenty of teams showing up. Everybody, putting in work. Nobody falling behind. We've seen countless double-digit kill games. Even a 20 bomb from CSU to open things up. That first place team looking to hold on to their first place spot. And for everybody watching, wondering, what were those giveaways that you guys were talking about? We got Fanatical cards again, $50 gift cards to look out for. That we're going to be giving away throughout these breaks. Exclamation mark raffle in chat. Make sure that you're at least trying to, walk away with some free swag here. I mean, you get that $50 Fanatical card, you get some neat games through Fanatical to grind out in your off time. So big shout out to Fanatical for giving us some gift cards to give away here in the streams. So you got to watch out for that between breaks 1, 2, 3. For every single break, you watch out for it. So lots and lots of Fanatical to pick up throughout the day. But that's going to be it for our first wave of games here in the playoffs. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, set number 2. We'll see you there. Welcome back to College Warzone, everybody. Quick little break, but we're going to be right back into the second wave, quick as could be. My name's Seymour, with me, Tiff. And, Tiff, I was not really, I guess I was really impressed with, what we saw in that first wave of plays there. A lot of teams, were coming into today, in very high positions, and I was wondering if that consistency was going to stay true, and it has so far. This consistency is definitely here in College Warzone.
I mean, they've had 5 qualifiers of the timed kill race format to kind of get things under their belt. And maybe they didn't show up strong in the first 1 or maybe 2. And it took them a couple times to really find that momentum. And I think that once you find the strategy, you can kind of watch a lot of players, right? Maybe go back, do some VOD review, see what some teams are doing, looking for signals of how to find more people, because that's your key to success. Obviously, we know that these are very talented players, and that Gunny's going to apply, like I said, whether they're playing in customs or they're playing in public lobbies, but the ability to find the eliminations and get to those heavily populated areas is going to be key. And then once you get down to where there's maybe 5 to 8 teams remaining, finding success on how you navigate and maximize that end game to get to that 2x multiplier. I mean, we've already had an 86-point game.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was our #1 team as well, CSU Rams A. 86-point game, on top of an already 40-point start to, the leaderboard. It nets them 126 points right off the get-go. Still not able to hold that first place spot because Fisher Falcons B, Phantoms, Rex, and Freyway, I thought that was their first game that we got to see, but apparently they had an even bigger one. And 158 points from 12 points to start off in 10th is a crazy start for the team.
Crazy start. I'm looking at their scores. They have an 86-point game, and then game number 2 already logged with 60 points. And everyone on their team is averaging well into the double digits, and that's what you need to do here. Florida Gulf Coast doing it for the city, finding themselves in 3rd, and then VCU COD finding themselves within the top 10 as well. So shout out to Chief Cox rooting for VCU here today. But we've got OG Capo on your screen with that Illini COD, and you know how strong they are. Every time we cut to this team, a 20 bomb, the second one on the broadcast of the day. 4 teams remaining, looking to kind of really set their tone here today.
I know how strong this team is, but starting off at 9th place for the qualifiers, or through the qualifiers into playoffs, you definitely know that this team has some, improvements to make, even still. So going into the playoffs, looking at them to take that next step. And Capo, Tito, starting off strong already in this end game. They find 2 kills between the 2 of them. Actually, a team wipe for them as well. So 4 trios left, including Illini COD. They're going to have eyes onto the next ones, just feeding information over to Exy that's holding an off angle and a crossfire from above. So really good spread right now Illini has throughout this end circle.
Oh, look at the damage that OG Capo is putting down with that automaton. And it's so funny to me because this gun did receive minimal nerfs that people are still saying, hey, the nerfs they don't matter. I'm still finding so much success with them. And now we just need to find some munitions for OG Capo because this is endgame. Sure, there's only 1 other team remaining. You know exactly where they are, but you do have 100 bullets to do it in and 2 shields to your name. Damage going out, finding some damage, gets a knock. That's going to be really mission critical. XD finds a full down as well and a knock of their own. So now there should only be 1 more player left standing in the way of Illini COD finding themselves a game win. Massive victory here, Seymour.
23 kills from Capo as well. So, just to put the cherry on top to that 2 times multiplier, 23 kills from Capo. You still saw good numbers from the rest of the team as well. Maybe not double digits for a couple of them, but crazy. At that, I saw Snowy in that too. So KSU were in that game. They just weren't able to, come out on top with it. So unfortunate, for themselves, but an insane, walk away there from Illini COD for that. We get to look now at a head-to-head between KSU and Western Esports. So if this is, a run back of what we just saw, this means that Western, KSU, and Illini were all in the same game.
Wait, they're in in the same building. One's on the roof, one's underneath hanging out in that jigsaw-styled Bertha. And they both are putting up some really substantial numbers. And I feel like if you're going to be getting into a lobby with another school's team, you are both fighting for those eliminations because you're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
This could be a low elim game for both of these teams because if you're both going through it, look at that 9 on the right for Richie at Western Esports, KSU COD sitting at 7 for Beloved. Still, only 2 of them alive for this end game, and it's getting kind of spicy.
I'm running back in this time.
You know, eventually you get to look at this as a situation where this is a kill race. You know, maybe if you have a head-to-head with another team, you know, you can still find some success in it. But when you have 3 teams all doing the same thing, this is the worst position that you could be in for a kill race, because that is definitely going to run you thin throughout the rest of it. I mean, we saw KSU, they still found 23 kills at the end of it for Capo, so they were still, you know, tearing it up. But for the rest of them, Western and KSU, this is a little bump in the road that is this college Warzone playoff run.
A little bump, as well as a precision airstrike incoming once again for KSU COD as they're just trying to save that Bertha. A little bit of health remaining, and Richie out of ammo for the AR, the UGM, that LMG not going to be able to be utilized. You only have to rely on your SMG, that Arma. At a distance, it can be kind of dicey, so maybe your teammates are going to help you by navigating, and hey, someone's in their building and going to jump down. That was Exy. There we go.
Yeah, Axie's going to be down for the count, so good start here from the side of Western Esports. Now for the communication, because you can see that the circle's closing in. A couple players, you know, camping out in these houses. But you look through the wall for Western Esports, they have a complete crossfire between it. Western now looking to, you know, push forward a little bit. Another kill from Richie, but, you know, what are we going to get for the rest of this team as we take a closer look at Western Esports? A dub. A dub for the team. 26 kills from Wheels. 13 from Zuzi. 11 from Richie. Unreal.
Look, I'm not very good at math when it comes to doing math on a broadcast, but was that 50 eliminations, Seymour, making for a 100-point win? If you're KSU COD and you know you're in the same game, you saw them spectating them at the end of that, right? They're like, hey, we got eliminated by Western Esports. Let's spectate them a little bit. But had they actually known and kind of realized that, that's a moment where, like, we want to deny as many multiplier points to the other team as possible. So had they not come out on top, you know, you would have been sitting probably in second place with 1.85. Sure, at the magnitude of eliminations that they had, it still would have been massive points. But Queens Esports, no stranger to putting up massive amounts of points in these style formats, and they are looking to keep on the momentum moving. 7 eliminations for Sioux. Let's see what they can do.
Well, only got to see him for a brief moment. We're going to take a look over to Texas State Esports now. As Draco, only 5 eliminations, 8 teams.
Oh shit, he's all
Knocking up on another one. Draco in hand, has to back down. A shot out of left field, and that's going to rip all the armor away from Draco. Has to resupply. Tactic goes down too, so whoever this is that they're going up against, they are just not missing right now. Draco's got to be careful. Looking to pull things back. Renko shot's not the cleanest either, so we'll be able to at least get 1 tag. But now look at the rest of his team. Judy's done. Tactic, almost no HP. Draco should be solo dolo for the moment, but Tactic's able to resupply on those armor. Even get the health back and a kill. They're forced off from the precision airstrike, but still a kill picked up there from Draco. Not too bad for Texas State Esports. Still a chance to turn this around.
You talk about Draco, you're like, hey, maybe those shots aren't the best. Like, almost like Draco heard you, because he hit the next 2 shots with Renko, but now Tactic going to fall out again. This is really spicy. You don't want to have a sniper and an SMG in your hand and being the one that the team that has to clutch it up. There's only 6 squads in this lobby, hitting the stim, trying to regain. It's not going to happen because you do not have the numbers available to you, but you do have the gulag.
Yeah, you're not out totally just yet. If you're Tactic and Draco, you still have another chance. The gulag is now, so that's perfect timing for them to go down. Both get their way back into the game. Both have a second chance here. Loadout 2 to drop on, so even better for the squad. Fully looted out now. Not a lot of money, so they can't bring Judy back, but dropping into this situation just towards the outskirts of the circle, too. I mean, this isn't, like, a high action spot to drop in if you're Tactic or Draco Tiff. So, the fact that you're dropping towards this area should provide a little bit more comfortability in getting your bearings.
Yeah, I'm curious to see kind of how that pans out, but let's check on CSU Rams B. Double digits for Parker Fries. Still making me hungry enough where I had to go grab some popcorn, a little snack in between that break so I can watch all the insane action that the College Warzone playoffs have to, call. We've already seen 1 hour of gameplay. We're coming in that second hour, and this team kind of regained, but they're coming out. You hear them in the distance, Real Monk going, but it doesn't matter. There's a quick team wipe on your screen. You say don't ever chow me again, or am I just hearing things?
Oh my god,
He may have just said that.
You
know what? Rightfully so, too, because whoever that was had the jump onto
Really,
the team,
they did.
But immediately, every single player just snapped around and kind of took him down. So, a tough situation to be in when you walk up on 3 players, but, you got to pay the price eventually if you're going to try to tango with CSU Rams B. But Parker goes down just after dropping his shields. Didn't see where that player was. Oh, all the way up top, sniper in hand. So Parker gets dropped. That's going to be now Flying Squid and Real Monkey. They got to pick up where he left off.
Yeah, and you hear the comms coming in. You guys have to leave. There is a sniper in your distance and unfortunately going to get tagged up. If someone has a 3-line rifle and that's just chilling, they are going to hit their shots. That rifle is so good. Everyone always talks about the Gorenko, but this 3-line is going to be that normal sniper that people love to utilize. It can hit. I've seen some insane things. If you're talking about Warzone pros that a lot of these players are looking to kind of make something on, we're talking about college students here, but some of these Warzone pros, they hit like massive distance 3-line rifle shots. So once you get into a lobby, you have no idea who you're going up against. It could even be a neighboring school like we just witnessed a few POVs away.
Why don't we do the scav, get money for,
Let's take a look back over to a picture-in-picture with CSU Rams B and Texas State Esports because Tactic and Draco still well alive in their game. We get to, see how this pans out for the rest of it. Circle closing in even more, too, for Texas State Esports. So things are about to ramp up in the action for this duo. Because on the other end, Parker Fries and Real Monkey, or, well, Flying Squid and Real Monkey, because Parker Fries is down, still have a ways to go before they get into that final circle with 35 players still alive in the lobby. They need to start looting up, try to get Parker Fries back into this, because if not, you're in this deficit. As soon as you take your next fight, you're going to be playing a 2 versus 3, and that's not easy to do in any Warzone game.
No, definitely not. But the utilization of UGMs and kind of these weapons that have enough ammunition, if you take the vantage point and you're making sure that you're not taking any damage, you should easily be able to lay down enough. But as I say that, looks like Tactic on the right screen, kind of having to dodge any kind of utility. You're going to throw out Draco, utilizing that deployable cover, which is so beautiful for end games to be able to kind of cement and anchor your positioning and try to avoid any damage. But you hear it right in front of you, but Tactic going to be full down, and now Draco trying to rely on those nades to make sure they can get a high multiplayer. And on your left, Parker Fries, that's going to be a nice redeploy token usage, and they're just trying to make it to the end game still as well, but finding a little bit of challenge in their way.
And Draco gets information on the stun, trying to reposition. Knows he's not in a good spot. Shots are there, but low on ammunition.
Also the team by loadout could have moved left. Yep.
So you hear this Texas State Esports, just trying to feed as much information to each other as they can. Draco's going to go back to the deployable cover. Barely holding onto the circle, too. You look, he's just on the outside. So Texas State Esports, they need to keep their heads low. Right now, Draco just needs to wait to see if the action around him can ramp up before he takes this. There's 3 teams, so the 2 teams start fighting each other. It's a chance for Draco to start jumping on that opportunity. The only thing is, will that opportunity present itself? Because right now, those 2 teams, they might just be waiting for Draco to poke out.
Ooh, and that's not where you want to be. It's like, hey, why don't you guys just fight each other? Don't worry about me. And I feel like that always happens in end games. It's like they never fight each other. Or if you go to third party, they stop the fight completely and focus on you. And you can see that's kind of what's happening to Draco, getting completely tagged up, but has to move into that final ring. And there's no real cover in front of them. He's already utilized the deployable cover, which would have been so critical.
Both teams were looking at you.
In third place, they were just gatekeeping him. Rather unfortunate. But still finding themselves in a quite nice multiplier, so it should still be a very nice game for them.
We get to take a full point of view into CSU Rams B as they're trying to still work their way through this lobby. Real Monkey goes down. Parker has his armor cracked, so has to dip underneath this building for now. Able to at least, you know, get one plate back on, but losing out on a Real Monkey, that's not going to be easy. They were trying to get their loadout too. I'm not sure if Parker was able to, you know, get his loadout. Doesn't look like it. He wants to go back in to try again. He's only going to pick up what Real Monkey had, so at least it's better than nothing. He's going to get that second shield too, and Flying Squid, Parker Fries, both of the two just trying to bunker down right now. They don't know where those shots came from, it seems like, so still trying to find this information.
Yeah, you mentioned that the XM4, the Arma, very solid to utilize. Now down to 9 teams, so you're in that 1.35x multiplier, so not bad. And mind you, we are still at the beginning of this time slot for the timed kill race. There's plenty of hours to go, and some beautiful shots by Parker Fries right there. Not able to get the full thirst, has to go ahead and hit a stim because the shots are coming through, and these huts, they are not sturdy.
No, they are not sturdy at all. Those walls are paper thin. You gotta be careful. Gotta move through this. Oh, we get a picture of both Colorado State University teams, Rams A and Rams B, side by side now, trying to work through their games. As Rams A are looking for a dub. It's a 2v1 or 1v2. The other way around. Staka gets the eyes on the first. Nice shot there. Can't find the down, and peekaboo around the corner. It's the teammate, a little bait and switch action right there, and that's going to cost the game for CSU Rams A. Not too bad of a finish. Second place, 19 kills for Optimal Flame, so you know they're going to get plenty of points from that as well. But we hone back into Rams B, and they're still stuck. Now a precision airstrike going to be dropped on their head. Parker Fry just trying to, you know, evade as best as he can. Has more armor plates to work with, Tiff, so not too bad of a situation to be in, but Flying Squid's going to take some damage. Loses out on those shields. You need Parker Fries to watch your back right now if you're Flying Squid, and they still have no idea where these players are. Finally, Parker's going to get eyes on the player up top, back him up a little bit, give Flying Squid a little bit of breathing room, but this is not an easy position to be in right now.
Yeah, and when you're already down a Real Monkey, so you're 2v3ing, in a sense, any team that is going to be fully kitted up, and being split like this, I love that they're kind of trying to crunch the team that they have found. A good team wipe, you hear it, good stuff right out of you. And I'm looking at CSU Rams B right now, currently with 88.9 points. They put up a 54.4 point game. They came in with 18 placement points already. Get the buyback on a Real Monkey. They are staying consistent. If there's one thing that the CSU Rams, whether it's A or B squad, very consistent throughout the entire Warzone and this entire series, and now looking incredibly consistent in the playoffs. This is where it all comes down to. We've told you time and time again, $10,000 on the line, and I believe there's also $100 on the line for the player with the highest eliminations from any one game. And Parker Fries has his sights set on his next victim, not able to get the down, but is got to be at least one shot.
Well, we've already seen a 23 kill game, so right now that's the points to beat. You got to watch out for that throughout it. As we see one goes down, Flying Squid. It seems like Real Monkey wants to try to help his teammates out, but I like that you brought up again the accolades of this school. Whether you're A or B, both Rams teams being in the playoffs is definitely something to watch out for, as both of these teams are good. Both of these teams are strong. And it seems like this school is just looking to breed champions when they do put together these rosters. And right now, Parker Fry is showing, even though they are the B team, they are still a dangerous team to look out for, and 3 teams other than them to, you know, work around. If they can catch a dub here with these high kills, this is going to be a lot of points to net.
Yeah, and they do have that ultimate high ground, but there is someone in the distance. Parker Fries, I think I saw a face in the distance, and I'm nervous for you. Maybe maybe not. Maybe I'm seeing things. It could be a bird. If you play enough Warzone, you never know if it's a bird or a person, but someone has been shout out. They find another team wipe, now down to 3 teams. You hear the comms come in. They are up there. So maybe I wasn't crazy. Parker trying to utilize 22 bullets to make something happen. Finds a down. That player is so clueless. Gets a knock. He falls off the cliff and now hits the stim. Going inside, you just need to find one more member of that team, and then it is you and one other teammate in the distance.
Oh no!
going to
Let's
fall.
play smart.
Parker Fries gets flanked on. Although those two players dropped, suddenly the tables have turned. And it's all down to a real monkey, not Flying Squid has been knocked down too. So it should be a 1v1 v possibly 2 in this situation for Flying or a real monkey to work around. No shields either. Spots the player in the corner. Shots are good for now. Breaks the armor as well. Trying to take a different route though. Has to back down from this gunfight. Hops up tops of the sandbags. Takes the gunny but can't win it out. Third place for CSU Rams B. Inside of that action, it's not too bad of a placing either. Just not the placing that you want to get from either CSU team. A second place and a third place back to back. And you know, you look at the kills too. 8 for Flying Squid, 5 for a Real Monkey, 12 for Parker Fries. You know, it's nothing to write home about right now with the amount of high kill games that we've seen. I'm sure that CSU Rams B, with the amount of time they have, they'll bounce back in no time.
Yeah, it's really dicey, but Western Esports on your screen, they were looking to connect through that vehicle. Richie couldn't make something happen, but I do hear a team wipe come through, so they are just getting their footing with 22 teams in their vicinity. We always see a lot of Storage Town, right? A lot of Storage Town, and I do like Storage Town, and if you're fighting in Storage Town, it can be spicy, because you have to, this is the same thing as Capital to me, right? You have to realize there are so many little nooks and crannies that people can hide in. You have to be aware of the roof. There's usually that redeploy balloon that's just outside that people can even take higher ground up on you to find information. It's just always a little, you know, unsafe feeling.
Storage Town's always one of two things, Tiff. It's either garage sales in every room for you to loot, or it's Fight Club whenever you turn a door and you're going to be met with tons and tons of action. And you don't want the latter of that. You definitely want to be the one looting through this one, especially considering Richie there finds a redeploy token. We talk about how important it is to find those. So a second chance already for Western Esports there, for Richie at least. I mean, still 21 teams left in this game. And Wheels, Zuzi, Richie, neither one of them have their gulag left.
Ooh, this is tough, because I mean, Richie does only have 2 eliminations, and it's kind of like, get your games in, get through them, and then go on and improve on them. Because like I said, at some point throughout our 5-hour timed kill race, there's going to be a moment where you're like, this game is not going to benefit me at any given time, and that's something that you have to start thinking about. But Wheels gonna find a nice down, does get the full onto them, and Richie able to call out, get some great live pings, which is gonna give a lot of information. We were just on another school, and you see them utilizing the combat scout, right? Now, it's one of those things that's like, hey, let's use this perk. It's going to highlight the teams that I'm shooting at, and it's going to give my teammates information on where they are so they can go ahead and team shoot as well. So I love seeing that perk specifically utilized here in this format.
And it's so important too in a kill race, especially with, perks like Serpentine, with, players with, upgraded armor. To have those team shots, because it just gives you a better chance at, finishing the kills efficiently, not having to burn so much ammo on them, and just working through the map as quickly as possible. As you see, Zuzi goes down. Western Esports trying to set up a crossfire here. Richie's going to get the opening shots, break the armor into one. Wheels up top, finessing. He's got himself a knock up there as well. So Richie's going to have to start, providing a little bit to this gunfight. That early shots has definitely separated Richie a little bit from Wheels. And from this low ground, he won't be able to get eyes on that player through the cliffside just yet. So Wheels gonna have to push them down here, and here we see it. Serpentine's gonna come into effect, just not enough to keep you away from Richie. Nice shot's gonna be there to get another down for Western Esports. Wheels now looking to clean it up, and he does with a team wipe. So early sports, you lose out on Zuzi, but you get 3 kills to accumulate.
Yeah, but something that we need to think about for these teams is their management of ammunition. Yes, they have a deployable buy station. You have enough cash to go ahead and get that munitions box, but you're going to go ahead and have to elect to get your teammate back. So you can't get a munitions. You have 7 bullets in your LMG, and you hear the call out behind. You've already lost out on that team member. So back to a team of 2, and this time it's going to be Wheels, and Wheels had their loadout. Zuzi's just flying in, and you only have an Arma. You only have an Arma.
He's still there.
Sometimes in situations, Tiff, I wish I only had an Arma. So at least that for Richie, you can work with it, and you're using the buy station for a little bit of natural cover. You get the ping on the mini-map too, so the player is just over the ridge, but can you spot them out? No gas mask. Richie will be taking damage here.
There's one on your right.
Or no, the gas mask.
That guy's in the air, wasn't he?
I think he was able to grab one off the ground, so
He's able to pick one up at
There's
least,
no
so
way that
you know there's
fucking
that.
kid
But
waited like that.
still, where did this player go? Because
Oh,
you
over
saw
here,
the
get-
ping
get that.
on the mini map. You know somebody's behind you, Richie.
Yeah.
You have to be aware that at any point you get shot in the back.
I mean, that's just going to be really spicy. You hear it, you're like, I don't know where this player went. Now, you could utilize this, fly off, and then try to navigate and get into the ring. But the issue is, Susie has no plates, probably no guns, just running with their fists out, praying that no one even looks their way. Like, the way I like to do that
let
is
me
if
at
I'm
'em.
running. Yeah, no, basically just run. If I don't see them, they don't exist.
Just ready for some fisticuffs, some good old backyard brawl. Just like, let me at him. Come on, get me into a building and I'll box it out. But it's not what you want when you're going up against, you know, UGMs, Armas, you know, Grankos. It's just, it's not what you want to do. It's just walk into these gunfights with just your fists. So Zuzi trying to stick as close to Richie as he can. Richie is just flying through the map right now. So the movement's on point, at least for Western,
I think it's a different team.
to, you know, get from point A to point B as quick as could be. But now that they're entering a place
Look at that
of
Riz.
interest, this is where Zuzi can start to, you know, find some loot. You know, hopefully there's some ground loot here to at least get your teammate going.
Yeah, I love that they grabbed that supply drop, that contract to try and go ahead and get that in, because you're going to get, you know, plates. You're going to get weapons for Zuzi. But unfortunately, it was stolen. So not only you don't get the cash from that being completed, and you're still in the same scenario, and you're going into airfield. If I'm you, I love that you're hitting the Roy displacement balloon and going into this warehouse, but you know there's going to be people here. You were able to find some ammo. The comms coming in. There's people up on top. You do have the precision airstrike available to you, whether you want to utilize it as visual and audio clutter to make a rotation and get to safety, but you still need to come up with $2,100 to get wheels back.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road to get that too. So at some point, if you're Richie and Zuzi, you got to be thinking, it's like, okay, we have to, you know, find some gunfights. If we're not going to get loot, we're going to have to take some gunfights. And, you know, without
Too much time though.
the armor, without, you know, the resources to, you know, have that equal fight,
Might be able to.
you're thinking to, like, maybe rat it out a little bit. I say that Zuzi goes down, but you know, right now, if you're Richie in these fights, you're going to have to, you know, think of a way to take these fights that, you know, aren't so straight head on,
Someone just bought back.
to get this money back, to buy back now both Zuzi and Wheels. Luckily for you right now of Western Esports, Richie has the redeploy token, so even if you go down, you still have a chance to get a higher placing throughout this game. Richie can really milk this as best as he can, but for a timed kill race, it doesn't matter how far in the placements you get if you only have 3 kills.
That's what I was going to make. It's like, I love that you say that, because that is the name of the game is getting all the eliminations. The multiplier is just the benefit. And you mentioned it. 3 times 2 is only 6, and that's not going to do anything considering the average point per game in this kill race format has been 36.41. That needs to be your standard, your baseline, and you need to go above and beyond that if you want to find yourself in a lion's share portion. Now, granted, you do have 5 hours, so this could be one of the games that Western Esports is looking to go ahead and say, no, you know, I just want to make sure I have all of my games in before I start really recalculating this, because they've spent so much time trying to regain and not enough looking for people to take down.
Another circle's going to be closing, which means Richie's got to go on another journey on in. Nice little glide through the building. Nobody home either. I'm surprised. You know, knock on wood, I'm surprised how quiet it is. You know,
We
with the
need to
circle
keep it
closing.
quiet. We need to keep it
only have
quiet. We need
19
safety.
controller.
We need like some peace.
Look
We
at
need
this,
more
he's-
cash.
Slowly opening up the bathroom doors, make sure it's like, okay, nobody's here. I talked about it in a past broadcast, but it's like you got to go through the rules of Zombieland right now. You check bathrooms. Always check your bathrooms. Also double tap too.
That is very important. With self-res in the game, you always got to make sure you double tap, because if not, it is going to come back and bite you quite literally.
There's a buy station right there. $700 you can get your teammate back to.
Staircase in the middle.
Ooh.
To the right of
But
you.
still, gotta crouch walk through the building. You want to make as little noise as possible because you have the inkling that someone is in this vicinity. And when there's 3, you get the line of sight. Richie,
There it
going
is.
in from behind, gonna find a nice knock. Will this player have the money that is needed to grab at least one of the teammates back? And with the benefit is, you find this. Oh, precision airstrike. Gonna go
Just won't
down.
Drop it just yet.
They do have enough cash. I think they have enough cash to get both players back. So
Where
this
is
is gonna
it?
be a great. They can.
It's on the roof.
On the right.
No, it's on the other side. Oh, okay, I was gonna say.
You hear them, but you're opening yourself up to the other side of airfield. And you know when one buyback goes off, every person in that lobby is like, they just bought back. But when you see two go off in a trio format, that's like open season. You're like, that is everything that I want to push for.
Straight down.
It's like, look to the sky, pull, and fire.
Basically.
And you're just waiting for them to fall down right into your, loving arms, or I guess, maybe not so loving if you're the enemy team. But Richie, goes big there. He stays alive for long enough. He finds even a kill for himself. He brings his team back now. Can they work from this? You're gonna drop onto the loadout if you're Zuzi and Wheels, but immediately as you drop on a few gunfights, Wheels gets a knock, a full elimination too as he thirsts that player. Zuzi trying to stay alive to back him up. Richie nowhere in sight to back up the team, so this trio very separated between Richie and the two that just got bought back, and you see it's gonna cost Wheels at least the start. He's gonna go down. And the full elimination, too, onto Wheels is going to leave Zuzi in quite a particular situation to try to play his life and stay alive as long as he can, while Richie is just
like in the green building
seems like
where
he's
the smoke
comfortable
is.
in waiting for that car to pass, waiting for any team to pass him, and try to hold this placement as long as they can.
I mean, you might as well walk around this entire building pre-ADS just in case someone comes your way. But now back to what we had previously seen. Western Esports is Richie going to be all alone with only $2,300. And now you're just going to have to play the end game. At this point, you just need to focus on grabbing some eliminations. And as I say that, someone's going to swipe that down from Richie. But now you have to cross. This is about to be like Frogger Seymour, but a nice stim, give you some speed, start running. Like, I would have used the precision here at this point, but hey, you didn't. You got it for the end game, and you might be able
if he
to
gets
get
Zuzi.
this res off on Zuzi.
There's a kid
Oh, he's
there.
going to go for it, too.
Send it.
You have plates?
Oh, holding it out as long as he can, and there it is. It's always kind of one of those, like, tense situations. Like, oh, my God, I hope so nobody, like, turns the corner while I'm
Right.
rising my teammate. Precision airstrike's still here, though, for Richie, so if they want to, push deeper into the circle, at least they have this streak to help him do it, but Richie's going to put some eyes on. Shots down as well. Backs up that teammate around the corner, and now that Western knows they're there, maybe a chance to start gatekeeping, try to tally up some of these kills. I said, these placements are okay, but they're not okay if you're not going to, double it up with some good eliminations.
Exactly, and they've only picked up one elimination, or at least I should say Richie has. Went from 3 to 4 throughout the entire journey of getting their teammates back, and you want to approach it as safely as possible because you want to fight full strength, and Zuzi going to fall, and Richie going to be able to find a nice knock, but not go. Oh, that was actually really important. I feel like the numbers were not in Richie's favor to go ahead and say, look, but you went and got the thirst, so that's all that matters. With the 5th place, you're probably sitting at about 1.6-ish multiplier, so that's what you need. Now coming on over, Fisher Falcons A in the form of Schmalls, wreaking havoc on the lobby. 11 eliminations to their name thus far, and a teammate in the gulag.
We saw Fisher Falcons were able to find themselves in first place. The B team, the A team's here too. I mean, you talk about, CSU, who have 2 teams in contention now for playoffs. Well, it may not be top 10, but Fisher Falcons A, they find themselves in a chance to, hopefully, come back. And I noted this team as one of the teams to, watch out to have an underdog story because, Fisher Falcons as a school, I mean, you see the talent that they bring on. There's a reason that they picked up these 3 to hold off on one of their teams, and it's because you're going to get some solid results out of Schmalls along with Cap Crew and their third. So you gotta watch out for this team to start to pick it up throughout it. Schmalls is gonna find another knock. The precision airstrike will drop him down. Fortunately, he's gonna put Cap Crew all alone in this situation to try to fight it out. And you look at the UAV pings that Schmalls is getting. There's some room for Cap Crew to work through, but not enough room to pick Schmalls up just yet.
Yeah, Cap Crew gonna have to find that, but unfortunately a thermite coming into
Oh, the
Schmalls,
wall.
and you can see right there, so unfortunate, but that's okay. Oh, and as I say that, a full Elim coming through, and Kurt's trying to get out of the gulag. A nice little body shot's going to make it out. That's what they need. Florida Gulf Coast here, strong. 11 eliminations for Kurtz. This is a school that we had brought up in the beginning of the broadcast. You know they're down in Florida. We just recently had Hurricane Ian, and they are strong. I think Kurtz just got internet back yesterday. I believe it's either Crazy or Wheels. They're both together in one person's house right now trying to play this. They are doing everything in their power to come in strong for the college Warzone playoffs, for their city, for their school, for themselves. And I love that. When you come in with the energy, I just want to see them do really well here today.
As do I. You know, it's just when you have that extra little bit to play for, just for the respect of your city, too. Just saying, you know, you're going to come in with the fire right after your FGCU. And Kirsch is going to come through with the fire from the air with the shots from the parachute. Finds the down, too. The player completely clueless. And the full down is going to accumulate 12 kills now for Kirch. The rest of the team still, you know, looting through the point of interest. It's still finding kills, too. You see Crazy and Wheels chalking up some kills, too. To their name, a full team wipe going to be there from Crazy finding the last. And doesn't seem like the action is done just yet. Kirch is going to find eyes onto one more. And that's going to be another kill for him. 13 kills for Kirch. And already, I mean, he turns around. Look at that. Just somebody up in the mountain just poking their head out. Nobody's safe right now from Kirch.
Are you ever safe in Warzone, Seymour? Is it ever safe? This is one of the biggest jump scare games. It's the month of October. We're October 1st. Spooky season is here. You are never safe, but this team working incredibly well together. They came in with 34 advanced starting points. They already have 180-point game logged, so sitting at 114 points with one game. That's massive.
That is huge. I mean, it's what you expect from this team, too. I mean, you come into the playoffs second seed as well. So, I mean, FGCU, they were consistently strong throughout those kill races. And now in playoffs, a chance to walk away as a champion here in College Warzone. Just things you expect from players like Kirch, who have just been veterans throughout CCL from almost the beginning. So, big shout out to this team for making it happen even throughout the dire situation that they've been found in. And you can see in the bottom webcam, too, both players playing in the same room. That should be Wheels and Crazy side by side on those two monitors.
I mean, it's kind of like a little fun, right? Even though Crazy has a level 2 threat on them, they do have the camaraderie. And it's always like, hey, we get together. This is going to be fun. You spend your Saturday out playing some Warzone. This is probably one of the last chances that you'll get to compete on Caldera. But Kirch taking some fire right now, able to utilize this rock for cover, finding information, and the teammates are there nearby. Wheels going to get tagged up as well, but Kirch able to lay down some cover fire regardless. Wheels goes down. They're going to have to be able to step it up and find a knock, but that combat scout going to provide some information. You can see that player just went prone, but Wheels is a little bit overextended from them. They're going to have to close the distance on the enemy team and be able to get the res on Wheels. And you can see that Courage is trying to navigate and saying, I'm going to prioritize the res on Wheels at this point with 9 teams remaining. I think you need to stay in full strength and keep the move going.
Wheels looking to get picked back up. Hunt on Crazy, and you can see, you know, Crazy is a little bit far behind from Wheels and Kirch. They both go down. Whoever that is, it lines up both of them. So now Crazy, the player being hunted, and, you know, the second level of the threat phase too, all alone, kind of just waiting, see if you can, you know, wait this out 2 minutes, maybe even 1v3 your way out of it. Definitely a tough situation to be in for your Crazy, but you got to redeploy right here, so let's take to the sky.
This is one of those clutch or kick moments. No, I'm just kidding. It's not. They do have the cash to be able to get one of the teammates back, and it looks like they're going to prioritize that. And sometimes high risk, high reward. You saw when Kirch was going in for the res on Wheels that player had flown in behind them. Unfortunately, not able to get Wheels back up quick enough, and that player took advantage of the situation. But now Wheels coming back to join Crazy. No money available to get Kirch back, but sometimes you do what you got to do. Plenty of houses available to them. Maybe hit that supply rod on just the outskirts of it. If Kirch could land on that, they'd get a free buyback. And hey, they're going to ping it. It's available. Let's go.
Now it's time to get going right now if you're FGCU, because not the start you've wanted, but it's a smart start you get throughout this. You got high kills. Now it's time to get that high placement. The Gulag's closed as well, so no chances for other teams to get that second chance. It's just all or nothing here, you know, besides, you know, redeploy tokens too. So Kirch is going to come back. You got a loadout drop right there as well. Is there some action happening down there? It looks like a couple pings coming through from the team. And oh no, Crazy's down. Kirch's going to land right on the loadout. See if you can get into the action as quick as possible now with your guns. You see Wheels is trying to, you know, put on the wheels and see if he can stay alive while Kirch gets into this gunfight, and he will. A couple gunfights or a couple shots here and there, but no solidifying ones. Hits the drop shot, and what a play from Kirch. Drops on down, wins that out. I don't see the team wipe just yet, so not out of the woods. Unless it seems like maybe they are out of the woods, and I just missed the team wipe.
No, it's all good. Regardless, still very hyped for this team. I was so nervous for Kirch because one of those things where it's like you don't know if you need to re-peak the same position in that fight, and that player clearly had the advantage that Kirch was fighting. Kirch went into that fight down a shield. Luckily was able to get the loadout, and it just was able to get the best. They've got the buyback. They have a loadout available to them. The reset came through strong, and still 6 squads remaining. And they started this engagement already losing someone at 9 squads remaining. So not only are they back to full strength, they were able to pick up eliminations on the way and a loadout. Now you're utilizing that heartbeats. You know there's some players ahead of you, but they look to be up in the air flying. But you can't stay away from Florida Gulf Coast. They are going to find you. They are looking to find themselves in another very high point game.
It's always funny when you use the heartbeat sensor and there's nobody in front of you, and you're just like, you see the ping, it's like, well, where are you? Well, look up. Look up, and there they are. It's just, you know, funny stuff happening sometimes in Warzone. And you're now back to full strength. FGCU, this is their chance to, you know, put another big game underneath them. You know, still we talk about how early this is into the kill races, TIFF. So, you know, games like this, it just gives a little bit more padding for them, a little bit more comfortability throughout the starting of these games. And the fact that they can get high point lobbies means that, you know, towards the end of it, you have an idea of what you need to beat. You set your own standards, and then, you know, throughout the, you know, the finishing phases of this kill race, it's kind of like you have those standards to beat, so you have a goal to hit. You have an understanding of what you need to do.
Yeah, exactly. And we had already had some people that did the calculations. I mentioned it earlier. 36 was kind of that average mark. So you know you've got a really massive game, and especially we saw a 100-point game, an 86-point game, and your goal is to hit as many high-point games as possible, because at the end of the day, at the end of this 5-hour slot time, right, you have to make sure that you have the most points out of every single one if you want $3,000. And Kirch gonna close the distance, but there goes another team wipe for FGCU.
And you think about it, you know, $3,000, that's a solid prize pool for first place. That's $1,000 to each player in the trio. And you know, that's some good money even towards, like, you know, your school funding. You know, maybe even you trying to, you know, get a dinner, like you said. A lot on the line here for the playoffs for College Warzone, and that first place spot, that is a big takeaway for any of these teams.
Oh, comms coming in. I've got a cluster if we need. Hey, it is always a need towards that end game to have some kind of streak available to you to utilize, whether that's a cluster, which I find clusters very nice. I feel like when you can put more of them down. I always, if I have a precision airstrike, have the issue where it's like airspace is too crowded. No, it is not too crowded. Put it up. I need it now.
He needs it now, but he also needs a little bit of help. Wheels drop down low as well. Wins out on his one, so Crazy, where is he in this action? He's all the way down the mountain, so safe and sound as Kirch is trying to scale the wall again, see if he can thirst this player. He did get the initial drop on, but somebody's got eyes on. Kirch is forced back again. No plates. Has to respect that gunfight. So 3 teams, 7 players. Kirch does have the information on the team above them, but the third team in this should be still an X factor. We don't know where that last team is, so I'm sure FGCU, they're just going to wait, bide their time, see if they can find the information.
Yeah, nice 3v1. So there's going to be 1 soul, and now it's a pure 3v3 fight. As soon as I say that, there goes a team
There was
wipe.
going to be 1.
There was, but you do have that heartbeat sensor available to you to kind of give some guidance, some information. Sure, you're just kind of We talk about this all the time. These mountain goats are strong in Caldera. You have to be. You have to be able to utilize your ability to climb and try to get a nice peek on that player. But unfortunately, you're hitting the rock in front of you, able to break shields. This is going to open the door, throw out those nades. But yeah, there's a player closer to you.
Yeah, it seems like the other team wants to take some angles as well. So Kirch backed off. The Semtex won't hit its mark, and he's got no more shields too to re-up on this his armor. So it's going to be tough for Kirch to play this frontline hero, but he isn't behind. They don't know. Kirch drops the first. Ping on the second one, and it looks like it's time to scale things here. If you're FGCU, but Kirch goes down 2v2. Wheels has to get in a situation to block out that revive because it looked like the players were stacked on top of each other. So if that's going to be the case, then FGCU, they might find themselves in a 2v3. Now a 1v3. Wheels all the way at the bottom. You don't have the high ground. This is not going to be easy to come back from if you're Wheels. This is going to be a tough task and a tall mountain to climb.
A very much uphill battle indeed is happening on your screen. If I'm Wheels, you just need to stay out of the line of sight and make sure that you're watching this walkway right here. Because if they decide to jump down on you, you just have to listen and do the audio cues the best that you can. And that's what's going to happen. And if I'm down, you just need 2 more, but they're going to push at the same time. And unfortunate, but you still do net yourself that 1.85 multiplier for second place. And if you're not first, you're second in this instance. I was gonna say if you're not first, you're last, but I mean that's not how this works. You still got plenty of multipliers, thankfully. And now jumping on over to KSU COD, the team that I had picked in that initial pre-show with our Goats and Glory member Chief Cox. I was like, hey, VCU is a really great choice, but I really want to see KSU COD find some strong games here and 10 eliminations, 2 beloved. So 4 teams. They want another dub, Seymour. They want another dub.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. With the amount of passion, though, with these players in Warzone, Tiff, I imagine if you ain't first, you last. That's how it is. I know these players, you get second place, you get that 1.85 times multiplier, but everybody wants that first place. And through the years that we've been doing this with CCL, through the time that we've gotten to know these players, I know that there's pure passion running through their veins, and they want that first place spot, and they're not going to settle for anything less than that. So yeah, you get a second place, but they're going to run it right back and try to, one-up themselves now. So we get a look at the picture-in-picture between KSU, now Northwood on the right screen. Bink and Dak going to be the last 2 alive. Looks like Infinite was knocked a little bit early, so in this endgame circle, 2 teams left, 3v2 right now for Northwood to try to find themselves on top here. Good shots there. Precision airstrike will force the 2 into the open. Now it's just open fire onto Dak and Bink. And that's going to rip their shields apart. Bink now in a 1v3. The full crossfire not going to be easy to walk away from right here if you're Northwood University. And here comes the collapse onto the lonesome player. No HP, gets the stim shot, but second place finish for Northwood there. And another high kill came from the both of them. Almost mirror performances between what we just saw from Northwood and what we just saw from FGCU.
Yeah, that 1.85 for them, and I believe that was well north of 30 eliminations. But KSU COD trying to find a massive game of their own. Can they find success and break the streak and get a win? We're looking for that 2x multiplier here. A little bit of a reward for surviving in Caldera that long.
Land on the roof, Ollie. Land on the roof.
Interesting. Comms coming in, landing on the roof. Looks like Oros does have a durable gas mask available to them.
Hey, cluster.
Finds a nice knock. Now, can they close the distance? 100 rounds in that UGM and a beautiful Marco SMG to make happen.
Last one's in the house, right?
It's 3v2.
3v2. You hear the call, not the collapse.
It's 3v2.
They have the numbers, so they're just going to flood on in. They get the full finish onto the next. So now they're going to open on the outside window with a snap coming through from Beloved. Will end up going down. The teammates kind of surrounded, but it doesn't matter. They weather the storm. They hold off all angles of those shots, and they still walk out on top, Tiff. Unbelievable coming through from KSU there. It was a shoot house. They were right in the midst of it all, and they still come out with the win there. So big shout out to them for finding a dub at the end of it.
Hey, and they broke the cycle. cycle, right? We got to witness a lot of second places, but KSU breaking the cycle, getting that Warzone victory and a 2x multiplier with north of 30 eliminations. That's beautiful. That's what you need to do. And we just kind of finished up our 2-hour mark, right, of a 5-hour timed kill race. So a lot of these teams you're talking about, they gotta lock it in, you know, gotta support and just keep going, because this is a long time killed race, and to stay focused and keep it going throughout this, you gotta stay focused.
You do, because we're almost at the halfway mark, and as soon as that happens, it's that situation that I was talking about for FGCU, where you have these high kill games, you kind of set your own standard, and then towards the end of this tournament, you're going to want to break those standards. You're going to want to reach a new bar. So throughout this halfway mark, I'm looking at these teams kind of like set those games and then try to break their records going into the end of it. And that's what's going to breed the champion today for our College Warzone playoffs. It's going to be who takes that $3,000 spot. It's just going to be whoever's breaking their own goals at the end of the day. And I'm excited to see who's that going to be at the end of things, Tiff. But for now, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors. First off, America's Navy, to open things up here, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. If you want to check more out with America's Navy, don't forget to check out Navy.com for all the opportunities in the world, all the opportunities in the sea that you can imagine, even if you want to, join Chief Cox there for Goats and Glory, because there's a lot of people that we got to interview through that team that have amazing stories to listen to. So if you want to be a part of that, go check them out, Navy.com. And don't forget to give them a follow either, America's Navy, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also to support them on Twitch too whenever we're seeing their games. But that's not all we have for our sponsors. We also have the giveaway for Fanatical too to watch out for during our breaks. If you want to see that, !raffle in chat, $50 Fanatical cards. Tiff, if I was in chat right now, if I was, trying to get this, I would want it, because $50 towards, all the games that Fanatical has, whenever I'm in the off season, whenever I'm taking breaks, on certain days, this would be a perfect thing to have.
Yeah, I mean, they have over 9,000 different games from 1,100 plus publishers. You can check them out, fanatical.com. It's spelled just like you see it on the beautiful graphic on your screen. Make sure you're spamming !raffle in chat, because if you guys don't enter, how can you win? Like, you've got to get in there to even get a piece of that pie, because it's not just the players looking to find themselves in the money today. We're looking out for you, our viewers. We love you guys.
We do. And that's why we put things on like this College Warzone playoff. And that's why the action is just so good. And the action's only getting started. This is still early on in the day. 2 hours done. Still more to go. We'll go to a quick break. And when we come back, heat number 3. We'll see you there. We're back like we never left here with College Warzone. Seymour and Tiff looking to bring us into the third heat now of our playoffs. It's exciting. You know, throughout the day, we've seen plenty of games, you know, 50-point game, a 40-point game, you know, out of a couple teams. You know, some big name schools showing up when they need to most right here in the playoffs when everything is just thrown out to the wayside. This is when these teams need to double down with their skill sets. But Tiff, you know, after the first two heats, is there anything that's really sticking out to you the most?
Yeah, it's just consistency of some teams that I've seen put up insane numbers, finding some challenges, not necessarily living up to the standards that I would like them to. But let's take a look at our leaderboard. So far, first place, Fisher Falcons B with 258.3 points. Western Esports, you know, they had that 100-point game alone, coming in with 22 advanced starting points. So they're sitting with 219.55. And Northwood Esports, our first two qualifiers winners who found success in that custom format, struggled to really reenact that, to find themselves in third. So that's a really strong start for them. But then you have Florida Gulf Coast, CSU Rams, VCU COD. That's the team that I was talking about when I was saying, hey, you know, I would love to see them do a little bit more, currently sitting in 8th place. And as I look at it, when you talk about that roster, Blue, Dragon, Dino, and User, typically Blue averages above 20 eliminations per game, currently sitting with 56 eliminations for a total of 3. So just under that mark. And you had mentioned, Seymour, they were talking like, hey, these lobbies are tough today. It's Saturday. Everyone's off work. Everyone's off school. They're ready to fry.
I mean, it has to be the case. You know, it's the weekend. You know, everybody's just playing. Everybody's grinding, especially with Warzone 2 around the corner. They want to finish their, you know, as much Warzone as they can before, you know, we go to what's next for this franchise. But something to note too when we were looking at the leaderboards, two teams that I had my eyes on, you know, from the outside of the top 10 looking in, Cincinnati COD and Redbird COD, both breaking into that top 10. You know, Redbird's 10 and Cincinnati 9. So eyes out to see if they can, you know, continue this performance, to see if they can climb that leaderboard even more. But we go back to our champions so far, one of our, you know, top teams, CSU Rams, to see if they can, you know, gain that first place spot back. They're back into the end game circle. 3 other teams left, 8 players in the lobby, and all 3 of these CSU players still well alive. They're gonna drop an airstrike down, so see if they can weed out some of these enemies.
Oh, you hear the comms coming in. One team is utilizing a PDS, but Staka does have a line of sight on an enemy in front of him. Gonna switch over to the SMG and try to close the distance, but there's the player hiding behind. Gonna find a nice knock and a finish. Make that 17 eliminations for our consistency team here. CSU Rams able to get some more information, but Optimal Flames does go down. You can see he's just across the ring, so gonna be very unfortunate to try and make that happen and get the res. He might just be a beacon of information while down. Yeah,
I mean, look at all the players that are dropping in, and Sokka's just, okay, there's 1, there's 2. Let's just keep our eyes on where they're going. Let's hold this information, see if we can, you know, use it to our advantage eventually. If they do lose out on Optimal Flame, they still have an optimal advantage with this high ground through sub pens. And now Stock is going to rain down some fire up top. Serpentine coming into fruition, so won't be able to get that down just yet. And look at the eliminations he has too. 17 eliminations just for him alone. You can imagine that, you know, Snowy and Optimal Flames aren't too far behind with this count. So this is a great position to be in right now if you are the Rams.
Oh man, Seymour, if I had $1 for every elimination that I missed out on due to Serpentine, I would be rich. But Staka and Co.
Amen.
Very much rich right now, waiting to find a W here, coming off that second break. So this is entering our 3rd hour. And
Nice
look
shots.
at Staka, still consistent, still insanely good at this. And that XM4 is frying, and no open season. You cannot fly here, Staka says. Not able to get the down, but coming just into the line of sight for them, able to get the thirst, and they look to be going for the next 20 dub in Staka's horizon.
Yeah, this is a no-fly zone by order of the CSU Rams, so don't even think about it if you're going to try to drop in when Staka's watching the skies. He's going to reposition 2 into the next circle, see if you can catch some people rotating, and he will. Another one's going to drop. Snowy just continuing to tear things up on this rotation while he's, you know, going through the midst of it. Staka's just getting the comfortable setup to finish off these kills that Snowy's downing. So, excellent teamwork coming through between CSU Rams A as they're looking to finish this off with a bang. Another one's going to go down, and that is going to cement themselves with a 2 times multiplier in another game.
I'm like trying to do the math really quickly. 31, 39. That's massive. That is just shy of an 80-point game. That's what you need to do. That's the consistency that is needed, but I would expect nothing less of the CSU Rams. Now let's cut on over to Parker Fries. Seymour, you asked it. You had the important questions for Parker Fries. What were the favorite fries?
He said it himself. Chick-fil-A flies. Chick-fil-A fries. Too many L's there. But, you know, it's respectable. It's typical. I still, you know, I can't back that up. You know, the waffle fries just, you know, they're elite. But I gotta go with Five Guys fries still, you know. It's a good choice, but, you know, not my neck of the woods.
Yeah, but Chick-fil-A has that my pleasure, like, bonus. That they always hit you with the my pleasure, and you're like, you know this food is gonna taste just a little bit better because they were nice to me. But you're right. The waffle fries, if they're crisp, I'm feeling it. But you know who needs to be crisp right now? It's Parker Fries, as he's looking for a 20 bomb of their own. And the fight commences, right? Who's gonna walk away and have the biggest, highest elimination in one game that's gonna net themselves that additional $100 here in the College Warzone playoffs? Because every team looking incredibly strong that we've witnessed on the broadcast today, and it can come down to the last 5 minutes of the time slot. We've seen it all. Everything changes in those last 5 minutes as we're nearing the halfway point here today.
And so, you know, I don't want to keep on, you know, talking about fries here, but I was just thinking, you know, waffle fries, you know, because they're so much bigger than normal fries, you finish them faster. So, like, you know, whereas, you know, Five Guys fries, they're endless. It seems like it's like a bottomless pit in your bag. So, I don't know. I can't get on board with that. You know, Chick-fil-A fries, they're good, but like,
I feel like we can, Parker.
Five Guys.
This is a very important stage
Look.
that we need.
I mean, there are so many things I want to say about all of this, but we do have the CSU Rams with a fly in their screen. The flies, the birds, you never know what you're going to look at. And like my attention span when I'm playing this game gets so taken aback because I'm trying to find any enemy in my frame, right? Ooh, then I see a bird and I'm like, is that a person? Was that a person? Are they flying in to try and get me? I'm just bamboozled all the time.
and all of a sudden you go from being, you know, a cold-blooded killer to a bird watcher. And right in the midst of it, you just see CSU Rams B. They go from being, you know, journey adventurers to finding themselves blindsided by a team just waiting in the brush. Those are some nice shots, too, onto the two of them. So whoever that was holding it, I mean, they are crisp with it. The Cooper Carbine just melting, leaving a real monkey last alive for the team. Into this end game, too. 8 teams left.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of kills going through right now for the team. You know, you see 6 on board for Parker or Real Monkey. And if it's not going to be a high kill game, you might just want to, you know, get this one over with as quick as possible if you're a Real Monkey. Like, placement's going to be good, but it, like I said before, it doesn't matter if you don't have the kills to back it up.
I mean, but we already know Parker was nearing that 20 elimination mark. So coupled together, they're at least at 30. I'm assuming that Flying Squid found at least 5, so there's a lot of assumptions here, and sometimes it doesn't work out when you start making assumptions, but I think that if you play your life in this particular instance...
Why they always watch us when we were getting fucked?
No! A real monkey, have some confidence in yourself. Don't talk. I can hear the broadcast in the background of your stream right now and your POV. Have some faith,
It's
my
like
guys.
Inception.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. You know, just Inception, just listening to it. It's like you can hear it. It's like... I can hear you, in fact. Right now, I was like, Real Monkey, like, what do you do in this situation? You're kind of stuck in the middle. He says, he's like, they always watch us when we're in bad situations. Well, you know, forehead moment, don't get in bad situations.
If only hindsight was 2020, right? You never know when you cut over to someone's POV if they're going to be absolutely fragging out or if they're just going to make an interesting choice that's not going to pan out. But to be fair, the player that did take them down was perched like a large bird on a rock just waiting for the enemy to drive by them or walk by in their case. So, you know, all's fair in Caldera. At this point, a Real Monkey just got to hold it down, play for placement. They have plenty of eliminations and just, like, play your game.
Like, nothing's fair when it comes to the war of Caldera.
It's true.
You could say that. It is just a constant battle of just players trying to one-up each other. So you can see that right now, a lot of teams not thriving in this environment, as CSU Rams B right one of them, you know, VCU being another one, as they say. They've been having a tough day in the lobbies. And you know, a couple teams, you know, they are, you know, showcasing themselves to be, you know, those the teams that should be champions in this. You know, Fisher Falcons being one of them. The fact that they go from 10th place to 1st place within, you know, 1 hour just shows just the amount of skill for them. But looking over at Western Esports, they find themselves in a gunfight through the kitchen. The trade's going to be there, and it looks like even though Richie goes down, at least he's got his teammates to back him up.
Those kids are weird.
This kitchen is a dangerous place, Seymour, which is why I spend as much time away from it as humanly possible and just try to play video games and ignore the fact that the kitchen exists. But a nice res from Western Esports going to come in and looking to find themselves throughout the middle game and nestle themselves in a spot in the end game as Parker Fries is spectating a real monkey holding the best angle on that door. Just come in. I dare you.
Yeah. It's just nobody enter my home. That's all. That's what I see from Real Monkey right now. It is just a waiting game. You know, patience, just camping simulator for this. You know, it's his home. You know, he's gonna defend it with all his might, Tiff. So nobody better walk through that door. You know, Real Monkey's gonna have a word for them. Whereas, you know, Western Esports, the other side, they are gliding through the map. All 3 players still alive. You can see that they're comfortable. They're still finding these gunfights. There's 22 players left in the lobby, so still, you know, kills that they want to net. Parker's getting forced out of the building.
Take it?
Mm.
I don't know what the call is going to be, but it seems like he wants to be in this house, not that one.
Yeah, oh, there's someone in that house. So a Real Monkey trying to evict the players from inside. Get a good line of sight. You're just playing ring around the rosy. Shots coming out, but they're not going to connect. They are just doing, and unfortunately, a Real Monkey is going to fall, and they're going to go out in 5th place. So that's a, you know, at least a 1.6x multiplier, so not bad coupled with that north of 30 eliminations. But now bringing Western Esports into that full screen moment. Richie, gonna get on that four-wheeler and find some success traversing the terrain of Caldera, which, you know, is pretty...
I love when, you know, players are just like running around a house like that. It's like a square dance with the two of them. It's like, all right, you go through the door, I'll go through the window, you go through the window, I go through the door. It's like, you know, just back and forth. Just it's in tandem, and it's almost, you know, choreographed to an extent for some of it, but, you know, won't pan out in the favor of CSU Rams that time around. And Western on the hunt again. Serpentine gets the player around the corner. Still trying to get into this one. Richie just chasing a ghost at the moment through the window. There he is. Second one's going to be spotted in the bathroom. Easy kill there for Richie, and the finisher too with a throwing knife. Not a team wipe, or no, it will be a team wipe as the teammate finds the third on the outside of this, but they're still in danger. You can see Wheels goes down. So not out of the woods just yet. Still trying to, you know, find themselves a few more eliminations before they're in, you know, a safe position, but it seems like it was dropped right around their vicinity, and if that's the case, maybe there's multiple teams here too.
Oh, as always, a game of attrition and the third party central. So now you are in this house. You need to go ahead and shield up. You have plenty of resources available to you, but a snapshot grenade going to come through and going to spot you. So you need to go ahead and get a line of sight. But when you're looking out to the mountains, it's really tough to get that specific sight line on where those shots are coming from, because it's like, oh yeah, they're on the mountain. Okay, but where? Those rocks are really hard to see and get a specific line of sight. Richie trying to get out of dodge, but not going to make it out with their life now. One player alive as Richie goes to the gulag. Can they get through this moment and join Susie back in? But hey, taking that moment to get tagged up from the back right there, trying to escape, could have let Susie go ahead and get out with their life.
It's a distraction game, you know, sometimes. You know,
exactly.
You know, run a mile for your teammate to run 2 miles, maybe, at that. And right now, Zuzi's still alive, so chance for Western to, you know, still, you know, find something at the end of it. But we snap over to Northwood University as they're going to be in the gunfights of their own, trying to hunt down that last remaining player. Bing gets eyes on, but not able to get the right shots. Finally going to get those shots, and they are good ones, too, as he's going to get the full team wipe on that last remaining player. 14 eliminations with Bink. I mean, this is the Bink in Infinite that I'm used to, you know, just tearing it up. You know, we saw it all last year through the CCL, and there's a reason why they were the champions. It's because Bink and Infinite were 2 of the most improved players, I'd say, at the end of it. I mean, the 2 of them really made strides in being that #1 team and those players for Northwood that they could trust.
Exactly, and I think they're doing a really stand-up job here. I'm looking at their scores right now, currently sitting just north of 200 points. They've had a 90-point game, an 86.95 game, and sure, we haven't had a lot of action for them on the broadcast up until about now, but they have been putting in the work off screen, and they're just showing you what they are capable of doing, why they were the champions, why they won qualifiers 1 and 2, got top 3 in another after working through the adversity of that format change and making sure that they were benefiting from it and how to play it. And they're just going to go ahead and bait the res a little bit, try to see if that team is going to drop down from the high ground, but it looks like they are still going to be able to stick the res. And now it's like, hey, we got to get out of here. We need plates. We need resources.
We need something to get us out of this position. As whoever was shooting at them, it just seems like they went back into their hidey holes because Bing cannot find any, sign of where they were or where they went. And I was a little bit worried about this team going into today, losing out on Thugger. I mean, he's been such a key piece in this team's success throughout College Warzone, and now bringing Dak into the mix. I mean, they wanted to play with this player, so I want to see if, this is, their team that can break them back into that #1 spot that we saw throughout those, custom lobbies. They haven't been able to reach that position in kill races just yet. They've been struggling with this player moving into the roster. Is this the recipe to success for the Timberwolves?
Hey, it's got to be, right? This is the time. You don't have any other opportunities for Warzone in the college scene after this. This is the playoffs we are in with $10,000 on the line and a mountain in front of Northwood Esports that they've got to navigate to find themselves into the next ring. Dak going to fall here, so hey, maybe that's not the way for us to go. I would just say, hey, thirst yourself at this point. We can buy you back with this mobile buy station, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Now Dak can give the line of sight, call out, say, hey, you're going to run into a team here while you're trying to navigate. They do, I believe, no, I don't see any gas masks besides Infinite having that durable gas mask available to them, and they still have to find a clean pathway into the next zone. They are almost there, but you've got to say, hey, there's so much open space in front of us. There has to be someone watching them.
You look at the minimap alone, aside from the terrain, moving up the mountain, there is not a lot of buildings up there. Only a few to, go in. So a lot of these players are going to be watching over the ridge, and you see it right there. Bing spots one, takes him down immediately. Solid down should give them a little bit of a leeway getting up this hill. See if they can, get eyes on for the full thirst. But now the crossfire is going to be there. Shots at range. Another down for Bink. Still have to be careful because you don't know if that player up above you is getting rezzed or not. And if he is, then you're going to have somebody looking over you once more, and you might not want to be in that position here if you're Bink. So you're going to try to get up to your... You find another one there, another down for Bink. The thirst as well to go with it this time. Counting up to 15 kills now, Tiff. So Bink playing a little ring around the rosy. He's going to spot another one from behind. Good shots there as Bink is just tearing through this lobby. Left, right, and center. Both Dak and Infinite are down, but at least he's going to bring Infinite back into the lobby.
Yeah, that was really clean. Good plays for them, sticking together and not really letting one teammate just go off alone. Dak was the one that came back through that buy station and wasn't able to get up to the mountains to join them. And now Bink going to try to climb their way back up. Might be able to finesse this. You never know. A little bit of hardcore parkour, but not able to put it. Just going to have to, put in the work and walk up the mountain themselves, which I think now is the way to go. In 16 eliminations, this is going to be an absolute banger of a game. They just need to find the other two teams.
Do you have any plates? Oh, behind me.
Oh, base gate shot from the side.
Heard you.
On me.
Wasn't expecting that. A little bit of a surprise. Infinite finds another knock. The clap's going to be out here from Bink. He's going to use the sim shot to close the gap. Maybe behind. Throws somebody laying down. Goes for the res, but nobody's going to be able to res on the map when you're getting hunted by Northwood. It's not an easy game to play.
Here, Neto. How many plates do you have?
Oh, one team left, and they have them in their sights. They know exactly where they are. Bink trying to reposition. There goes a knock. Can they make it happen? There goes another one. They just need to find one more, and they do. Bink, a massive win for Northwood Esports.
The Superman right there. He flew at that. Finds the knock into the second, flies off the roof for the third, and the shots were laser beams from the MP40. I mean, talk about finally a championship performance from our previous champions from CCL. Right there, Northwood getting themselves a nice end to that game for the stream to watch. And we head over to St. Mary's. Haven't seen them just yet. This is a team, also outside of the top 10 that, we haven't seen much of through the qualifiers. And when we do, we see inconsistent performances from them. with Seeker leading this team, you bring on Xander, you bring on Pyro, and you hope that it's, the puzzle pieces to put together, a championship roster. But we haven't been able to see that consistency and that teamwork really cement itself just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a little dicey. They came in with 4 advanced starting points. So far, they've netted themselves a 58-point game and a 24-point game. So that's just what's been logged on kind of our leaderboard thus far. And now trying to carry that momentum as we are nearing that halfway mark, which is in about 10 minutes right now. 5 hours to lay down your best 6 games and really trying to set yourself up for success here. 28 eliminations, so still nearing that mid game. So time to lock it in, find as many elims as possible, and just bump up those points.
And this is where I was highlighting. This is when you stop, fighting against everybody else in the lobby, everybody else on the leaderboard. You start kind of fighting against yourself at this point. And those goals need to be set by these teams if they want to reach the next set of, levels for themselves. As you see a team white coming through there from St. Mary's Esports, that streak must have been theirs because it hit the roof and somehow Seeker was still alive. So excellent way to take control of that building, find another set of kills and, keep their game looking crisp as ever so far in this this matchup.
I love the variety of the weapons that we're seeing. A lot of XM4s, a lot of MP40s. The SMGs of choice have been the Arma, the Marco, the MP40. So you're like, I feel at this point there isn't really a true meta. It's what do you prefer? A lot of changes came in with that mid-season patch, and I'm just like, at this point, it's what feels most comfortable for you. Is that the Car 98K? As you can see, some player was clearly using up on this high ground. They've got a bounty in their line of sight, and Xander Clan also being hunted themselves. So plenty of cash to kind of dispose, find a UAV, get some good information, and now go on that aggressive front.
The hunt is done, so a little bit extra cash in the pockets of St. Mary's. They got a hunt of their own, though. Bounty just over the horizon. Still going to take their time to go there. Look at the amount of open space they have to cross. Anybody could be lurking in the trees. Anybody can be lurking in the brush and shoot them from the side. You have to be careful here if you're St. Mary's Esports walking into this territory because it won't be easy to jump right in there. We're going to get a picture-in-picture here. Western Esports in an endgame yet again. How many times are we going to see these teams in such a valuable position?
2v2v2.
The only thing is, Richie, his UAV or his minimap a little bit scrambled right now.
Yeah, a little spicy when you got a radar jammer up in front of you and just need to play cool, calm, and collected. Find yourself a nice bush, lay low. Honestly, go back to the bush. The bush is key, but finds a nice down. Can they get the thirst out of ammo? Only has the UGM to rely on, but plenty of ammo there. 1 stim to their name, and just really battling Caldera at its finest. This is the moment when you're at endgame and you're like, I have to navigate a mountain to stay inside the zone. I don't have a gas mask. I have no SMG ammo. So if you take an up close and personal fight, it's going to be really tough for you because you know that player that you're going up against probably has an SMG. So just play your life. You hear it 1v2v1. A third party would be really critical for Richie in this moment.
Oh, well, there he gets the eyes on one. The knock and the full elimination. So Richie just giving him even better chances. 1v1.
You got to win your ones. You got to win your ones
right now. I mean, this is such a big moment for Richie. Such a big moment for Western Esports. The circle's actually going to be pushing whoever that is on the high ground right into the next. Going to use the sim shot, get around here, reposition, see if he can get a little bit more space between him and the enemy, but there's the shots, there is the down. All he needs is the full elimination, and that's going to be lights out for that team, and he's going to get it. He finds an angle, he gets the shots, and another dub on the day for Western Esports. Not the biggest kill game from them, 22 kills between 2, and another 7 will give them about a 29 kill game there, but even still, you get the 2 times multiplier, and it's just things you can add to your score for now.
Yeah, and as you say, this maybe not the biggest game, but currently they are the ones that had that 100-point game, and about the other averages for them have been like 33, 30, 33 again. So that is going to be their second highest score that they are going to be reporting. So with only 1 more game to round out their 6, they can look to start improving and jumping back on over to St. Mary's Esports, kind of in that full screen moment. You know, gotta call in the UAV, taking the gunner position. Let's see what Seeker can do. Honestly, just yeet the heli on them. Go in. Oh no, that's not what you want to do. Don't play on me.
Oh, look at him! Oh, look at him! In the camera, he is just baffled by what they just did. Oh, that is a stinger. That is a stinger. It's still alive, though, so, you know, not all that bad for St. Mary's.
It's fine.
Still, you can still come out on top right now if you're St. Mary's Esports in this position. But for the fact that you were on stream, that is no bueno.
Full screen, everyone saw it. You cannot evade that happened. Xander was able to find a nice down, but Pyro gonna get traded out, and Xander just trying to finesse for their life. SMG in hand, trying to get a line of sight on the team that is pushing them. Catches them from behind, finds a nice knock. Gonna go ahead and get the thirst. You might as well at this point when you are fighting immense amount of people. You have a big game bounty at your back. Take to the mountains. Hide in the rocks.
I can't believe we caught that in 4K.
Shh,
That was
don't tell them.
crazy.
No one saw it. It didn't happen. Do it. You
All right,
won't.
Xander. All right, Xander.
Woo! Spicy. I thought the Granko got nerfed, Seymour. I thought it got nerfed.
I did too. I did too. I thought lots of things got nerfed, but, you know, this season is proving differently as Xander finds another down. Can't snap to the third. Almost makes it happen, though, as Xander put in work there for the team. Just not enough work for them to, you know, find themselves farther than 24th place as we go back over to one of the top teams here, CSU Rams A. A little bit of a gunfight going on, a lot happening on screen. There's gas, there's planes, there's, you know, a jammer, there's a UAV, there's the circles closing. There's so much happening right now. They gotta be careful.
It's a lot. I mean, we talk about all of the strategies that you can have, whether you're trying to engage or disengage from a fight. There's audio clutter, there's visual clutter, there's so many different aspects, and CSU Rams still remaining very consistent as they are chasing their bounty just ahead of them. 270.6 points with 3 games and 40 advanced starting points. So looking to put down the rest of their games, and Staka looking to put down this man in the sky with the XM4. Nice shots going out from him, very consistent. Can you just land a couple more? Unfortunately, no, but your teammates are just on the other skirt bridge and might be able to clean that up for you as you're looking for that bounty.
Well, it seems like the players of Warzone didn't get my public service announcement earlier in the day. It's a no-fly zone when Staka's looking at the sky. Come on. Give him a break here. He is just an absolute turret with this XM4. He's going to hop onto the roof, spots out another one. Good shots. Trying to find the down. He's going to get it. He also saw the teammate rotate over to the left, so I'm sure he's going to reposition here. Drops the cluster right down to that player on the ground, so looking to thirst it as well, just to make it impossible for that team to go and revive them. However, the cluster misses its mark for now. Hasn't found the full down, so wherever these players have gone, wherever they have scurried to, their down player is still alive, and there's still a chance for them to bring it back. You're looking at Optimal Flames and Snowy to try to close this gap, trying to get right into the danger, and they will. They both find themselves a knock. They're going to leave it into a 3v1 now against them, and there it is, the full team wipe. Contract's completed, and $6,300 to, you know, net after that.
That's going to be at least 1 UAV for them, and that's actually going to be critical. So you got a restock up on supplies. You see there's a radar jammer just south of you, so you kind of know where you need to head next. Maybe hit a buy station, but I don't really see one nearby. And at this point, you need to make sure that you're watching. If any other teams are coming out of sub-pen, you need to stay ready and waiting, because it's a very highly populated area, but it looks like Staka's just going to go for the redeploy to balloon and maybe meet up with the teammates and kind of make a move on that area with the radar jammer.
You only go right first.
This is-
You always hit that balloon.
I love when players are just floating through the sky. It gives us such a good just lay of the land of what's ahead of them.
You get to see Caldera for maybe one of the last times in a tournament format before Warzone 2, and everyone moves on over to Al Mazrah.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I was watching that, and I saw all the different things that we will be seeing when Warzone 2 Warzone 2 does get released. Water, yes, definitely, for sure. Lots and lots of that, but it was just, you know, the throwback maps too that we get to, you know, have integrated into it. It's something that, you know, they had back in Blackout that was just so unique and so special to it, and get to see that in El Mazrah again. And, you know, whenever they do that, it's just, it's so cool to see.
It really is, and I honestly cannot wait for November to come, but at least we do get Modern Warfare 2 dropping this month. And speaking of dropping, OG Capo, every time we come over to the POV, it's always north 20 eliminations, dropping absolute bombs on these
Oh,
lobbies.
yeah.
Nasty heady, bro.
Like I said, you know, the whole thing about this team is they're not worried about getting kills. They're worried about their placements. Every single time we see them, they're always in these high kill lobbies, and then maybe it's the caster curse, maybe it's, you know, being on broadcast, you know, something just doesn't go your way. You're always just, you know, everybody's against you at that point. But Illini COD, if they can, you know, find themselves, you know, coupling these high kill games with these high placements, that's when I'm going to see the success start to find itself for this team. It's something that they haven't been able to piece together, but I know that they can do it. It's just a matter of time.
They do have one victory to their name thus far, and that was a 78-point game. So getting a lot of damage taken right now, going to lose one member. Xe just able to stay alive, and looks like OG Capo going to drop down, find a nice two-piece right there for a team wipe. But now there's another team in the vicinity because it is that end game. There's 5 teams available to them. Stay in this house, kind of re-shield up, and maybe get a lay of the land. There's no buy stations in the vicinity, and you're just going to have to utilize the pure gun skill that you know you have as OG Capo lays his sights onto another victim.
Just one shot down low. Capo is going to let him know. CSU Rams in a little bit of trouble for themselves. 5th place is where they're going to drop out of that game with 10, 9, and 9 across the 3. So that's going to be it for CSU Rams run there. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look into Illini COD right now as, you know, Tito is out, but you see another kill in the feed from Xe as they're continuing to find some success here, but starting to get backed against the ropes. This is the problem that I've seen them have constantly, is that in the situations they find themselves, they're always in between third parties all the time.
Yeah, you just got to play it really smart, and you hear the calls coming in. Xe's like, I need plates. I don't have anything. You know there is a player behind them, and we know what happens in bathrooms, so don't hide there. It's not going to be safe and do you any favors. You just dropped off the high ground and that building, and you know there's an enemy behind you. So you know there's going to be at least potentially 2 teams in front of you. So it's just getting that information. You do have a gas mask available to you, but 1 shield to both players. No extra resources, no buy station. At this point, you just got to lock it in, because you mentioned their average placement is kind of what kills them. A 1.35 placement multiplier, a 1.25 placement multiplier. This is going to be big. They need a 2x here.
It'd be huge to turn things around for the team. 8 players left. They're just going to set up shop here for now. Constantly pivoting from window to window to see if they can eye up anybody. Trying to, you know, close in the gap. But still a lot of room to work with, so I imagine that players are just, you know, biding their times for now, not wanting to, you know, challenge too far out. As, you know, Capo, if he can, you know, I was going to say if he can get to a buy station, if there's no buy station, he has enough money to buy back Tito. It's going to be up to these 2 to clutch it up for the end of it. And it looks like they get eyes on 1. The ping's going to be through right behind this rock tip. Just wait for them to peek out, and it is going to be the full wrath of Illini COD.
Yeah, it's a 3v3v2, and it looks like both players on Illini COD are utilizing every angle to the best of their abilities, but now with no plates left for Xe and 2 for OG Capo, you have to play this smart. And it's like the other teams are not going to fight each other at this point. They both have their sights set on the 2 members inside the house, and honestly, I don't know where that enemy was looking, but OG Capo able to capitalize on that moment. Can they go back, find another down? They do.
Absolutely insane in the membrane right now. I mean, what we're getting out of Illini COD is just backed against the ropes and getting the job done. The C4 at the end of it, and Capo is using everything that he has and more just to get this win here. 2v2, no armor left. They have some, you know, loot on the ground outside, but if they step outside of this house, Tiff, that could be it.
They just need to make sure that they get the jump, the first shots in on the next 2 players. Because this is massive. I mean, look at, this is the best game I've seen from OG Capo that's been reported today. The last one that was high, 23, but 25 is even better. Look, he's trying to get that $100 bonus for having the most eliminations.
25 kills. You need to see forward through
he's
the
in
window.
The bush. Did you just see that, man? Can you see him wiggling?
I swear he saw him there, just right around the corner. Oh, Capo's got to be careful. If they leave this building, that could be it. But Capo's going to get tagged through the window. Xe's going to have to be the first one out. the gas mask, and it seems like nobody was around the corner, so Capo's going to go the long way around, see if he can take the high ground. Shots on the first one. Second one. He's going to be there, and Capo! No way! He gets the win in a 1v2. Takes the long way around, and you know, sometimes it pays off when you use a little bit of time with the gas mask to reposition. 26 kills from OG Capo. And a huge win. He said it right there. He's like, double the score right there.
5,000 times, but no.
I mean, if you're gonna go out with 47 eliminations, you've got to get the 2x multiplier. You said it your best self, Seymour. It's like right there. They just need to worry about getting into that end game and finding success. They have no shortage of eliminations when they can do that. But let's just jump on over to FSU Esports on Exile. Brave Cannon is down and Storm is in the gulag, and Exile maybe trying to hit the res here.
A little bit of Leroy Jenkins right now, just full send. All the way up top, right to his teammate. Brave Cannon is down, redeployable cover. Ooh,
a little dancey dance.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what they were planning on doing, but I like it.
But it works. You know, he's like, it's like kind of falling forward at that point if you're FSU. It's just somehow, some way you can rise through the deployable cover and it's going to be there. But maybe a shot from up top or just barely getting nipped at by that.
It's a loadout marker. It's a loadout marker, yeah.
Ooh.
It's a loadout up top, so.
Yeah, I see them crossing right now.
Crossing
too.
With full armor, I mean, they could take this fight for sure. They just gotta be the ones to get there, get the jump on, and they're not going to be the ones. So shots out from Exile is just not enough right now. Semtex there, nice shots coming up from the teammate. It's gonna be 2 knocks onto the team above. So still a chance here. Brave Cannon giving you that space to work with.
Back them up.
And Exile spots the last one, so this would be huge if he finds that kill. Shot's a little bit shaky. No more plates for Exile.
I got one. He's flying off.
Go for it.
Yeah, lots of information flowing throughout this team, and we've got a forehead cam to witness it all. Luckily does have a gas mask, but did just utilize 2 bars of it, just trying to get into the next zone, but they want to get the team wipe.
They do.
I'm
The
highlighting
big
again.
works cam from Daniel. Hoping to see if he can harness some of that energy from one of the best.
Who are you fucking cow?
Brave Cannon is just not missing either.
Idiot.
He is on a tear for the team. It's exactly what you need. A team wipe going to be there from whoever they were facing. Where's Storm while all this is happening? I mean, you see he's still alive, but he is nowhere to be found. Oh, there he is. Thank you, Daniel, for putting up the map and showing us exactly where he is. He's trying to find a little bit of real estate in the zone while Daniel and Brave Cannon are looking for, you know, the players on the outside of the zone.
Yeah, Storm found themselves in the gulag at the beginning of that engagement and had Brave Cannon and Exile to really clutch it up. Exile flirting with a little bit of danger here because when you go to jump down these mountains, sometimes you can't pull your chute, so you're really getting spicy here. A little quick enacting the mountain goat skills. This is a building that a lot of people like to hang out at when you go to fields, and it's because they have the ability to find a lot of line of sights throughout these houses, and you have the redeploy balloon here. But, you know, Storm has already kind of been through this area, didn't really give out any comms, so now you just got to navigate these buildings, maybe pick up some loot as you go, finds another deployable cover, which we saw used perfectly for Exile earlier. So always good to keep. But Storm going to find themselves down and had a ton of cash. They were probably trying to regain and get a loadout now, but you have a line of sight that there is a team in that vicinity, so just 2 houses south of where you are now. So kind of group up and tackle it.
You can buy yourself a set of plates. You see him right in the midfield.
Oh, he wants to buy some plates here. Player's going to be spotted. Nice shots from Exile. Deployable cover could be pinged on the inside of that, but right now they need to worry about taking some of these gunfights here as both players going to stack on top of each other, see if they can get what they need to finish things off. Brave Cannon's going to take charge of this gunfight, see if he can run straight at him as Exile is going to take another angle around the car. Just, you know, a little do-si-do here, but 2v1, it's only a matter of time before they get yet another down and a full elimination there.
It's always a square dance, Seymour. Always. But they do have the moves, and that's all that matters because they did get Storm back. They have a lot of resources throughout this team that they were able to eliminate, and I'm looking kind of where they're sitting right now. They've already got 3 games logged. This is a team that came in with no advanced starting points. They came in with the odds stacked against them, knowing they had to lay down and get as many eliminations and find success in these games. 51.8 game, 27, and a 14.3. So they are already set up to beat that current lowest game that they've already kind of logged. But now that we've passed the halfway point, keep improving, get all 6 games logged, and that's when you're like, that 14-point game, that's got to go.
Gone. Just don't worry about it. Just forget about it. So
Forget
this
about
halfway
it.
mark, exactly. It's what you gotta do
window?
sometimes when you're playing through these kill races. Just don't worry about what happened in the past. Just worry about what you're gonna do in the future to find yourself, in that top 10 or hopefully in the top 5 to get a little bit of the placings. If you're trying to upset here, if you're FSU, Exile's gonna spot out a few more. Shots are good for some, damage early on, but nothing really too threatening to the team on the other end to really force FSU in a situation where they want to get aggressive. So they're going to take their time still to take another angle here. Exile spots out another player, slow peek around the corner, and through the window, just barely escaping the grasp of Exile. Will be the player on the inside of this building, and now it's FSU just looking to, see if they can hunt down this player, see if they can collapse on this solo on the inside. It seems like the comms are getting a little frantic, so the gunfights are going to ensue on a couple different fronts. Exile's got to be careful here. Slides on through. Oh, opens up, but nobody's home just yet. Where is this player? It seems like they're already gone, but no, they're just in the bedroom waiting for it out. And Exile's going to get the team wipe. Oh, another one's here, and what a play from Exile.
Look, when I talk about high alert, typically it gives me a little bit of stress, right? Because sometimes if you find yourself in a pickle and there's like every area of your screen is lighting up, but I'm 90% positive that high alert just to Exile there because it started pinging that someone was coming up from behind him when he was taking that first initial gunfight. Now able to get that full thirst, he was able to turn his attention on the player that was trying to make a flank on him, and he was like, nah, I know you're here. I'm better. Serpentine's not going to save you, my guy. And Exile, a beautiful two-piece.
Beautiful indeed, and just more kills right now for FSU through this game. Still a lot of action to go through, though.
Full team.
A full team at power play here from Exile, so seems like that's their next drop-in point. Take control of the roof, see if you can get a couple more kills.
I feel like I just heard someone say I should get a 30 out of this and gonna find a nice knock in front of them. So they are going in, moving through this map. They have that UAV up. You can see all of the red pings in front of them. Ultimate high ground. You gotta get the guy off the roof. You know there's one just in front of you. Storm's looking to go for that as well. Gets tagged up, only has one plate, so they're gonna have to find an elimination. Re-get all the shields from the player in front of them, but trading this out is gonna work really nicely. Beautifully well done. Teamwork makes the dream work, FSU Esports. You heard it from Goats and Glory time and time again, and you are showing why it is prevalent.
Teamwork, dreamwork, everything works when you're working together. And right there, the bait and switch from Exile and Storm was fantastic. Storm may have gone down, but immediately after, Exile just gets the shots needed. And you said at the start of the fight, somebody, I imagine it was Brave Cannon who said they're aiming for a 30-point game here. Even though Exile only has 8 kills, when we first swapped this team, Brave Cannon was running the table of Caldera. And I can only imagine how many kills he has. When we swapped to him, he was the one that was finding the eliminations. He was the one getting the knocks. So he's definitely the one you got to keep your eyes on. And they do it again. The team shots come through. It's going to be Exile to take him down, but Brave Cannon right there to back him up.
I mean, I thought Exile told you guys that you cannot come up from behind of FSU Esports. You just can't. They are going to know. They're going to sense something. Exile's got that high alert that's going to be like, hey, I have the information. We've got the cues that someone's behind you, and they are just going to take that fight together and make it look so incredibly easy as Exile is nearing double digits for themselves. This is turning to be a very nice game. We talked about wanting to get your 6 games in and then start improving on, but you can't improve on something when you've already had it greatness. I mean, you can always be better, but the 100-point game that we saw earlier from Western Esports, I mean, that's massive.
What was crazy about that is it wasn't like one individual on Western was popping off. It was the whole team put in for that 50 piece. So it was huge from Western, and if you can find even a fraction of that, if you're any team from the outside of top 10 looking in, it should cement yourself a spot in that top 10 placement, because we saw the bottom half of top 10 in the leaderboards. There was room for players to or for teams to upset them, maybe force them out of that position, take over that spot. And teams like this, FSU, teams like Texas State, Redbirds, Cods, all those teams are players who started out from outside of the top 10 who have a chance to take control.
Oh, Exile in the gulag.
Comes. No, he's just.
Oh no! You hear the call out. He just wants comms so the teammates go silent, but unfortunately just gets decimated by the player in front of them. So now Storm, last alive for FSU Esports, going to have to keep the dream alive, and Scrambled Egg is going to be the thorn in the side of FSU for this map. What?
Wait a
GD, go
second.
next.
That's not the first time I've said that. I think it was... Scrambled Egg has been a player who I've seen already today take down a team. I think FGCU too, so both Florida schools, you know, meeting their demise from Scrambled Eggs is... It's just crazy coincidence. What are the odds? You know, what are the odds?
Scrambled Egg is just sitting somewhere in their house, wreaking havoc on our college Warzone teams here in the playoffs today. But jumping on over to Fisher Falcons A, Schmalls, probably wearing Crocs. Gotta represent, gotta get the Croc wearing. Has a radar jammer in the vicinity. 14 eliminations, trying to throw down a massive game.
Where do you see the Crocs?
Oh, no, they just had that saying in the last broadcast, Qualifier 6.
Oh,
that we
yeah.
I don't remember the exact one, but it did involve Crocs. So I'm like, homie's probably wearing Crocs today. You've got to represent the Crocs.
I was looking at the webcam. I'm like, where? I don't see it. Is this some sort of inside joke? It was. So, you know, folks at home, drop your socks and grab your Crocs, because right now, Fisher Falcons, they are looking to, you know, tear things up here in Caldera and see if they can actually find themselves inside of a winning position today. And so far, so good for the team, too. I mean, you see Fisher Falcons B have found themselves in first place, so I can only imagine Fisher Falcons A not too far behind throughout their scores.
Comms are flying. Do you guys have an angle? I've got someone on me, and Schmalls able to find an enemy in front of them, really help them out, give some information, and Cap Crew coming in clutch to go ahead and get that team wipe. Now 9 teams left in the lobby, inclusive of Fisher Falcons A, so just looking to get through this end game and find themselves. But now, look, Schmalls does have a team entirely in front of them. STG not really connecting just yet. Right, a nice down, though.
Okay, there's still one in this hut.
Beautiful down. The only thing is, can you find the finish? Because I assume the teammates should be right there to pick them back up. So, you know, they're burning the resources of whoever that is. You're going to have to start thinking about trying to take control of that building, but a car is going to pass right by them.
He's driving past us.
Schmalz is going to back up for an instant, see if you can at least, you know, deny that team with the information. But they're going to set up shop in this house. Deployable cover on the doorway. You talk about how fragile these huts are. Well, deployable cover, it should be huge for blocking out at least 1 point.
Yeah, lots of players everywhere with the Storm at their back. They must keep moving. But I think they're going to be okay at the top of this hut. A couple windows to their name, and I love the use. You brought it up. That deployable cover is going to be really nice to block this doorway and just give them a little bit extra of protection. But they're still outside of the circle. Cap Crew, within an inch of their life, does get it down. They do need to heal, and Schmalz on the roof trying to provide some cover fire, but Serpentine is going to keep that enemy alive, and now Schmalz electing to pull out the SMG and close the distance to try and finish this player off. Does get the down, so that's going to be really mission critical. Rejoining and helping the team. Can they get another down? The shield was there, and now a nice 2-piece and a team wipe. 17 eliminations and 4 squads remaining. Fisher Falcons A looking to find a W here.
That's good connection there out of Fisher Falcons to just feed that enemy into each other's line of sight. Is excellent teamwork being utilized there. Oh, what did he? It was a speed boost picked up. Okay, I thought that was going to be a redeployer token. I was going to say it is like his birthday if that was the case. But speed boost acquired for Schmalz. Able to, you know, zip around these buildings as quick as possible, but only for a short amount of time. And with 3 teams left, 9 players, it is dead even across the board.
Yeah, you can hear it. There's a redeploy balloon. They're going to take it. Has a gas mask available to them. Now hitting the sky. This is going to give you plenty of information. You know there's 2 teams left. You want that ultimate high ground, but you cannot, like, you're not guaranteeing that this is free. There's got to be at least 1 team in the nearby vicinity, and now they're going to go ahead and get tagged up. Sounds like a sniper or someone with a really nice shot. A teammate going to fall in the form of Mayski. Schmalz trying to reposition in the gas. Gas mask has been used up. Maybe going to take the redeploy balloon. I like this play.
Okay, let's see if it pays off, though. Because there's a cluster strike on the inside, so It's not going to be easy to just hold yourself in this angle. And Capcrew's going to take another one down, so a little bit of leeway for Schmaltz to work with.
I'm getting shot in the back.
Oh, but you hear that too, Capcrew now getting shot in the back. Schmaltz has to come to aid. He will for now. I mean, only one plate for Schmaltz. Capcrew, it seems like he's able to re-up his armor all the way back to full, and he has more for Schmaltz too, so that's giving, you know, Fisher Falcons a little bit more to work with now.
Yeah, they just need to play it safe, share their utilities. You do have a dead silence available to you, but I would wait and see if the other two teams will fight and then prioritize a third party because there are 6 players in the lobby. 2 of them are Fisher Falcons, so it's a 2v2v2 or a 3v1v2. Math is hard, but I'm doing it.
All right, it's just a question mark right now on what we're going to be getting, but it looks like Capcrew is going to get some shots from the side. Schmaltz as well. Hail Mary Thermite. But Capcrew's got some brilliant shots here. He's going to line up at least 1 second there from Schmaltz. So, doing the Lord's work right now. 17 eliminations. He's not done yet. Still getting an angle onto that player that was down. See if he could get Thirst, but not able to do so. Sniper is going to be called out. More shots just going to rain through. Just raining hell down onto whoever is going to try to go toe-to-toe right now with this team. But another one right down the road. Nice shots there for the crack the armor. Schmaltz going for the finisher, but it's an assist on the elimination downfield, so 4 players left. 2 versus 2. Sniper and what should be this player around the rock, so looks like they're going to send it.
Oh. Does have 2 stims available to them. I don't think he's going to be able to get that res. He has 1 plate, but I don't know if there's enough time to go ahead and get that on.
No.
And unfortunately, going to be taken down, a 2nd place finish for Fisher Falcons. But we know they had plenty of eliminations, so still a great game. You hear the comms, still a great game. The vibes are high with Fisher Falcons right now.
You know, I was never going to question the vibes of this team after what I saw last time we saw them. Tiff, it's one of those teams that you know they're going to bring the vibes, that you know they're going to have the energy, but you know, situations like that, I'm sure you still hope for that first place spot in the positioning just for the sake of score, as it would be wild for Fisher, you know, to try to even one up CSU at that point. You both have 2 teams right now in the runnings of playoffs. If one of you can, you know, double down on these teams, you know, have your both A and B team inside of that top 5, it's definitely going to it's definitely going to put your school on the map for going into, you know, the rest of the CCL year.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Fisher College Alpha right now, 135 points to their name, but another team that's looking to find a lot of success banked upon, that's going to be Northwood Esports. You got Bink,
yes.
You've got Infinite, you've got Dak. Yeah, they've elected to play with Dak. Thugger's at home chilling. I think he's working on CDLR qualification, so GG's to you. But Bink trying to go in and find a nice down, but there's a couple people inside you. The comms are coming out. There's two. Now maybe take to the high ground after you get spotted. Try to put a plate on or 2. Maybe wait for some assistance from the teammates. You got Dak inside, but a bouncing Betty able to evade with the down. But there's another one, and I don't think Dak was able to evade it, or was he?
No, Dak.
Wait, he's alive.
1 HP in a dream.
His health bar was so low, it looked like he was just immortal for a period of time. But maybe this team knows something that I don't, because I can't evade bouncing Betties like that.
Oh, Dak just he's got the totem of the undying. he cannot be taken down by bouncing Betties. He is the counter to that utility. Oh, this is not going to be a good situation to be in if you're St. Mary's. 15 kills for Xander Clan, yes, but look at the situation that he's in. He's stuck in a box, and in 30 seconds, he's going to have to move into the circle. Ooh, not sure if that player spotted him out, but Xander Clan just wants to stay as quiet as he can, Tiff.
Yeah, this is going to be spicy. The last time we saw Seeker, he was kind of throwing down in a helicopter.
Literally.
That's okay. Yeah, quite literally. But Xander waiting for them to fight. There's a player literally right in front of you.
Oh, come on. Shoot
literally.
Him. That's free.
Oh, no. Now they
come
know.
on, Xander.
Come on. Hit your shots. Does get a knock on player. Don't panic. Don't panic, my guy. Now going to take the high ground, but unfortunately going to get tagged up. They will finish in 5th place. So GG, go next.
So what was the end there for the rest of the team? Because Xander, 15 kills. That is fantastic. 4 kills and 8 kills. So maybe not up to par with Xander, but a 5th place finish is not too shabby there for St. Mary's Esports to finish off their run for heat number 3. What a weird run too, because it felt like we were constantly just looking at, again, those second place, third place, fifth place finishes from a lot of these teams that are finding these high kill games. You just cannot get the dubs under their belt to really, cement themselves a good set of points.
That's because I think when you're playing for eliminations, you're not necessarily worried about your positioning and your end game utility. A lot of teams have been running out of ammo, finding themselves with a lack of shields towards the end, which make positioning and living throughout those last fights kind of challenging. And maybe it's because everyone in the lobby are turning their line of sights onto our college Warzone teams and not necessarily fighting. But maybe it's just me, because that's kind of what the vibes I'm getting. They never want to fight the other teams in the lobby. They always want to turn on you and fight you.
Maybe that's the case. Well, we're going to have to find out if it's going to stay true throughout the rest of it, because we still have 2 more blocks to go through. There's still 2 hours left, so we're past the halfway mark. This is now crunch time for teams to start putting up the best scores that they can possibly get for the remaining 2 hours. And before we go to break, we still have another giveaway here from Fanatical, so don't forget, in chat, while we're waiting to get back into the next set of games, ! raffle in chat. There's $50 Fanatical cards being given away, a total of 4 today on every single break, and you could be the one to walk away with that hefty prize of $50 towards a Fanatical game. And there's plenty of Fanatical games too. If you go over to fanatical.com, as spelled on screen here for the graphic, check out what they have to offer and why you want that $50 card, and sign up, ! raffle. We're gonna go to a break, and when we come back, our next set of games on the horizon. We'll see you there. Back with some more College Warzone. My name is Seymour, with me Tiff, and already through 3 blocks of action, heading into number 4. Things are getting absolutely wild on Caldera. Tiff, why don't we take a look at the leaderboards so far and, run through what we're looking at, because I'm sure things are going to look crazy the more we move forward here in the playoffs.
Yeah, the more teams getting all of their games in at the end of 5 hours, your best 6 games will be reflected upon these scores. And Fisher Falcons B just ahead of CSU Rams A, 336.3 points. Currently the score to top. Western Esports has that 100-point game under their belt, sitting in 3rd. Northwood, your qualifier 1 and 2 winners, 290 points. KSU COD finding that automatic bid to qualifiers just in the nick of time. Qualifier number 7, Arizona State, a team we haven't really seen too much on the broadcast. In 6th place, we have Queens Esports. We know they were a huge fan of the time kill race format. Illini COD, Florida Gulf Coast, and Cincinnati COD rounding out your top 10. But we have just broken the halfway point. We have 2 hours left of this format, and now is the time to make sure that you're garnering as much elimination points as you possibly can. And Bink, level 3 threat on your screen, 14 eliminations, nearing that end game, and just working really well together inside this building to find success. I know, right? Crazy.
Infinite double kill with the thermite and a knock. That's one way to do it. I mean, what a way to jump back into the action already, just right into the mix. Still triple threat onto Bink, so they're not out of the woods yet, as I'm sure that somebody just right around them looking to hunt them down, and Infinite's going to get yet another knock onto another team, so keeping the pressure off of Northwood for now, as this team sitting in 4th. They want to get back into the top 3. If I know anything about these Northwood players, they're not happy without being champions, so this is one of those teams that I'm looking to, and I'm glad you bring up Arizona State too in the leaderboard, because we have seen nothing from that team, but they find their way now into the top 10. And it's crazy to say that there's only 135 points separating the 1st place and the 10th place team.
Ooh, little spicy. We know what the average is. We've seen 438 points top the leaderboard. That was for qualifier number 7. But this is the College Warzone playoffs. If you're just joining us, like $10,000 on the line, $3,000 alone just for 1st place. And Bink on your screen trying to take down the sniper in front of him does get a nice knock. Still level 3 hunted, which means they are in the vicinity and on them. So there's more players, but that player, the gas mask animation almost coming in to be a very detrimental point for Bink, but able to survive thanks to the power of friendship on the Northwood Esports. But not the power of friendship is not going to save you from a sniper.
No, friendship only goes so far right now in Warzone.
It's true. It's true.
Caldera doesn't care who you're friends with, only who is the best. Basically get brought back, has a gas mask too, so doesn't really have to worry too much about looting up. As still being hunted. I don't know where this team could possibly be, that they're this close in the threat level, but they have yet taken the gunfight. But I mean, they have to be one of the next teams they have to face. There's only 3 teams left, so I can't believe they haven't even tried to take down Northwood, whoever's hunting them.
Yeah, a little spicy. We did get to see a little bit of action with that supply box UAV mid-season patch notes stay. They went ahead and fixed the thing. They took out the red supply crates from showing up, so your screen isn't as cluttered, which is going to be really beneficial for Northwood Esports, because they want to find information, not have their mini-map completely cluttered. But Fisher Falcons B team on your left side, a little 3-line rifle action, probably one of the sickest skins in the game for the 3-line. Phantoms utilizing it, trying to find some success in the end game in a 3v1 situation, and Northwood looking to find a dub of their own, as there are 2 other teams remaining.
Yeah, both these teams seeing if they can walk out on top for their respective games. As Phantoms is just picking player after player with the sniper rifle. It's going to be the full team wipe and the game dub.
Oh my gosh.
For the Freeway. Oh my. 22 kills, 12 and 12. So that's a big game for
46.
Fisher Falcons B. This is the team that's already in 1st, too. So the fact that they're still finding games like that, I mean, that is consistency at its best. But let's see if Northwood can get the job done as well, as they're still going to be looking to go toe-to-toe with these 3 teams. Trying to close the gap a little bit as the circle's closing in. Unfortunately, Infinite goes down, but here comes Bink right over the corner. The resurrection doesn't come through. Looking to switch on over for the full team wipe, and he's going to get it done. Now 3 versus 3, or no, 2 versus 1 it looks like.
And he's downed. Just gotta pick him off with that self-res. A massive game for them. 38 plus 15. Chat, y'all do the math. Stand up for Northwood Esports finding a dub just like Fisher Falcons B. But let's go ahead and talk about that, because now that you've got Fisher Falcons already has all 6 games logged for them. And I lied. That's a sick joke from my part. That was their 6th game. That massive 46 elimination game was going to be their final one. But now, coming on over to St. Mary's Esports, looks to be finding themselves within the gulag. And I feel like every time we cut on over to Seeker's POV, we are just bringing a little bit of destruction along with us. Maybe a little caster curse without us talking, you know?
I gotta get one of those trombones going, wow, every time we go see a Seeker, because I swear, we do not bring the luck for this player. And here he goes. The gulag. Nothing has been kind to him, and the frustration for St. Mary's Esports is being shown. 17th place for this game, as it has not been kind to them today.
It's fine, GG, go next, log it in. You got just shy of 2 hours remaining. You can do this. You can do this. But coming on over to Queen's Esports, Sue on your screen. I feel like every time we come over to Queen Esports, they're just chilling towards that end game. Good amount of eliminations, just trying to find themselves. I don't remember seeing them within the... Wait, no, they were inside the top 10. I'm lying to myself. I think they were just outside. They're kind of in that mid-pack range right now, looking to find themselves in the top 3. So, yeah, go ahead, hide in that bush.
Yeah, you do that. Queen's Esports. Big win here. Still 3 teams to take down, so... Looking to see if they can mount up even more kills. Sue through the window. Brilliant shots, but can't find the finisher. Oh, Hail Mary toss to the throwing knife, but I think that was a little bit too much of Hail Mary there, as through the door would be a very narrow place to get it done. Nice shots down low, though. Another team wipe. And up top, he's going to switch from player to player. Allow Narcissist to weigh on in. And although Sue goes down, I mean, this should be an easy cleanup for Jen and Narcissist on the inside of this building. And Jen's going to find one of his own. Actually, 2 knocks for himself. A full team from Jen to take down. Narcissist has yet to take this gunfight on the inside of that building, but it should be, you know, a game that's favoring Queen's Esports at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately going to be completely fooled there. So only 2 members. Oh my God. What do you do?
What is
what do
this?
What do you do when that's how you go out? Like, if that's how it's gotta be, fine. But the other 2 members, Jen and Narcissist, need to clutch this moment up for Queen's Esports. They currently only have 3 games logged, a 72, an 83, and an 84. So they are looking to find really nice success here. But 2 teams left in this lobby aside from them, and, you know, just fight. Is that a 27 elimination from Jen?
Oh my goodness, Jen is putting in the work right now. 3-line rifle. I mean, there's still a couple kills that Jen's going to need to get if they want to take this dub. So 27 could be a 30 bomb right now for Queen's Esports if he plays his cards right. These 2 teams, though, that they're going up against, they are not rolling over at all. They're still holding strong. They're still putting up the fight against Queen's Esports, and they're holding their own territory on the inside of the circle. There's a little bit of coexisting going on now between these teams, as Jen's going to get armor plates dropped down to him, back up to full armor, and 1 extra as well. Got to be careful of the players on the inside of this. Sniper might be exactly what you need if you're Jen. First shot's going to miss. Second shot's going to hit. Only a break in the armor. Second one onto the next, and you do see a knock come through from Jen, so getting the job done with a little bit of help from Narcissist to hold them back on the inside. They have to be careful, though, to not allow this third party into it.
Ooh, a nice down. They went for the res, but Jen able to clean it up with that 3-line and a team wipe. So now they are just looking for 1 solo player left standing in this lobby. It is that player, and they have a line of sight. The 3-line rifle comes out. Can it connect? No, but this is going to be really tough. Jen falls down. Narcissist, you got to clutch it up. Clutch or kick. This is the moment.
Half an armor plate. 1v1. And there it is, the victory for Queen's Esports. Narcissist gets the job done. 29 kills for Gentiv. And look, Sue, he's got the smiling. He's got the little smirk there. He knows what he just did. They know the game they just put up, and it is pure vibes coming out from the Canadians.
I mean, that's a massive game. You've only got 3 games logged. Most of them are incredibly high scoring. Your average is double that of the general average, right? It was a 36-point average coming into this. And you've already got 72, 83, 84, 29 eliminations just on Jen alone, 16 for Narcissist, and 7 for Sue. A massive victory.
I'm not even going to try to do the
Nope.
calculations on that one. Too many odd numbers. We're going to hop over to Illini and see what they got going on, because Capo is putting up another 20-point game. He's got 22 kills. I mean, it just does not stop. Maybe the action was a little bit, lackluster at the start of this playoff, but now into the 4th block of the day, everybody is heating up.
Hey, and you know what? While we're cursing Seeker unintentionally, we're not trying to, we are bringing the hype every time we come to OG Capo. He's not let us down once, and now back in the site to redeploy. OG Capo looking to find some no bullets connecting with that automaton, and now trying to reposition as the ring is at their back. But look at all the ammo and loot that they have to their no plates. No plates. Exy gonna get tagged up, but now the ability to come in at the right time and have your teammates back is going to be so massive here. Now 2 other teams in the lobby, the queue coming in saying, hey, there's a hostile in your sky. You just gotta get a good line of sight on them.
That's all you need right now. Comms clean. Nobody really cluttering it up, but unfortunately, a little bit of turnaround there as somebody tried to get the jump onto Tito, and high alert as the comms in an instant. It's going to turn Capo around for kill number 24.
Ooh, 2 right there. Get the down on 1. You just got to find the other teammate, and he's going to catch him. I'm not sure where that player's trying to go, but it must be the lobby, because OG Capo is coming in. Incredibly savage moment here. 26 eliminations, and there's only 1 player, and they are hunting.
Only 1 more.
I doubt it, big check, yeah. Just make sure.
And this 26 suddenly turns into 52. That is insane games right now for Capo, as he is doing this back-to-back-to-back tip. So there they are. They're going to see the last one. Even a tag there from Capo is going to let them do it. And maybe his teammates only put up 5 and 4, but still unbelievable gunfights from OG Capo. If this isn't a player that you're watching out for now, not even through Warzone, but through the CCL itself, I don't know what more he needs to do to prove himself.
I mean, he just needs to pass 26. You heard it from him. I can't pass 26, bro. All right, let's see 27, OG Capo. Do it. You can do it. Meanwhile, VCU COD finding some nice success here in the College Warzone playoffs today. Dragon Dino on your screen. Blue and User rounding out the rest of this team. This team had a lot of trials to get through to find themselves an automatic bid to the playoffs. They were consistently finding themselves from 4th through 7th place, and you needed a top 3 to secure that automatic qual spot, right? And they finally did it. It took them a little bit. Then the formats changed, and they were just consistently right there. But now, time to fry out in the playoffs. The Serpentine trying to prevent Dragon from doing anything.
It's consistent 4th, 5th, and 6th placings for VCU all the time until they got into that top 3 finally. It took them long enough, like you said, but it's one of those teams that, again, we need to talk about is the inconsistencies of VCU. It's we know what we're going to get out of Blue. Every single time we see him, it seems like he's putting up superstar performances, but when it comes down to User and Dragon Dino, they really need to, find their own. Find their form in this playoff, because they're the ones that are always the X factor for this team. Blue is the constant, but you really need big performances out of User and Dragon Dino just to get into that 3rd place alone for those qualifiers. Now, in playoffs, to find that 1st place spot, you need to see them really step it up.
Yeah, and we gotta talk about this because these are public lobbies. You need to be able to assess the level of the teams that you're fighting. Sometimes you come across absolute people that might be kind of NPCs or just paid actors, or you're coming across YYing TikTok demons that are going to decimate your entire team. And typically you want to find a hefty mixture, but being able to assess the level that you're kind of working up against, so you can maybe either split off and know to take some fights by yourself, or regain with your teammate and say, hey, we need to stack this moment inside the house. This team, they can actually shoot back, they have skills. And that, I think they're finding themselves in a really challenging position today. The lobbies are just atrocious for a Saturday, and You know, Blue usually finds himself north of 20 eliminations, has only broken that once in the 5 games that they have logged. So looking to find some success here, but Blue able to kind of make some things happen, but User going to fall and no shields available to them. But 8 people left in the lobby in total, and that Cold War MP5, or is it the Modern Warfare? I believe.
Either or, I mean, it is dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. It's good to see it coming back. I was never such a fan of it, and Dragon Dino going to get shot from up above. Unfortunate for them, but I believe there was one member of the team still alive, or no?
Well, it looks like Blue's still fighting strong, but how long can he hold off when he's got such a tough situation ahead of himself? So yeah, Blue's still fighting strong, just on the outskirts, no plates, and they know where his position is as he is dancing right now. All the way around the hut. At some point, he's going to have to leave this building. He has no gas mask, so that is going to hurt quite a lot. Where are you going? He is taking the long way around.
I like
it,
this,
just
though.
to
That
get to
was
the rock.
smart. That was nice. But unfortunately, there's a player just north of him that had a really solid line of sight. 17 eliminations for Blue. 3 squads remaining inclusive of VCU COD. And Dragon just kind of sitting there watching. That's all you can do. See, Blue, I'm telling you, the other teams in the lobbies do not fight each other. They're just looking for the teams in the College Warzone playoffs. I'm a firm believer.
It's all Blue right now. It's all they're worried about. They see FaZe Blue. Their eyes are laser locked onto his position. Is he again? He's going to move over, but again, what is wrong with these players? They're not leaving Blue alone, and 3rd place finish for VCU. Unfortunate at that, but they were kind of forced into a tough situation, and that is another heartbreaker for VCU. We head over to Falcons A. Schmalz is in the gulag. Oh, he is the last player standing. Was Mayskis. Last one standing here. Trying to get it done. Early damage going to put him at the deficit. Slides on out, and I'm pretty sure that enemy player was leaning over the side, so just waiting.
Just waiting, but Staka, level 3 threat now, level 2. Currently 16 eliminations and just entering that end game. As soon as we come over to this team, I feel like the level of communication is just so great. Shots going down with that XM4, not able to find a down, but they have plenty of cash. Plenty of positivity, just looking to run it back and find themselves at the top of the leaderboard one more time. They just have to unseat Fisher Falcons B, and Staka taking to the scene. And now 2 people right in front of him, but gets completely decimated. Did that man's just quick scope him? Now,
Looked like he drop shot with a sniper, but I could not believe it with my own eyes. And we're not going to get the replay of that, so I'm just left wondering what it actually was. Staka gets fooled.
I don't know.
He's going to leave his teammates alone. Separated too, so not a good position to be in if you're CSU Rams. Looks like they're going to use the redeploy Optimal Flames, trying to get back towards his teammate. Use the height now to feed some information over to Snowy as well. Dropping from the sky, shots are going to be rained down from above. Not going to hit its mark, and in fact, forced away from it as well. He's going to have to take up shop over towards this rock.
ooh, this sniper that they're going up against is really just proving to be like they can hit their shots. I love this play from Optimal. You've got to have to like disengage from the fight. You have enough to buy back. There's a loadout within the ring. Get a buyback. That teammate can go ahead and grab their loadout. The regain is happening, but just play your life at this point and don't chow that sniper. But I think I just saw someone. Look, I could be seeing things. We are nearing that 4.5 hour mark. And no, there was someone there.
Yes.
Optimal Flame saw them too. Able to get a nice kill, and a UAV goes up so you can see just how surrounded Optimal is.
It's always nice to get proven that you're not actually crazy when you're playing Caldera, because sometimes it seems like you are sometimes thinking you're seeing things, and you're just like, was that actually a player? Was that a plant, or was that a bird? Was that a tree? You know, so it's nice to sometimes actually be proven right.
It happens sometimes because you never know. I talk about it all the time. I'm like, dude, I literally think the birds are people, and I swear I just heard someone right there. So you gotta play it safe, but Optimal able to get the purchase back onto Staka. Now you know just how heavily populated this area is, and how many red dots were surrounding that loadout. So what do? Do you join back up with your teammate? I think that's your best bet. Rely on your teammate to maybe provide some cover fire, or land on the player that Optimal had just eliminated. Now you've got a PPSH and an AR, so not bad while you go get the weapons that you feel comfortable utilizing.
I mean, it's just a sure thing. It's free loot right there to drop down on it, and that communication from Optimal Flame to Staka was definitely, you know, provided. So you know that that loot is free. You go down there, you at least get something to work with now if you're Staka as you try to go to your loadout. I mean, it just gives a little bit more breathing room for Staka to work with.
Oh yeah, now we go. We get the loadout. Absolutely beautiful. Has that Arma in hand, and you just need to find the other 7 teams in the lobbies. 13 players remaining. Staka eliminated 16. I feel like a lot of these teams are remaining consistent, but that player is just...
Wow.
That's an NPC if I've ever seen one, Seymour.
You said it perfectly right there. I'm going to leave it at that one, too, because that player did not know what was going on. Did not expect Staka to turn that corner. But he has teammates, and it seems like there's somebody that's trying to get a little bit of a piece of Staka as well. As Precision Airstrike going to be dropped down right onto his position. Doesn't have a stimmy, so he's got to hightail it out of there as quick as possible, and it seems like he is going to be able to evade the airstrike for now. But I mean, talk about, you know, this CSU Rams A team being the most consistent team in College Warzone so far, and that's why they're the first seed going into today. The only thing is that even with all that consistency, they have yet to find a first place, even in the qualifiers. I mean, it's always just been a struggle for them to, you know, break through their own level, get to that #1 spot, and come out on top. And it seems like they're falling into that same sort of area now. I mean, they're just barely away from that first place spot, sitting in second. CSU Rams A, I mean, they really need to dig deep if they want to get that first place and finally break what seems like a curse here in College Warzone.
Yeah, it's really tough when sometimes the only enemy is kind of yourself at that point, right? Sure, you grab another team wipe and there's 4 teams remaining, so you're getting into those top 3 multipliers and finds yourself a gas mask. You're at the top of this area, and I think this is a really good place for you to position yourselves because you have that ultimate high ground. But now you've got to make sure that no one is coming up from behind you, that no one is kind of in your nearby vicinity. You do have to find more people, audio cues coming in, enemy dropping, you know exactly where they dropped. Just shooting toes at this point. Gonna find a nice down.
Look at that early damage, too, from Staka to shoot at the toes, you know, transfer over to the body as soon as he hits that mantle up. So, I mean, it's just very decisive shots coming out from Staka. It's why he's such a good player in Warzone, is he doesn't think twice. He just jumps to the action. His shot is crisp, so he knows he can back it up.
Yeah, and this is nice, utilizing your parachute, relocating, but you're relocating right in front of an enemy team. That is the last team in the lobby, and now you know exactly where they are. You've got to wait for Optimal to go ahead and make this moment. It is a 2v3. Nades are coming your way. Go ahead and reposition, but Optimal is going to go down in the meantime, so it's just left up to Staka. A 1v3, Seymour.
Oh, if anybody can do it, it's going to be this guy right here, but shots at a distance, finds the first down. Has to re-open the armor. 2 plates. Down into the brush yet again. No idea where the other 2 are, and has to jump into an area where he can get eyes on to the next. Into the window. No one's home. Around the outside, there's the thirst. 2v1 right now. Staka against the odds, and he just has to play this right. He gets some armor off the ground too, Tiff, so I mean, still a chance to walk out on top right now. If you're Staka, you just have to play your cards right.
Ooh, I love that jump spot right there. Able to fully shield up. He has information on where one of them lies. He just needs to find an eye. Now he just needs to make it 2. And that's a 1v3 if I've ever seen one. Staka coming in clutch for the CSU Rams. Let's go. That's what you need to do.
Let's go, Staka. Turn up one time for the team. 21 eliminations, 18 for Optimal Flame, 5 for Snowy. Big game there again for CSU. I can't, you know, exclaim it enough how strong this team is when you really put them against the odds. I mean, you can see that they never, ever give up. And a 1v3 just, oh my goodness, Seeker, no, not again.
Dude, this is, we're a curse, Seymour. We are a curse to Seeker. He doesn't know it. He has no idea when we come over to their POV on the broadcast. He gets absolutely decimated and fooled right there. Just, we're here for you, Seeker. We're here for you.
In spirit, you know, through remote. Here for you, Seeker. I feel bad at this point. Every single time we move over to him, it just seems like the whole world is against him. We'll get the buyback though, so you know, another chance here for his Seeker to, you know, turn things around now. I mean, you talk about that this is a time kill race. You have plenty of time. Hour, 30 minutes. You can still get what you need to get if you are St. Mary's Esports and try to find yourself into, you know, maybe the top 10, top 5, just against the odds right now. That is what St. Mary's Esports are.
Hey, someone's got to do it. 8 eliminations. I think he was on 9 last time we saw their POV before falling. And you're right, got the buyback, now trying to join their teammates back. Maybe grab that supply run and bank on that. But you're able to get some information here. This might have been your actual weapons. I believe that's where we last saw Seeker before getting completely demolished. And you do know there's still people in the vicinity. But look at that. I'm reading minds here today, Seymour. They were able to grab the supply run. So once they hit that, they can get some cash, maybe gear up on some utilities, and just kind of keep the momentum moving forward.
Slowly but surely.
They just bought someone on the shop. He landed here.
Here's comms from Seeker as he is going to call up a couple players on the ridge. Right in front of them, actually, is right through the door he goes. Early break into the first one. Can't finish it out. It's going to have the team shots into the second, though, and that's going to be an early down onto this team fight. So it should be a 2v3 now. Seeker's going to get eyes onto the next one, and perfect team wipe from St. Mary's.
Hey, now things are looking a little more positive, Seymour. Maybe if we just get on them, they can get the regain. Things will just start moving in the direction that they would like to have them move. And now Seeker looking for double-digit eliminations of their own. And that's one of those ATMs. I find that so interesting. So I guess they've been added with the mid-season patch. You go and utilize them, store some cash in them. Totally legit. Great way to share some money. But maybe that supply run 53 seconds into the distance, you would net yourself $2,300 if you went and grabbed it, but I just don't think it's one of those things that you need to actually full send for unless it's already on the path.
How does an ATM get onto Caldera too? Like that's what I'm wondering. You know, maybe like when I think about it and I'm trying to, you know, wrap my head around it, maybe, you know, Castaway, you know, Tom Hanks, FedEx Air, right through the sky, everything just, you know, goes wrong, and all of a sudden all these things falling from the FedEx Air plane is all on this island, and maybe that's where the ATMs come from. I don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the ATM.
You're like, how can we make this happen? Regardless, it is there. There's a shipwreck in front of Seeker. Comms are flying. They've got a line of sight. Maybe a sniping team in front of them, but that's like a really interesting position for that team out on that kind of cliffside. There are like some actual trenches that they can kind of finesse themselves in and get nasty head peeks from it. So I think it's really smart if they don't ego chow that. And meanwhile, Xander finds a player inside this little hut. Now, Seeker going in, knows they have a Marco, but does not able to get a line of sight. Oh, he's behind him, and he beats him down! Seeker, this is a monumental moment for yourself. You're not falling out of a helicopter. You're not getting sniped when we cut to you. You are beating the enemies down, and that's what we like to see.
And Xander says Marco, Seeker says Polo, and he gives him the hands. Just like that. I mean, it's redemption for Seeker that we're looking at through this game, as still 20 players to go against. Cash, not healthy. So Xander's going to have to wait a little bit to get bought back by the team, and only looking like there's a few buy stations left, but there is going to be a buy station to the next zone. So, you know, there is that chance to get back to full strength still.
Little spicy, more comms coming in. Can Seeker grab a knock and really assist? That player's going to go flying, and Seeker says, no way. Able to get the knock. Knows there's at least one more enemy in the vicinity, but going for the full thirst, not able to get it. Pyro here to kind of provide some assistance. You see the shots coming in towards them.
And here's the third. I don't know how it's still alive. The self-revives must be coming through strong for this team, but here comes Seeker to clean up the rest of them. Another 2 kills is going to lead him to 12. Pyro still well and alive, just providing a little bit of overwatch to his teammate. As this is excellent out of St. Mary's. I mean, this is the teamwork and camaraderie that we've been looking for, Tiff.
Ooh, little spicy, but still don't have the cash necessary to bring Xander back in. But at this point, there's 6 teams left in the lobby. It's like, play your life, look for some information, try to do your absolute best. They were able to call in a mobile buy station just in case they do get the cash, but gets tagged up from the back, losing all shields, just able to skirt out of the distance, but there's players surrounding them and is going to fall. Now, you've got Pyro last alive, try to make it up as high in the elimination as you can. And I'm pretty sure that was like the OG Modern Warfare M4 that just took them down.
The OG, takedown there. But even still, Seeker a little bit more leveled after that one. This is definitely not a surprise to him. They were down into the pit, and they know there's a lot of eyes on them in that situation. So right now, Pyro is just eyes on you. What can you do when your backs are against the ropes here? So we're going to be able to see if that placement can be moved from 5th place, maybe even to 4th, maybe even 3rd here. You're going to get eyes onto another. Early shots to break the armor, but here comes somebody to take the one-on-one. Pyro shots are good, and the full down there. Will he get the elimination? Well, he's going to have to go through the next one, and that's 2 downs for Pyro. Almost gets the next one for the full, but he will get taken down from a player who was above him, so that's going to be a 5th place finish for St. Mary's Esports inside of that game, and a strong one, too. 12 kills from Seeker, 6 from Pyro, 4 for Xander. About a 22-kill game.
Not bad. They were able to grab 2 eliminations before going out, but now jumping on over to Florida Gulf Coast, we've got Kirch on your screen, 10 eliminations, sitting at around 8th place. Now just looking for some information. You do have a nice little high ground. I believe I saw some people just out to the south side, and maybe Kirch has got some information on that as well, but is going to jump out of that and maybe finesse themselves into the building to get a good line of sight. Just trying to lock it in at this point as we near...
All you can ask for.
Yeah, we've got an hour and a half left of the timed kill race format here at the College Warzone playoffs. $10,000 on the line. If you guys are just joining us, I'd be curious to hear, who are you rooting for?
Yeah.
Who do you want to see? If you're in chat right now, stand up for your school, stand up for, maybe you've got some family members competing in this. Maybe you want to see Kirch find success looking for a down on the screen. They lose the line of sight. I don't think they were able to get that player down. You have an armored Bertha in just south of you, a little spicy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, right now, if you're not rooting for FGCU, I mean, you are crazy, this team. Playing for more than just the win, playing for the city, and playing for the kills. Kirch, another one's down. 11 kills for the captain, as this team is going absolutely insane. But you're right, Tiff. I mean, I want to hear the people in chat, too. I mean, show your school spirit. Let's hear it. It is an insane day right now for the first ever College Warzone playoffs. First ever time we're going to be able to, crown ourselves a champion in College Warzone. Oh my God, Kirch! What is that? The movement!
Oh my gosh, the comms are frying, and FGCU just trying to stay alive and take as many down with them. Kind of repositioning. Carigzy going to find themselves a nice team wipe. 5 teams left. Kirch still has another team in the line of sight. Gonna get tagged up. Does need to find a different approach to the players in front of them as Wheels off screen. Gonna find a nice down. That player's gonna push in, and Kirch says, no way, not today. Gonna clean them up as well.
It seems like they've been working on their close quarter combat because Kirch is okay at a tango on the inside of these buildings. A team wipe again for FGCU, just continuing to mount up these kills for the squad as all 3 players putting in the work for FGCU. This is what I like to see. It's what we've seen in the past of these kill race qualifiers to, put them in the position that they were going into today. 2nd seed going into playoffs. And it's because of these individual performances out of Crazy, Wheels, and Kirch. All 3 of the players looking good.
Yeah, doing everything that they need to do. 1 enemy team remaining in this lobby, separating them from a 2x multiplier and another massive game here in the College Warzone playoffs. And, they completely decimated that side of the map. That was a span of like 4 team wipes within, but that player, now they have the advantage of the armored Bertha, and Wheels is just going to go all fast and the furious on them. Maybe look for some lines of sight, break in, use the turret on top of that, but a cluster strike incoming here for Kirch inside this little building, but he's like, you know what? 2 can play that game. I'll one-up you and throw you a cluster as well, utilizing that heartbeat. Now a radar jammer is up in the air, going to scramble their vision for a little bit. You're going to have to remain and utilize your sights, your eyes, and what you see on the screen.
I mean, it's like, you get a cluster strike, you get a cluster strike. Now let's go. Let's swarm this team and collapse on them. It sees FGCU are ready to put the pedal to the metal and, take this gunfight head on. As they're going to be collecting as much as they can, get into a position to see if they can take over. And there's the sight of the first. The shots are going to be there. Team shots into the 1, but Kirch gets traded out. So 2v2 between these 2 teams. It looks like another one's going to go down. Oh, it's a full down onto the 1. So 2v2 between these 2 players. Crazy and Wheels. Let's see if they can clutch up and ice up.
This is going to be a massive game if they can get the double. They want to double it. 2v2, like you said. Wheels just trying to find some information, but unfortunately,
Crazy's
Crazy's gonna get sniped. We don't know where they are just yet.
Wheels has to keep his head down right now. The sniper could be anywhere. He's going to spot the first one. Trying to work his way around this one. See if he can get a little bit natural cover onto the cliffside, and he will find it. Re-ups on the armor as well. Just see if he can find another way around this. It doesn't look like there's a buyback station, so it doesn't look like you're going to be able to, you know, find yourself in an area to get your team back. But he's going to go for the Bertha. You know, I'm not against it.
Oh, no. He's not going to be able to get it up. Oh, wait. You just got to navigate. This is fine. Yeah, you got this.
There's no way they're letting him do this in a 1v2.
Just go backwards. This is totally fine. Yeah, gonna get tagged up. Plenty of life, right?
Plenty of armor to get through this one. Can he hop into the turret?
Look, if you're gonna drive backwards, that's the way to do it. But that player is literally just standing there. But they're getting information, right? Oh,
yep.
The player's pushing. You're getting tagged up. Unfortunately, John Wick is going to be the one putting the nail in the coffin for y'all on this lobby. A second place finish. Granted, it is a 1.85x multiplier for those massive eliminations. All teammates north of double digits. 12, a 13, a 15. A beautiful game for FGCU.
A comical finish, too. I mean, using the armored Bertha as best as you can. I thought we were about to see him go crazy with that, but, you know, struggling to get it up the hill, has to back up, and, you know, as soon as you leave, you're kind of sitting duck at that point. So let's move over to Fisher Falcons B. Phantoms on screen, as this is the team to watch today. This is the team that has consistently held first place since the start. I mean, they're off in 10th, 12 points going into this playoff. And right after we got to see our live check-in for our first time, this team was in first place, and they've held that first place spot all day long. So, I mean, the big question is, can anybody take down the Falcons? It's a huge question, but it's hard to do when this team is consistently putting up high kill, high placement wins.
Yeah, they're currently sitting at 428.3 points from their 6 games. An 86, a 60, a 54, 45, and 78, and a 92. So they're so close to rivaling that Western's 100-point game, and you're just looking to drop and improve on a 45-point game at this point in time, and that's got to be spicy because that's a 20-plus elimination win that you have to improve on.
Yeah, this is what you do. You set the standards, you set the goals, and you just try to break your own records. If your teams like Fisher Falcons B, if your players like Rex and Phantoms who have just been through the ringer again and again throughout their history in Call of Duty, well, Freightway's going to go down, but here we get a live look at our leaderboard. Fisher Falcons B, 428 points now, so they had another set of points for themselves. CSU Rams right below them. Northwood now in 3rd place. Queens moved from 6th to 4th, and Illini moves from, 9th to 5th, so a lot of improvements here from a lot of teams, but now Fisher Falcons be on screen. It seems like they're having a little bit of issues with their positioning.
I mean, that was a double res right there. Phantoms with the durable gas mask, able to get the clutch reses when they need it. They know exactly where that team is. No money. It would be so smart to grab like a quick cluster strike or something to throw down and really make your move on. But hey, Freeway, gonna find a nice knock. They just need to find it. But when I say that, they do have a streak already in their pocket. Freeway gonna get traded out. They just need to make sure they can get the full and then take down the 2v2, but gets a nice knock with the streak. Can they clean it up?
They have somebody isolated over towards the tower. Rex is looking to close the distance since 2 are down. I mean, this should be an easy win here for Fisher Falcons. The player's going to try to go against them on the outside, but he's not going to be able to get things done. So Freeway should be able to get res here. That knock over towards the building potentially resurrected if, you know, this has been taking a long time. So, you know, might be a 3v2 here, Tiff.
A little bit spicy indeed in a 3v2, but they are able to get the res off. So they have the numbers advantage, which is exactly what you need. And as soon as I say that, Rex is going to fall. Now a true 2v2, but Phantom's going to stim over to see if they can get the res onto Rex. This is what you need to do. Keep your numbers up. Freeway doesn't have any shields available to them. You're going to have to maybe bait someone out into the open, and maybe try to force them, and you can see that team is going to jump out of the building because they have to. That ring is at their backs. They know exactly where they are. Shots going down, and they are going to get it. Fisher Falcons B, your current leaders, racking in another win. Now, they have to ask themselves the question, is this enough to replace a 45-point game?
Well, we'll see that in a few seconds, I'm sure, after we get a look at these players' kills. If they'll show us 16, 13, 5, I don't think that's enough.
What?
Is it? Is it enough? Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, that's plenty. What am I talking about?
Math is hard, Seymour. It's okay. We don't do a lot of math here. We try really hard not to, but I think that is going to be at least an improvement of 5 to 10 points. So that's what you need to do. Chisel away. You've got about an hour and 15 minutes left. $10,000 on the line, and Arizona State, little dumpling on your screen, completely decimating this airfield, and now has an advanced UAV in the position of themselves, and now just looking for some more information.
That team we
Don't
haven't
be
showcased yet
stupid.
today. First, that's good comms right there. That's good advice. I wish somebody would tell me that sometimes.
I'm going to apply that to my life, Seymour. Not only that, I'm going to eat fries and not be stupid.
Yep. The whole thing that we've learned today. Eat fries, don't be stupid, and clear comms.
Clear comms. Hit your shots.
That's a given when we're watching these Warzone players. I mean, they make it look so easy.
I'm just trying to learn. I'm gonna like write these down in my notebook on how to thrive, but this is the first time we've come over to OG Capo and he hasn't had north of 20 eliminations, but he's at 15, last alive, has the gunny skills available to find success. 7 teams left in the game. That's your left screen. We do have that picture-in-picture Arizona State on your right, and even Serpentine can't keep you safe from OG Capo.
I was gonna say, maybe speak too soon, and we can see Capo with another 20-point game here as he is putting in some more work. He's got 5 people watching too. People are like, okay, let's see if Capo is that guy right now.
Capo is always that guy. What are you
I was
talking
gonna
about?
I was gonna say if history repeats itself, he's been that guy, and I expect him to stay that guy.
Ooh, a nice dual res coming in now. The members of Line Icon need to drop in, find all the loot that OG Capo is running through. Plenty of weapons and satchels and gas masks to choose from. This should be an easy reset for them. Meanwhile, Dumpling on Arizona State, finding a nice down. Information is going to be given to the enemies surrounding them, though. Does get tagged up and is completely sandwiched between 2 players trying to hit the self-res off. Can the other teammates available? T-goated, 2-goated.
I mean, there's plenty of loot in this house for the rest of his team to, get back into full strength. So, there is that chance. And, in this picture-in-picture, can we just take a second to appreciate the broadcast here for College Warzone and the people who put so much work into it? I mean, with the lower bar showing us all the stats, the admins putting the stats in, Sport, Switchy, Benji, all for the observing and the producing. I mean, there is so much work that gets put into this, and it couldn't be done without them either. And this picture-in-picture, too. I mean, this is amazing to see Illini Con and Arizona State going head-to-head in their own games, seeing if they can both find their wins. We haven't seen Arizona State yet on stream, so this is a big showcase now to see what they are made of, as Lil Dumpling is putting in some work for Arizona State. And at the same time, OG Capo trying to do everything he can to find another 20-point game into the window, and the shot, there, but not break. He's going to try to dance around, but it's not going to pay out in his favor. Cluster Strike's going to be coming in. Tito looking to come to aid, and it looks like he's going to get there in time, just barely.
Oh, but this is going to be spicy. He's going to have to res and hit that stim immediately. Meanwhile, Exy going to fall, so it's Tito and OG Capo, but a stray bullet is going to knock him back down. A little spicy, but at this point, Tito, you've got to find the information. You do have enough cash. There's a mobile buy station on the roof of the building in front of you. You could play some risky maneuvers here, but this is going to be a very beautiful game for the University of Illinois, and Arizona State on your right, finding a lot of success for their end game as well.
Yes, they've been playing risky maneuvers all game long, so I wouldn't expect him to stray away from this one just yet. Speed boost going to be acquired. Active as well, as Capo's going to get back to full strength. Out the window. Crunch time now. 2v. Looks like 2v. What could be a 2v2v, like 1 even. I mean, it looks like this could be so many rats in this last circle with 6 players left, 4 teams. Like 2v2v, 1v1 maybe?
I'm not sure, but OG Capo spectating vibing, living, speed boosting, killing all the people in the line of sight, trying to find that 20 bomb that we're so used to seeing.
Doing everything.
Two solos, yeah.
And more. 3 teams still, 4 players. Doable here for Illini. I mean, against all odds, bats against the ropes. I mean, this team has been resilient through this game. And they are dead sure that they're behind them right now. Eyes peeled to the gas, but nobody watching forward right now for the team. It looks like Capo and his duo are just trying to hold off right now, waiting for them to... I mean, there's only so long you can stay in the smoke with these gas masks. Like, where are they?
They might have popped a PDS. There we go. The player decides, hey, we're just going to tank the ring and not give you that elimination. But another W for Illini COD. OG Capo and Co. doing really well. Now let's turn our attention over to Arizona State in a little bit of a scuffle. One member of the team is down, and we're just waiting to see, can Little Dumpling clutch it up?
I mean, T-Goated's down right now, but the self-res is going to bring him back. Gas mask put on. Going to take to the skies right now. High ground. Poor Little Dumpling. Slides around quickly to exchange a couple gunshots there. Breaks the armor into the first one. He even finds the down, but now he has to be aware of getting into the circle safe and sound. He's got teammates helping him out as well. Plenty of downs into the kill feed, but no finishers just yet for ASU. As Little Dumpling going to put some more heat down at an angle. Precision airstrike going to be coming in. It's going to force him out into the open yet again. Stim shot right to the box. Has to be careful now. Gets the armor back up and is going to be knocked right down. When the airstrike hits at mark, Little Dumpling forced to use the self-revive and has to be careful because there were plenty of players all around him.
I just heard a res go off right next to him too, so Little Dumpling needs to keep all eyes out. T-Goated needs to reunite with the teammates. Not able to get the shields on just yet. A tree and a dream. See what they can do.
A couple armor packs too, using every single sense that they can just to, acquire the information, but a snipe from the distance. Little Dumpling's down. T-Goated now. Really need to see something big out of him because the full is going to come through from Little Dumpling, and that is somebody just waiting comfortably with the Granko. Nerfed, by the way.
Nerfed. I feel as if the World Series of Warzone made the Granko so much more popular because every time that I played Caldera, that gun was never utilized. Then you saw it pop up in the European European qualifiers. Then it kind of trickled into the North American qualifiers. Then everyone was using it in the finals, and T-Goated, a nice team wipe on your screen, but completely sandwiched between the enemy players. A nice second place finish for Arizona State. 12 eliminations, 10 eliminations, 3. A beautiful 25 elimination game. And jumping on over to Queens Esports. Been very consistent here today, Seymour, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
4th place now for the squad, too. I mean, Arizona State University, curious to see if they're still holding on to 6th because, they find themselves into the top 10, a team we have never seen before in College Warzone, putting themselves on the map. And, there we get to see a 2nd place, not too bad with the position that they were put in. T-Goated really put in some work there at the end to get that placement. But now for Queens Esports, 8 kills for Sue, 22 players in this lobby. They managed to find themselves in 4th place. So, they're in the runnings for top 5 right now. If they can hold this, I mean, this is one of those teams that we've seen, day in, day out of these College Warzone qualifiers perform exceptionally well throughout these, kill races. And they're starting to find their rhythm now throughout the day. They were a little bit slow to get things going. They fell back into, some late 10th place placings. But now that they found themselves into top 5, I'm expecting that consistency here out of Sue, Narcissist, and Jen, because 3 of these players, I mean, they are all 3 that you can trust to get high kills.
Look, I'm just going to say this, Seymour. They have found themselves inside the top 10 without reporting all 6 games. I'm looking at our leaderboard, 363 points after 4 games, and they have actually broken 100 points as Sue finds another elimination to their name. They have a 104, 84, 83, 72 games that have been reported. Dude, Queens Esports on another level right now.
On another level and seeing if they can take it even farther. This is going to be insane for Queens if they can find a win here or see if they can, end on a high note going into the 5th wave, the final hour of the day. Jen just, oh my goodness, he's doing it all! Narcissist goes down, but Jen finds A huge kill feed of a team wipe solo dolo. On the other side of Factory, Narcissus probably a sniper shot because he's still alive. So it's going to allow Sue, you know, that room to get back to revive his teammate. And doors open, just kind of hoping nobody crosses through. And they're good.
Yeah, I'm glad they were able to get that res off so cleanly without any disturbances. The last we saw from Jen, you mentioned lighting up the kill feed, 29 eliminations on that victory that we got to witness a few games ago. And I just feel like Jen might be holding it down for the most eliminations in one game. I mean, that's the most we've seen on broadcast thus far. I'll let the admins do all the work on behind the scenes on who actually has that. But Jen really making a strong showing for that.
29 is insane. I mean, it was Capo who said he can't break 26, so 3 more and he's in runnings for most kills that we've seen. But I mean, admins know best.
They do.
So we will wait to see if there's anything more than 29 inside this one. They're going to pick up a bounty, so they have information on the team just on the outside of the zone. There's a good chance for Queens Esports to actually gatekeep this team moving in.
I mean, that's a good way to go about it. We've seen so many mines endings for this team, and so they know the vicinity very well and how to play these endings, and that bounty is just trying to make their way into mines and gonna go ahead and share some cash, $12,000, and maybe they can grab a UAV, some streaks, but the UAV is going to go up, going to provide some necessary information. You can see there's a streak of teams just inside a building to their north, and about 1 member of that team. Now, there could be people that are ghosted. That is always something to keep in mind as well in a public lobby, but plenty of information for the end game here.
Lots and lots to work with right now. If you're Queens Esports, the bounty, the UAV, I mean, where do you start? I mean, it just seems like there's so many things to do. Jen just through the window. Beautiful lineup, and the connection of shots will be a team wipe, and that's the bounty collected. So, I mean, easy as could be for Queens Esports now to drop it down to 3 teams. Make it 2 teams as it's going to be a 3v3 now.
Yeah, and that UAV up in the air is going to provide them all the information that they need on the whereabouts. You can see 2 of them stuck together and 1 just behind them. So now Sue trying to get an angle on them, able to get a shield crack. 1 is down, so that's going to be great. You just need to find the other 2.
Do you jump on this right now if you're Queens? Because you get that 1 player down. If you try to take control of that roof early, it might be that, but it's going to be a cluster strike. Ooh, teammate goes down. Narcissist and Sue, whoever that is, just hit the 2 biggest shots of the game, completely turning things around for the team. And now you're going to need Jen, who's so separated from these 2, to try to get into a position to res, or maybe even just 1v3 this. What do you do if you're Jen in the situation? Because you're nowhere close to even try to get these reses off.
Yeah, this is spicy.
And 2 players down should be that this enemy team might want to just push this agenda.
Oh, he's going to get thirsted. That's going to be rather unfortunate, I believe. Oh, I think there's an enemy player that's like right on the line of sight for them, and that's going to be Frodo. Frodo out here wreaking havoc on Queens Esports at this point. But, you know, if Jen can have a 29, he just needs to isolate the enemy teams and win the 1v1s. Jen now getting completely tagged up. An inch of life available to Jen. But unfortunately, it's just not going to be able to take the dub. But hey, a 2nd place, a 1.85x multiplier is still massive.
I mean, Jen dies to a stun there. So that's a tough way to end there if you're Queens Esports. What was a very, very good run yet again in Mines. And, you know, sometimes when you're going up against Frodo, maybe using the Ring of Power there, it's not easy to take down a lonesome Hobbit throughout Caldera. So struggling at the end there was Queens Esports. Some beautiful shots coming through from that player, and unfortunate to end off that Heat 4, not on a dub for Queens, which I'm sure that they were definitely looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. You're going to couple it with that 2x multiplier. And I know we were kind of chatting on maybe some updates about maybe that single player that's put up the highest kills in a game. And that's actually going to be 39. Ooh. Seymour, production is giving us the details. It's going to be Crawler with 39.
Who else? What do you expect from this guy? He's literally the world record holder for like solo duos. If anybody's going to put up the numbers, it's going to be him. But unfortunately, I mean, for Redbirds, we haven't seen them in the top 10. So those 39 kills haven't really been put to, you know, the best use for them inside of it. And so we're going to have to see if they can turn things around going into the last hour of the day. But for now, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, especially America's Navy, because this whole stream, this whole tournament couldn't have been done without them and their sponsorship. America's Navy, if you want to check them out, if you want to look at the opportunities that are provided from the Navy, head over to Navy.com and see the boundless opportunities that you yourself can sign up for. Or, you know, if you just want to show some support, you know, you want to get those live updates, follow them on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. If you want to find them, America's Navy will be their @ across all 3 platforms. And we do have a giveaway to go alongside this. Tiff, do you want to, you know, do the honors?
Yeah, so if you are in chat, not only do these College Warzone players get to take home some prize earnings and some cool stuff today, but you in chat also have the ability to get a Fanatical gift card. This is the last giveaway of the day. Make sure that you go ahead and hit ! raffle in chat for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Fanatical. Thank you so much for the partnership with Fanatical to be able to give back to our viewers. I think it's going to be absolutely preferential, but you're going to have the chance of getting, you know, one of 9,000 games, maybe multiple with that $50 gift card. So good luck to you. Last giveaway of the day, and congrats on the Fanatical gift card.
There's only one more chance. ! Raffle. You don't want to miss out for sure. You don't want to miss out on the victor either. We only got 1 hour left for College Warzone, and we will crown somebody soon. We'll see you on the other side of this break. It's the last dance right now on Caldera, and we get to see who is going to take home the championship in the next hour. It's going to be crunch time for a lot of these players, Tiff, and I know a lot of them are now going to want to bring out the best of the best that they have to offer when it comes to Warzone to see if they can take home the crown of College Warzone champion. The only thing left right now before we get into these heats is to check out the live leaderboard to see how teams are faring up before they go in to this last section.
Yeah, let's look at this. We have a new leader, and that's going to be Northwood Esports, your qualifier 1 and 2 winners looking to find themselves at the top of a leaderboard once again. But there still is an hour remaining, and you've got to solidify your place. But great job for that, unseating Fisher Falcons now in second place with 450 points. CSU Rams 442 points. Queens Esports 420 points and don't have every game logged. So that is very interesting. You got to keep a line of sight on them. Illini caught 388 rounding out your top 5, and Western Esports still in 6th place with a 100-point game on the board. And Redbird COD, Florida Gulf Coast, VCU COD, KSU COD, all of these names have been tried and true, very consistent throughout all of the qualifiers, but we have witnessed. But this is where everything comes down to the line. $10,000 on the docket for the playoffs today. And Florida Gulf Coast on your right-hand screen going to go down in 2nd place. Once again, a lot of seconds for them, and Fisher Falcons B on your left-hand side trying to survive the end game.
Trying to survive as best as they can, as Phantoms is going to elude or evade that gunfight for now. Backs up to resupply on that armor. We're going to hone in on this team. See if they can hold off the onslaught that's about to come and try to turn things around inside the feed. 13 kills for Phantoms, by the way. You know, this has been such a constant between the three of them. I don't think we've ever seen them, you know, walk away from a game, you know, south of 10 kills. Any of them.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And now they're just looking to improve on previous games at this point. And that's what this entire hour is for. The issue with that being said is Warzone games, when you go the distance, can take anywhere from 25 to 30 minutes. So you have to recognize early on, if you're in a game that you don't think that is going to benefit you in any way, shape, or form, you've got to say, hey, GG, go next. Let's get out of it. Let's log into one, because that's what's going to happen. And scores will be recounted. Oh, where did that player think they were going? Did you actually think you were going to make a move on to Phantoms? Just absolutely decimates.
They're like, okay, there's an open door. Watch this. Slides on through. Phantoms like, what are you doing? This is my house.
This way, this way.
14 kills now for Phantoms as Fisher Falcons B are back to full strength. Circle's still a ways away, so they're going to have to travel to get in there. And it does look like Rex is already towards the new circle, so at least they have a little bit of real estate in there. It's just traveling from point to point to get to that real estate. You got to be careful if you're Freeway or Phantoms, because you never know if there's somebody hiding in one of these warehouses.
Yeah, it's true. Someone could be lurking within, and you see it time and time again. You think you're safe, but then there's someone just chilling, watching you, waiting to make a move. It's kind of scary.
I mean, I said it when, you know, in one of the earlier qualifiers, Tiff, is the hills have eyes in Caldera, and they're always watching. So you got to be careful whenever you're moving through. But Freeway is somebody who doesn't care. You know, it doesn't matter how many people are watching him. Doesn't matter how many people are going to want to fight him. He's just always taking the wins. He's taking the 1v1s and always looking so strong inside of those gunfights. Yeah, I don't think I've hardly seen Freeway lose a 1v1 today.
You got to win your ones, and that's the way to do it. If you don't lose them, then that's how you find success. It's only a trial and tribulation moment when you get full stacked on by a team. And Phantoms does get tagged up, but not able to find the player that is shooting at him. Forced to kind of meet up with the teammates. I kind of like this. You are playing split a little bit, and Rex off screen finding some eliminations, call-outs coming in, that there are players in front of them, but you have to jump up on this fence. And what's between you and the enemy teams? An empty field, Seymour.
Oh, a bunch of trees, some brush, you know, just an open field of what could be opportunities and gunfights for a lot of these players. So it looks like they're going to group together once more. The red dot pings towards the sides. They are being hunted down slowly but surely, as Phantom's going to get eyes onto the ones that are getting pinged across the field. We see that the circle, yet again, is not in favor of Fisher Falcons B, so a little bit more time that they're going to need to spend to get across there, as Rex is going to find a team wipe, brings it down to 3 teams left in the lobby. And Freeway and Phantom seems like they're on the case to see if they can hunt down the remainders.
Yeah, it looks like they've got some red dots in the distance. A nice 3v3v2. So at full strength, this team really just has to all win their ones. That's it. It all boils down to
Easy.
it. Get trades, win your ones. They've got him in the line of sight. The callouts are coming in. Good trigger discipline, though. They didn't want to go ahead and start shooting, and now their team's shooting this player. They are going to find 2 downs, if not at least 1. There goes the full.
Like, if there's anything I need to say about Phantoms and Rex, oh no, I thought he was about to get dropped off the redeploy before he can take to the sky. But if there's anything I need to say about these two is, after a year of Vanguard, they should be used to getting their trades. So we're going to see them now, see if they can take the dub here, as another kill for Freeway is going to keep them in a strong standing for this game. As they have information on where some of those players were with getting shot off that redeploy, they have to know that they had line of sight towards that. So there's going to be something there in GG, I guess, because that is going to be the end of the game. The two teams, they fall, and it seemed like I saw a 20 bomb there from one of the players.
Look, I heard the comms come through. They're like, that is a 100-point game. And if I know anything, that's probably going to be something that's going to replace for them. I know they have a 60 and a 68. So if you're going to take out your lowest scoring game and replace it with a 100, you just add 40 more points to your total. That's what you need to do. That's massive.
It's like you're already in first place, Fisher. What more do you need?
More points.
I guess more points.
You can always have more. I mean, you got to keep your eyes on Queens Esports. Once they get all of their 6 games in, they could make a move for the leaderboard. And VCU COD on your screen in the form of Dragon Dino. This team is looking to improve on some of their games as well, consistently within the top 10. And mind you, if you're just joining us, we have 15 minutes left in a timed kill race where your 6 best games count, and $10,000 is on the line.
A lot of money. A lot of money indeed. 14 players, 5 teams, 3 eliminations for Dragon Dino alone. And, this is something that we've seen, a strategy that we saw through the qualifiers from VCU a lot, is use these redeploys to try to see if you can, find some information on players, try to use yourself as a beacon to, light up the skies with some shots, track those tracers, and try to take the gunfights. And Blue looks to do exactly that. Unfortunately, he's going to go down. User and Dino both going to jump on down, see if they can collapse. It's not going to pan out in their favor, though, as it's going to be User now last alive and able to walk away with a kill there. But at what cost, Tiff? I mean, you lose both players in the making of that.
It's true, but you do have the cash to be able to go ahead and get the buyback. So it looks like the full team will be reunited. Gulag is closed. None of them had their Gulag anyway, so it's kind of moot. But the fact that it's just now closing with only 3 teams available in the lobby, and Dragon Dino going to get tagged up on the descent, needs to land back on their equipment, get their weapons kind of set up and ready to go, maybe find the last 2 teams. There's a UAV up in the air, so you can kind of get a line of sight on the there's a lot of teammates on the north side of the mines, and that's where you're going for. You want to go and find all the teams over there.
I mean, I hope they take a page out of the Queen's University book right now, because this is exactly where that team has found themselves a lot throughout this playoff. So we're looking at now VCU can do what Queens could not back in the 3v3 that they found themselves in. And with 7 players remaining now, Blue gets tagged down a little bit, able to re-up on some shields, but so far standing, after VCU drops 2 of their players, they're back into full standing until FaZe Blue takes a sniper from left field.
This is dicey. Let's just say that VCU COD are in demon lobbies today. Like, they are going through it.
I mean, you couldn't put it any easier there. They get the buyback because Dragon Dino is rich. But, yeah, I mean, Blue said it himself in general chat. He's like, these lobbies are tough. So this is definitely fighting upwards right now if you're VCU COD, just trying your best to make it out alive, make it into that top 5, and they haven't had the best outcomes just yet, but there's still this last chance to make it happen, Tiff. I mean, there's still time, and as long as there's time, I'm sure VCU will be trying their best.
Exactly. I love that. You've got like 45 minutes left, and you've got to improve on all your scores, and Dragon Dino finds a mobile buy station. Gonna go ahead and throw it down. Plenty of cash. Maybe get a UAV. You could also buy like a cluster strike, something that's going to bring you success here in the end game. Let's see what you're going with. You're going with the precision. But now
You're at least going with something. You know, you said it yourself earlier into the day. I mean, these streaks are so pivotal in the late game. If you can use one of these streaks to, you know, zone a team inside a building or even zone them outside of a building, it would just put yourself in such good standing to just have sights on these players and try to rain fire down from above.
yeah, I mean, audio clutter, visual clutter, give you information. You said it best. Zoning blue, gonna find another full onto Igor Smash. User getting tagged up, does go down.
Uh-oh.
So this is going to be spicy because Dragon Dino on the roof, not able to see quite where that happened, and Blue is kind of on the ground with him. But Dragon can really provide some support here, but going to throw down the precision airstrike. Blue within an inch of their life, trying to win that 1v1. But now is when it's going to matter. Blue able to go ahead and get the regain. The thing is, you can still die from your precision airstrike, and I feel like you're flirting with danger here after you called that in.
Oh, User getting brought back. Blue's able to stay alive. I mean, just with an inch of life, like you said, just grasping at anything you can to stay into this. 3 teams still standing. I feel like they found so many kills, just no team wipes at that. As Dino's going to get some shots to the window. It's going to allow an avenue in for User. See if they can suffocate this team on the inside, collapse on them together, and there it is, team wipe. 2 teams now. It's a 3v1.
All right, there you go. You hear the comm skin. I think they're under me, but don't quote me. So, I mean, he may have an inkling that someone is nearby, but the question is, can you find them? These buildings are so intricate. They're dark inside. It's hard to see in the corners, right? If there's someone ratting it out, they're not going to be easy to find.
It's like, come out wherever you are. Eventually, you're going to have to show yourself, you know. There's only so long you can last in these situations, and there's nowhere to hide when Blue's on the map, so Blue's going to get the last kill. A Warzone victory for VCU, and a big one at that, too, because, I mean, talk about this team throughout this game, just so resilient to stay alive just against the odds. I mean, Dragon Dino goes down, so does Blue at one point. User clutches up with a big 2v1 and allows for the buyback on both players. Blue goes down in the midst of that end game, and still with that buyback station, Dino rich enough to get FaZe Blue back into the mix again. So huge plays from VCU. The action not done. Let's take a look at Northwood University. He is absolutely dancing right now. He is finessing around this loadout, and he's trying to stay alive as best as he can. Somebody's going to have eyes on right behind him. It's going to be the knock there, but a team wipe on the other side. Infinite comes to help.
Yeah, that was really spicy. The fact that Bink stayed alive throughout that engagement just goes to show just how insane Bink is. Now Infinite and Dak need to clutch it up for the Northwood Esports. They know exactly where that last player is relying on, and just in front of them, Infinite does get tagged up, but is going to be able to close the distance. Now Dak needs to go in and get the trade. Shots are going out. They are able to get the down. That's going to be a full and a nice, huge, massive win for Northwood Esports, your current leaders.
Let's literally just try to get a dub.
I mean, right now, Northwood University, they need a big turnaround because they haven't had the best showing in these kill races. But now in playoffs, they get themselves in 3rd place going into this last little stretch, and it's their chance to, you know, prove against the odds, against the, you know, change in format, that they still are a championship team. And proving it time and time again, Bink and Infinite have been undeniable throughout these playoffs. And you add Dak to the roster in place of Thugger, you think, you know, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a struggle to get things, you know, get the teamwork under control, but they haven't had any issues at all today.
They're playing incredibly well together, and it's just a joy for us on the desk to be able to witness just how massive they are right now. Let's go ahead to a W. I'm curious to see the exact breakdown of the eliminations per player, and 12, 14, 13, 25, plus 14. Okay, so almost a 40 elimination times 2. That's pretty massive. They don't even have a game number 6 logged, and they were sitting at 484 points before this. Now jumping on over. Redbird COD for the first time today, Seymour and Crawler had dropped a 39 elimination game earlier today.
I've been waiting to see this team today. Oh, no way he just did that. Cuts him down with the blades of heli. And Redbird COD, this is a fun team to watch because of Crawler alone, just doing the unthinkable sometimes. Not sure if he got cracked by somebody, or it was the blades of the helicopter that cracked his armor. Either way, he's going to have some trouble with a Jeep pulling up onto this team. They're going to have to take these gunfights soon enough, and Crawler ready for the task. Puts some shots down on the Jeep, forces them away. Didn't see if they get the disable on the vehicle. They did, so forces the team on the outside of this Jeep. Now Crawler with the high ground. This is a good chance to rack up some kills.
Yeah, they're doing everything that needs to be done. Does get taken
dipping,
down
I'm
by
playing
Ben
fucking-
with
I'm
6
gonna go.
ends, so I guess you gotta watch out for Ben.
6 ends,
wreaking
6
havoc.
shots, and he takes down Crawler. Leo Bears still alive, though. It's not done, but, you know, this is the team that I was talking about, Tiff, you know, in the pre-series of playoffs is they only came into the late game of the qualifiers. So, you know, we didn't get to see them until qualifier number 6, and as soon as we got eyes on Crawler himself for Redbird COD, you know, this guy can take the team to the next level. And, you know, Leo Bear's the only returning player from their 2021-2022 Vanguard season. He is
like right here
to this team that you can never count out because he was a superstar for Redbird COD.
Ooh, I mean, so is why. I mean, 18 eliminations, and had they maybe gotten in early, I just feel like Crawler has someone in the vicinity that has just been sniping them. You had mentioned, like, I don't know if that was the helicopter blades that kind of cracked their shield or if it was a sniper in the vicinity. Someone has Crawler in their eyes, and they are not letting him go back and get that regain. But I love the M4A1 from Modern Warfare making a brilliant comeback. Like, I'm just going to go ahead, log in after this, and start utilizing that. Leo Bears off screen, able to find a nice knock. Now, a res trying to come in, a good ping to get that information. Oh, that's going to be a big W. When you knock and kill the sniper that is putting a thorn in your side, doing everything that you need to do.
Let's go for a picture-in-picture as Crawler has spent most of this game crawling. We get to see it finally when resurrected. He's able to put in some work for the team. Leo Bears goes down, but here comes the support. Crawler gets eyes on, going for the full elimination on the inside of the bushes, and he's going to find it. UAV 2 to boot. After that, recovering it off the ground. And now we can see two teams here. Arizona State University, Redbird COD, side by side. Two teams that are looking to make some waves outside of the top 10 looking in. Arizona State, they managed to break in at one point. So did Redbird COD, but can they hold on? Can they move higher? You know, what is the end game of these teams? What are the goals of these teams? And, you know, how much can they really prove themselves today in College Warzone playoffs?
That's true. They've had all day to do so, but only 40 minutes in the time slot remaining, and Crawler has found himself down and out once again. That's going to be from Texas State's Draco. That's who they're fighting on your right-hand screen. You have Texas State versus Redbird COD, and it is a massive standoff.
Yes. Really, really big standoff right now between the two of them. Little Dumpling trying to hold his own right there, but every single time he peeks out, it's just constant gunfire being shot back, and, you know, it's hard to take this fight if you are a Little Dumpling when you just never get eyes on the players. First, you finally get the first shot, and that's going to be a down two, trying to, you know, slip one away through the wall, but not able to hit the mark with the wall bang, so unfortunate for Little Dumpling, but at least it gives you a little bit of, you know, a chance to reposition if you want, a chance to, you know, close the gap towards that. You have the bounty on this team as well, so you definitely know that they're not moving.
Very, very true. And Leo last alive for Redbird COD, trying to keep the dream moving for them. Maybe find a supply run and utilize that contract to get some free buybacks because not too much cash to your name. And as I said that, you're looking over to Arizona State. Little Dumpling has 9,200 and a full team ahead of them, just trying to hold down and keep this. I mean, playing this building is going to be so massive. They don't have to move yet. I'd be curious to see which way the ring is going to pull away from them, but does get tagged up. That's okay. Still has plenty of utility and shields to their name and a durable gas mask. I mean, depending on which way it plays, they should utilize that durable gas mask to make a move, but does get snapshotted.
Quiet as ever. I mean, we get to see a Leo Bears still giving Redbird COD a chance here. As he hunts for, you know, at least the buyback for his teammate. It is all the way across the circle, so a lot of work to do right now if you are Leo Bears. Oh, and I say that, and he gets sniped from the bridge, so that's going to be an end to the run there for Redbird COD. 9th place finish in that game. We look back over to Arizona State and the situation they're going to be in. It looks like a couple gunfights going through these players. You're looking at Little Dumpling trying to run through the gas as quick as possible. Current dying to the gas as well. So all three of these players trying to get into the safe zone. And I mean, that is a bold fight to take there if you're Little Dumpling. I mean, your team is not in a good situation, so you really need to be careful here.
Oh. This is going to be spicy, but all are alive and well. And as I say that, Current gets completely decimated and naded, so full on them. Trying to get a thirst so they can add to their eliminations. All the comms are flying, and Little Dumplin flying at the enemies does go down, but does have a self-res. Can T-Goated clutch it up?
It's a big question. Well, good for one so far. Dumpling gets the self-res. One more guy left to get the comms through that. Goated and Dumpling back into full strength, but no gas mask, and I like this call from Dumpling. I mean, if he can get the full wrap around to the circle, it's going to put him in a good situation, but he needs to go fast. I mean, he is not getting the best movement, trying to look for something. Stim shot will at least give him a little bit of room, and has a second stim shot as well, but you still need to work together to get this one down, and look at the circle. It's pulling back towards them, so here is your chance, Tiff.
This is going to be the attrition of time. You just utilized your last stim. That is all you have. A munitions box, though. If you throw that on the ground, you'll be able to garner yourself 2 more stims, and that's able to find some. Dumplin does get tagged up. Reshielding right now. This is going to be massive. They get the shots out. They get it down. They have a self-res. They just need to thirst the player, and they've got a massive W here. Great play by Arizona State.
I mean, I thought that they were against the odds there, Tiff, with, you know, you don't have any more stim shots, you don't have any more armor, you're stuck in the gas, and, it seemed like he was stumbling on some movement, too, but, I mean, that is a big play there from Little Dumpling to just, extend their life, prolong the inevitable there of, what could have been, and actually turn things around with that munitions box. It's a huge turnaround for the team. It's a huge change up for Arizona State University, and games like that may, be able to push them even deeper into the top 10. So that's a big standing for ASU. Let's take a look at FGCU and see, what they're doing, because consistency has been strong for this team, but now it doesn't seem like they're going to be in such a great spot. It looks like Crazy goes down fully, has the gulag. Couple teams going to be around here too. It looks like Hirsch just wants to maintain high ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be mission critical at that point. Crazy goes to the gulag, does have that available, hopefully wins it and comes back. Wheels able to find another down out in the zone, just fighting on that edge. And basically, you just need to keep moving. You just need to keep moving, because you do not want to get gate kept, especially when there's not a lot of structures in your vicinity. You're coming up on a couple buildings. Crazy going to come back from the gulag, join the team maybe. The thing is, I don't think they'll be able to land back on their loadout per se, or the weapons they had with that ring at their back. So you just need to keep looking for some cash. You just need $3,500 more, and with the loadout changes and being cheaper kind of later on into the ring, you should find a little bit of success there.
And full steam ahead for FGCU. They're going to ping a weapon for Crazy. Slowly but surely, ooh, somebody ahead. Kirsch is going to get the eyes on, and a couple shots going to be ringing out there from Wheels, so Kirsch is waiting for a chance to strike. Somebody on the roof should be able to get some shots as soon as he sees them, and there it is. Wheels is going to get the down. On to the first one now. Here's Kirsch for the collapse, and the full team looking to get a little bit into this gunfight. Wheels actually ends up going down, so a little bit of a turnaround here. Bait and switch for Kirsch. He's going to get out for the full thirst, and is a good standing now for FGCU with numbers advantage as soon as Wheels gets picked up.
Ooh, you saw that player just above them. Going to drop down right into the hands of Kirch, who's going to able to finish that off. But Crazy getting tagged up, able to find it down, and Wheels is doing so well as well. Kirch into the double digits. This house is an all-out brawl.
It is. I mean, it starts off with the player on the roof, and it ends with the player inside of the building. It's going to be just, full teamwork to take that down from FGCU. All three players really came into their own there for that take. I think, that play from Kirch to, avoid going for the res and playing around the corner, play for the kill and the contact was so smart to just give him a little bit of room for Wheels to get back into the mix.
Yeah, a little buy back in sight. So that looks to be like where they're heading. It is the next zone as well. So 2 birds with 1 stone. FGCU currently sitting at 381.05 points. They have not logged game number 6 just yet. So they need a massive game to kind of couple with their other games, a 66, a 74. An 83 and an 80, and they came in with 34 advanced starting points. So looking really solid here and consistent. Would love to see them kind of get their game 6 in and then maybe have time for 1 or 2 more extra games. But coming down to the wire, we're nearing that 30-minute mark that these teams will have left, and everything's coming down to the wire. So many qualifiers, 7 in total, leading up to these Warzone playoffs on your screen right now, and it's just all coming down to the end.
I mean, I remember that like the first kill race that we had here in College Warzone, and the admins were telling us that 11:58 was the last, submission of reports for these kill races, and it really shows that you can't really count anybody out until 12, or no, not 12. We're not doing it till midnight today. Until 6 p.m. today Eastern time. So you really can't count anybody out until all scores are updated from everything that they have up until 5:58, 5:59 time. So you got to watch out for those teams that are just waiting to the end to submit their scores.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy. A lot of teams will probably be doing that, utilizing as much time as they have available to them to better their scores to the best of their abilities. And Florida Gulf Coast on your screen trying to get themselves into the end game. Kirch, a fan of the heartbeat monitor, and it's actually proven very well for them. Finds out a lot of information, and ooh, a sniper in the distance. We've seen just how detrimental snipers can be to our College Warzone playoff teams, but Wheels able to find a nice down for themselves.
Yeah, look at that shot from Kirch just from afar. Getting it done. That's a full team wipe, too, for FGCU. So just to make matters even better for the team, they have themselves good standing in the circle. I mean, you look at this building with 2 floors. They have a little bit of high ground over some oncoming traffic, and they get to definitely see even beyond some of these buildings that are a little smaller than theirs.
Yeah, it's just playing your life at this point. A red dot in the distance near the buy station is going to prove to find a lot of information. That's going to actually be a buyback. So now they know there's multiple enemies down that area. And it looks like Wheels has spotted some on the backside of this ring. So while being in the center of the ring, you might as well just play this. A lot of windows to be able to make use of. And at this point, no one's challenging for your real estate. So keep it. You just need to make it into the top 2. I feel like even a 1.85x multiplier is still just as good as a 2x. But, we've seen it in the playoffs happen. Teams have won or lost by 1 point. So make sure you're garnering as many eliminations as humanly possible, because it could come down to the wire, and that player looks to be trying to buy back and utilize that buy station. It was stuck in there. Maybe a little bit of a controller player trying to scroll through the pad.
Taking their sweet old time and
Can't do it.
Kirch had a chance there to shoot back, but waited a little bit too long. The players,
he's probably like, what are they doing over there?
Like, there's no way you're just going to stand there and let me shoot. At least move around a little bit.
Look, when that happens to me and I'm on a buy station, I start panicking, and I'll actually open the buy station again. And maybe that's what happened to that player. But Kirch not letting this building out of the sight lines, checking every angle, utilizing the heartbeat. They have edge of zone here in this building. No need to move just yet. This is a moment where that is the last buy station, and teams could still make a play to try and get a critical res. And as I say that, here we go.
Mounts up, shots out. Team shots too with Wheels. So excellent as ever from FGCU. Another one's going to go down too. So 2 downs there from Wheels. It looks like Kirch trying to get some extra eyes on from a different angle. Maybe aware that somebody below them with the way that he's handling this one. But no, he's just going to be trying to reload his LMG, which is going to take 10 years. So back into the action here. Another one's going to be crossing. Another one's going to go down. FGCU just keeps on tallying up these kills. And really, it's just excellent out of Kirch and Wheels. Just get these team shots out with each other. Crazy doesn't really have to do anything except try to watch for anybody walking up on them.
Yeah, you've just got to play it patient. This building for the end game has proven to be so beneficial for them. And now Wheels going to fall. Crazy able to get the team wipe. They should be able to stick the res as well. Now 4 teams left in the game and only 6 enemies, and 3 of them are on the hands of FGCU. So they just need to find 3 solos, Seymour.
The distinct advantage right now for FGCU, and they have to move to the circle. So uncharted territory right now for the team. Kirch is going to take the roof of the gas station. Nobody is home. Looking for some players laying prone, maybe on the inside. Hello, and anybody looking to take an order for these FGCU players? Looks like 1 player wants to, right in the restaurant. It's going to be Kirch for a team wipe. Down to 3 now. 5 players. Like 2 on the other end. So, I mean, these are just 2 solos to work with.
I mean, FGCU at this point is just cleaning up Caldera, just looking for the rest of them. This should be, no doubt, an easy victory for them. And as I say that, Kurt's going to get spotted, tagged up, but no worries, no real massive damage incoming. A buyback is going to happen, and that's fine. More elimination points for FGCU if they can clean this up.
It's a welcoming surprise right now from Kirsch and Co. as looking to, you know, take a couple of these gunfights on the inside, spots them to the wall. Extra information through the window, and here we go. Another one's going to go down. 2 downs inside of it. Down to our last remaining player, and it's going to be FGCU to take another victory today in Caldera.
Cleaning it up for sure. I mean, that's what they need to do. They were all north of double digits, so it's going to be a massive game when you couple it with that 2x, doing everything that they need to do. And hey, coming back on over to OG Capo, 22 eliminations, looking to get a 2x multiplier of their own and keep improving on the scores thus far. 26 minutes remaining here in the timed kill race for College Warzone playoffs. We had a $10,000 prizing on the line, and you know, I'd be curious to see what this score that they get will improve on for them. Clearly, they've got some enemies in their sight, just minimal utility available to them, and plenty of enemies in their lines. And OG Capo just laying down a lot of damage here in the end game.
Look, this guy said himself, he cannot break 26 kills, and with 22, I mean, you have to find at least 5 to hit 27, and there's only 10 players left in this lobby, so there's minimal time and minimal resources to actually break your own records today, or in this game at least if you're Capo. But, you know, it is unreal the amount of consistency he's showing in the slaying potential for Illini COD, and now trying to just scope out anybody around the map, spots out a player on the inside of the yellow building, forces him back on the inside too. So, I mean, right now, Capo's okay with this. You know, you might not be finding these kills, but you're keeping players inside. You're keeping them away from you. You're kind of zoning them away from the opening, and all of a sudden, things go from 0 to 100. Tito goes down. Somebody's approaching the building. Capo's getting shot in the back. Back on the inside. Stim shot. 3 plates. Can't even get any off. He's going to go for it. For a second, where are these players? I know they're just in the surrounding building. Semtech's not going to hit its mark. Capo still tucked away into the back through the window. There's going to be one, and it's going to be a pinch to take down Capo to deny Illini COD of anything further.
Bro, that enemy had the Illini COD in their line of sights and was not letting it go. And we'll just have to see, can OG Capo break that 26 elimination mark here today? But jumping on over to CSU Rams, their A team, Staka on your screen, and looks to be a total decimation of teams in the area. They just want to make sure they're racking up as many eliminations as possible. 13 thus far, and that gas grenade is going to connect, and that player's trying to get away from Staka, but it's not going to happen. He's able to rack up 1 down. Can he find another? A little drop shot action for a double kill. Beautiful team wipe.
Amazing things from CSU Rams. As expected from this team, the radar jammer is going to be in the distance, so they know that, you know, maybe there's possibly another team here. But 15 kills for Staka. I mean, you expect nothing less from this team, like I said, but it's just surprising every single time we swap to him. Just the amount of times we get to see him doing things like this. We're going to go to a picture-in-picture. Fisher Falcons B, CSU Rams A. Both teams looking for a dub.
Hey, that's what needs to happen with only a little bit of time left, and Staka going to fall and get completely fooled there. Phantom's the fan of the deployable cover, gonna drop it down to utilize, maybe peek out and extend, trying to hit a swing, make sure no one's going to be walking into the ring from the side. You hear the comms from the teammates, they're throwing down ping, so they've got some information of where the enemies are. They only have that one team in the vicinity that they need to take down to prevent them from getting anything less than a 2x multiplier. It's either 2x or it's 1.85x for the Fisher Falcons.
No less for these guys. 3v3. Always has shown strong for Rex, Freyway, and Phantoms. It looks like their shots at the distance, they haven't slowed down a bit. Phantom's going to be connecting with a few. Nothing too threatening, though, to force these gunfights, so the enemy team just keeps on holding on to that natural cover until Phantoms takes out one. It's go time now for Falcons to just fly. See if they can overwhelm their opponents, and they will. They're going to take those fights at a distance. 24 kills from Rex, not too shabby. 13 and 15, so that's a high kill game again for Fisher Falcons B. I mean, no surprise to them. They've been doing this all day long. It's the reason why they're in first place. But to do it again here into the late portions of the day, the late portions of this kill race, this could be an opportunity for them to, you know, replace one of their olds.
I mean, they have 2 games north of 100. They are currently sitting with 540 points here in the College Warzone playoffs. Let's see what the CSU Rams can do in this end game. Staka able to get the bye back and join the teammate back. And now end game on your screen, and taking high ground is going to be mission critical, laying down a lot of damage, but just needs to work their way into the next zone.
He has a lot of room to work with, though, on this high ground, so just trying to see if he can catch an angle for now. Beautiful shots, just burning the resources of these players left, right, and center. No fly zone for Staka, he says, but not able to finish things out. Another one going to be in front of him, so still a lot of work to be done here. Beautiful crack there, but through the wall, can't find the down. Nobody in sight from the rest of the CSU Rams to try to help out Staka in this. They're all going to be on their own mission elsewhere, so right now, just the only thing that should be on their mind is getting to the circle, and Staka out in the open just cannot evade anymore.
Yeah, but he's able to grab some massively important pings to give some information while he goes out. Sure, he gets full, but now Optimal and Co. know where those enemies were, and you just got to make sure that you are cleaning up house. Probably no buy stations left in this ring. I would more than willingly all down to It's Snowy. And now, mind you, you need to be able to get enough points and a multiplier to replace a previous game. And 11 eliminations alone for It's Snowy, 14 for Optimal Flames, and Staka has 15 to their name. So you want to find yourself at least in second place, right? Get that 1.85x if you can't clutch and win. But I feel like a well-timed third party, oh no, that's not what you want to have happen. A snapshot grenade going to give the position away of It's Snowy, and that probably wasn't even meant for him.
No, it was just probably a stray. And now he's forced to just try to do anything he can to stay alive for the team. He knows his players around. Hope it. An angle going to be caught here onto him, and shots traded out. You know, information for him to work with. Maybe a buyback if he can just snag this buyback. Is it on the roof? Is it on the other side of the wall? I mean,
it's on the other side of this hut, and that is also a team. Now, if he tanks the gas, has a gas mask, but the shots are coming in these huts. You've got this. Just play it safe. Play it smart. You can get the buyback on 2 of them. 4 squads remaining, inclusive of yourself, but he's going to forego and play his life. Not going to go for the reses.
Playing for the end game, playing for the positioning right now for CSU. Snowy repositions, and he stays alive doing it. Not taking too much damage. Not sure if anybody actually spotted him. It looks like they will. They're going to try to take him down, but it's going to be hard to take down a player like Snowy. Looking for number 12 for his elimination bank. Semtex too. 12's going to be locked in. Has the gas mask, like you said, so he can go for that buyback too. He's going to find another down, but a player over the ridge, and that's going to be the end of it for CSU Rams. 4th place in that game. 15, 14, 12. Another great showing from that trio.
Ooh, now let's see what Blue can do. Last alive for VCU COD, and inside the Anime Bertha. That's got to be extra points for the Anime Bertha, right?
I'm a big fan.
I do. I love it. But 24 eliminations for Blue, so this is really consistent of what we've seen for him, but going to get tagged up and not able to get the shields back on. There's a player just over this ledge that has Blue's sign of sight in mind, but did he just get run over from the Bertha?
No way. How many things are we going to catch in 4K? And this time it's Blue. Ran over by his own vehicle. That was Tim,
the Tatman level.
Like, it's just the things that Warzone gives you. It's never not eventful.
Just heartbreak.
You saw there too. Dragon Dino at the end, his hands or head in his hands too. He's like, "Oh no, how could this happen to me? Or how could this happen to Blue?"
It just makes you want to sing, right? How could this happen to me? I think that's like some simple plan from back in the day. No worries, but it's okay. We move full on forward with Queens Esports, and as soon as I say that, Sue gets absolutely laid out in the middle of Capital City in Caldera, but no worries. He does have Jen and Narcissist at his side to go ahead and try and get that res. They're going to stick it.
Yeah, he had a simple plan to walk right through the middle of Capital. It just didn't go his way. Somehow, though, I can't believe they got that res. I mean, that team had the high ground. They had the roof control. They should have definitely had that dead to rights. But we're going to go into a picture now. Northwood Esports and Queens Esports both looking to, you know, put in some work here on stream, as these are great shots out of Pink onto that heli.
I think one might have went down over here or something with all that explosion.
It's hard to take those things down.
It is very spicy, that is for sure. VCU fighting all the demons. Queens Esports on your left, Northwood on the right. We know that these teams are looking to improve on their worst games, and they are amassing so many points here in the College Warzone playoffs, finding a lot of success. Bink on your screen on the right. Looting, scooting, mobile buy station to be able to get their teammates back up, back to full 3 stacks.
There's not that many people left.
Yeah, we only have 29. I think it's chalked anyways.
Only 29 players left in that lobby. Still plenty for Queens to grab. I mean, this is it right now, Tiff. We got 17 minutes until 6 p.m. Eastern time when this all ends, when we crown a champion. So realistically, you have to look at this from the point of view of time, as these last games could be the last games for a couple of them. I mean, it would be hard to get a game that rivals some of these records in, 15 minutes alone. So this could be the last showing for a couple of these teams.
Yeah, you gotta make it count. You want to make sure you're getting as high of a multiplier available to you and make sure you're solidifying your spot on the leaderboard. And it just seems like it's the battle of attrition, right? Being able to assess what level of players are in your lobby, knowing if you can push and take on those 1v2s or just full push a team split up. But a lot of these teams electing to stay nearby, which I really like, right? You want to be able to get your trades, play together, make the teamwork happen. And now Northwood, this is one of the positions of the map that I actually like to drop. It's like always this level of tense right here up on the hillside. It's one of my favorite drop areas, and sometimes when the zones end here, if you have that ultimate high ground and have cleared out your back, you should be definitely winning. I mean, they're only looking for 1 player left in the lobby.
Yeah, a couple of kills come through. They're going to ping it out. UAV in the sky, so, definitely going to be hunting things down for Queens. They're still racking up a ton of kills. Seuss on 10 in this run. The other side, I mean, it's only a matter of time before Northwood takes this win. But you look at Bink, only 7 kills for this one. I mean, I'm not sure if this is going to be a high point game for Northwood Esports at the end of it. But, I mean, the run that they've had so far, I mean, Northwood came into this day replacing Thugger with Dak. They've had a little bit of a falter in the kill races. They haven't really shown their full potential inside the kill races, but, throughout the day-to-day in playoffs, I mean, this team has shown grit, Tiff. I mean, I said at the start that this was a little bit of a redemption run for them, replacing Thugger with Dak so late into this this College Warzone run. But it's been definitely a splendid sight to see them, find success with it as well, because, a little bit worrisome to see if it works out in their favor, and so far it has. They find themselves in 3rd place going into the last hour, and now, see if they can hold on to that spot for the end game.
Yeah, plenty of UAVs going up, so all of the information going to be available to Queens Esports, and 9 squads remaining, so they are looking to log their 6th game, currently sitting at 420 points, a 72, 83, 84, 104, 57, and this is probably going to be the last game that they will have the ability to report. So you need to make sure, is it going to be enough to unseat whatever level of team that you are going up against? I'm very weary about dropping scores and like the storylines right now, because I want to wait till the end for the broadcast to be like, this is what happened within the last 14 minutes. But on your screen is likely the last game that Queens Esports will be able to play.
I'm just watching this guy's webcam. He is an actual beast. Soup, he's ready for anything right now. As the team now collapsing onto the rest, they have a chance to make it into something. They're funneling on in 1 by 1 right to Sue, and his teammate corralling them into that position is going to now put him into 12 kills for the team. Another team wipe leads us into 5 remaining in the lobby, including Queens Esports. With 11 players, I mean, there's still a chance to make this into, something even better than what it is right now.
Yeah, it's just really wild. Like, I'm just looking at the level of talent on my screen, and I'm just kind of like, please add me to your team in the 4th position going forward after this tournament, because I would like a chance at playing in these lobbies, because I play with demons, Seymour. I play with demons.
You're the one going up against Queens Esports, not, playing
Yeah,
with
that's
Queens
usually
Esports.
how it works.
I don't want to be the one to go up against these guys. Just look at them. It's like a walk in the park. Caldera is just, it is free real estate for them right now. And honestly, they're looking amazing throughout the day. Something I was worried about, was the consistency out of this team, but through the kill races, they have definitely proved themselves for that. Precision airstrike going to be dropped in after Jen goes down. Full elimination on Jen as well, but now Queen's forced in the inside, and this is going to be troubling for them.
Yeah, relegated to a team of 2. There is a buy station available to them, but it's just outside the vicinity of these houses. Does get tagged up, so someone has a line of sight on them. Someone is shooting at Sue and Jen. You recently saw that he was able to get a 29 elimination game, and now just relegated to watching and supporting Narcissist and Sue.
Myself. Just one of you go, by the way. I don't know.
Just waiting, listening to the comms right now, and pretty calm for Queens in the situation that they're in.
There was a team behind us, though. There was a team behind us. Listen to me. Listen. There was a team behind us.
You hear the comms, that team behind them too, so team in front, behind, side to side. They are surrounded on every angle, Tiff. If they get this buyback, it's going to be big. Jen brought back to the action. And now Queens Esports back at full strength. Can they finish strong?
Hey, they're going to need to, because this is going to be the last game for them. 11 minutes left on the time, and probably a lot of schools not able to queue into a lobby and know that they can finish it. So there's only probably a handful of teams available. Sue going to get tagged up, able to turn and burn on that player. Not sure how that player was not able to take down Sue, but that's not the question here. Sue able to pick up another elimination. 12 total.
Outgunned, outclassed. That's the Queen's Guard right there. Queens Esports really putting in the numbers against that. And Sue had some help for that too, so 2v1 definitely gives them a little bit of spacing there. Still 4 teams. And look at this. Sue's just spotting them out, giving them a little bit of information off those pings. Jen from a distance beams one down, and now could be the go-ahead for Sue to start pushing this.
Yeah, Sue just utilizing this tree and kind of rock for a nice little head peek. They're playing the very hard edge of zone. There is a buy station behind them, and if people want to make a late game reset, they're going to have to push to that buy station. And now Queens University not going to let anyone nearby that. Sue picking up some pings in the distance. They have the line of sight of where the enemies are in this lobby, able to get a couple pokes onto that team, but nothing really going to matter. No rounds, just kind of wasting the ammo, but does still have plenty.
Get to UAV.
Oh, looks like they want another UAV here. Smart plays. Smart. And you just look at the amount of pings that UAV is giving off. I don't think there's a single person in this lobby that's carrying ghosts. So, I mean, Queens, they have full reign over everybody right now.
Yeah, but I also feel like if you're going to late game buy a UAV, someone's got to say, hey, maybe they're on the side with the buy station if they just bought and utilized a UAV. But hey, I don't know. That would be too many brains here. That's
too smart.
Too smart for the enemies in this lobby right now. But Queens Esports looking to find themselves another victory on the day.
No need to rush it. Still 9 minutes before things close. I doubt it's going to take 9 minutes to get this one done. Queen's starting to set up now, take their positioning, see if they can find an angle into these actions. Only 7 players remaining, 3 teams.
Someone has to watch the left.
And I know Queens wants a little bit of a piece of this at the end of it, so Sue's going to get aggressive now with the SMG. See if he can find something, but in fact, he's going to take a couple shots, so has to back down.
I don't see them, but they're fighting now.
We push the
Push rock.
Comms are firing off. They're looking to power up together. Cluster strike incoming. Gonna force them to move, but there's really nowhere to go.
No.
And Sue gonna fall. Narcissist as well. Can Jen clutch this up?
He's going to have to. Against the odds now, Jen, what can you do? Garanko just watching over them too, so it's not going to be able to, or easy to escape this right now, but if anybody's going to get this done, it's going to be Jen, unfortunately, though. 1 HP in a dream. He's not going to get things done for the team, and it's going to be a second place finish for Queens at the end of the college Warzone playoffs, so not too bad of a finish, but not the finish you wanted.
That is true, but a nice 1.85x multiplier. Jumping on over to Kurtz from Florida Gulf Coast. Finds a nice down and a full right there as well. 9 eliminations to their name. They have 8 minutes left in the timed kill race. Can they get through these 17 teams in the lobby to make sure they have another?
The only thing that I know, Tiff, is only time will tell.
Literally.
So UAV is going to be called in for the team. They get all of the information on these players. Kirsch on the hunt. so is the rest of the team, but very separated as well. So Kirsch has to be aware, maybe players falling in from the skies with how spread out these dots are, just out into the open. No, they're not. They're going to be right in front of him. Kirsch gets the first shots in. Player goes down, so third-party action going on right now as Kirsch just trying to get anything that he can. Nice down right there, but unfortunately he's going to take shots back, traded out by that teammate. And that's going to be Kirsch out of the play. Crazy out of the play. Wheels now. How much can you do?
I mean, I think I just saw 28 eliminations for the team thus far. So a magnificent start to the game as they kind of make their way into the end-ish game. Yeah, nice buyback on to Courage, joining the team, keeping the power alive. You want to make sure that you've got all three teammates up, moving towards the end, but 7 minutes remain. You're just gonna have to go full on kamikaze here in Caldera, able to get that elimination. Looks like he had downed them prior to being eliminated and coming back, so able to get the full. Not too bad.
It seems like time slows down when you're in these moments for sure, but look at that. So many players on the ground, and Kirsch is trying to slide in onto anyone, pistol in hand. Oh, those shots look good. They look crispy, but they're not good enough. He's gonna get the break, and oh my word, that player just got worked. So he's gonna try his best to resupply on anything that he can and try to get back into things for his team. Oh, unfortunately, though, there's other players around, and the GOAT is going to be the one to take down Kirsch. So good enough, though, to bring him to double-digit kills. At least you reach 10 from that. You drop down with only a pistol, and you still put in the work.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to be able to get out of there, but jumping on over to Crazy's POV, we saw one elimination, finds it down, but there's just too many people in this house and nothing that Crazy is going to be able to do. Now, Wheels last alive for the team. It looked to be like 36 eliminations thus far for them, but 10 teams left, so the multiplier's not going to be quite there for them. I think it's a 1.35x, and now Wheels, trying to clutch it up, is able to find a nice down, but the information on where his bouts are, and now trying to get another down. He is able to get it, needs to reposition and shield up.
Jungle warfare through the trees. Wheels somehow, some way stays alive too, and now you're looking at him to do everything that he can. Oh, you hear the comms that they saw somebody. Somebody may have saw them too, so has to stay alive right now if you're Wheels. Try your best to, you know, finish strong through this end game of the playoffs. Through the window, those shots are crisp as ever, but not enough that Serpentine can deny him that. And listen to the comms, they are frantic right now. Somebody on the outside, but you do not want to go toe-to-toe with Wheels at range, because that auto just does not miss, and it doesn't move.
Oh, but he's going to get tagged up from the back, and unfortunately, it's going to be the GOAT wreaking havoc on him as well. But did he have the gulag?
No way. He's still going strong with the gulag. Fat guy, little coat, 84 versus Wheels. SMG in hand, trying to bounce his way back in, and he will. 17 kills now for Wheels. The job not done yet.
I'm just listening to the comms because they are just pure gold right now in Wheels. DP27 in hand, coming back from the gulag. 17 eliminations, 9 teams left in the lobby, and 4 minutes left on the clock. Mind you, the scores have to be submitted before the end of the time kill race.
Oh, cue the Jaws music. Cue the Jaws music! Because Wheels is a great white shark and he's ready to feed. Only thing is, he's only hungry enough for 1 kill at the end of it. So 9th place finish for FGCU. They know that they were against the clock anyways, so why not end off there with what you have and see if you can tally up anything into your remaining score.
Look, I mean, we've seen it all. Just, that was wild. I thought for a second, hey, this is gonna get dicey, and maybe had he been able to at least knock one, reposition that for that DP27, but a very valiant effort. We've seen 100-point plus games. We've seen deaths by Bertha, deaths by helicopter for some of these teams. It's just been a journey here throughout the timed kill race for the College Warzone playoffs. Just a journey.
Not even today. I mean, last time you and I were on, we saw Fisher Falcons A team. Schmalls, he jumped from the roof of airport into a plane well under fire in a 1v3, manages to get back and buy his whole team back. It has been a wild ride, Tiff. It's been amazing, you know, going through this whole thing with you at my side. And now we only have one more thing to do. It's going to be crown a champion. We're going to go to a break. tally things up behind the scenes, and when we come back, we're going to crown a victor today for our college Warzone playoffs. It's time now to crown a champion of College Warzone. The playoffs have been nothing but fun to watch, exciting, and a roller coaster of emotions from the desk between the two of us. I couldn't have asked for a better set of games to cast over today. Everybody brought their best. Everybody brought the action, and it was a whole lot of fun. Once again, my name is Seymour. With me, Tiff. And, Tiff, it's only, one more thing to do is crown our champion and talk about who's going to walk out on top. So let's take a look at it. Why don't you run us through?
Let's see who it is. It is anyone's game. I have not checked the scores, so this will be a surprise to me. Who is coming out on top? It is going to be Northwood Esports with 562.95 points. Your Qual 1, your Qual 2 winners coming out on top of the College Warzone playoffs. Fisher Falcons B is finding themselves in second place with 540 points, and Queens Esports in third, 496.5 points. We take a look at Florida Gulf Coast, fourth place, CSU Rams in fifth, and you keep on going down. Illini COD 6, VCU 7th. There was $10,000 on your line. Western Esports, they were the first ones to break a 100-point game, finding themselves in 8th. Arizona State, oh man, and KSU COD, the team that I had picked to do really well, finding themselves in 10th. Because, I'm in Georgia. I got to root for the Georgia teams. We got to make that happen. But $3,000 in prizing going to Northwood Esports. Seymour.
That is a big W, too. And I feel like there is going to be a big rivalry through the rest of this year between Northwood and Fisher Falcons. If, what we saw last year has anything to say about these teams. But here they are, your College Warzone playoff champions. 7 qualifiers, a playoff, lots of Warzone played, and these 4, they came out swinging. They came out on top for that $3,000 prize pool. Thugger, Infinite, Bink, Dak, huge congratulations to the school. Huge congratulations to the players. They earned it.
Yeah, they earned it indeed. 5 hours of a timed kill race. Wow. I mean, this is the last time I'll probably cast over some Caldera gameplay, and what a journey it has been as we look forward to Modern Warfare 2, the next CCL season. We're going to have Al Mazrah coming out November 16th. It is only beginning.
It's only the start right now of the year for CCL, and as we bid farewell to Caldera, the opportunities for the rest, it just, it blossoms into something more every year. CCL delivers, and it never disappoints. I mean, it is such a fun time around these marks. I want to give a special shout out though to a few of our sponsors, Fanatical and America's Navy, especially America's Navy, for helping us put this one on. If you guys, at home, you want to check out more and look for the opportunities, don't forget to head to Navy.com to see if they have, what you're looking for there. If you want to be a part of Goats and Glory, play for the teams, have a chance to, to serve the country through the America's Navy as well. If you want to support them, go to their socials, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, America's Navy, all one word, and show them your love. At the same time, Fanatical, big shout out to them for giving us those $50 gift cards. And if you want to, show some extra support too, fanatical.com, go, show up. There's plenty of games to play there, plenty of things to do. And also a big shout out to the crew that made this happen. First off, Shift, Proper, the casters, Tiff, you for being my co-caster all throughout this and having to put up with, my wacky calls and all that. It was a fun time. And also big shout out to behind the scenes, people that you don't get to see. Benji, Switchy, Sport, the admins for eFuse, Paint for helping, put a lot of this together. And, huge shout out to eFuse for a majority too, for putting this whole thing together.
A huge shout out to them indeed, and thank you so much to the players for coming in and sticking with it throughout the format changes, throughout all the ways. Northwood Esports, they started out so strong, taking home dubs in the customs, and then finally finding their stride in the timed kill race format. But that is all for me, Seymour. I'm leaving it up to you.
It's all for me as well, folks. It's been quite the ride, but all fun things must come to an end. Congratulations, Northwood, on being the victors and the first ever champions of College Warzone. I hope to see you guys in the CCL, and I hope to see all you fans watching, all the viewers watching there as well. We'll see you next time for some more College COD.